Members, truly is the best time of year. Please be seated. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little more partial to July myself, but anyways, I will rise to ask for unanimous consent to go to 1-minute bells for the remainder of the evening, including in committee of the whole.
Members, I will ask only one question. The Honourable Government House Leader has requested unanimous consent for 1-minute bells, including the first bell in committee. Is there anyone opposed? If so, please indicate so now. Seeing and hearing none, unanimous consent is granted.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 46, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, number 2. Honourable Mr. Shandro.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
you're welcome.
I'm pleased to rise and move third reading of Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. Over the past few weeks, we've had extensive discussion about this bill, and I believe this debate has resulted in a clear understanding of the bill's purpose and intent, but I'll take the opportunity to highlight some of the key points. Through Bill 46, we are building a system focused on patients, a system that more effectively meets their healthcare needs. The proposed amendments in this bill will enable a more responsive and a more efficient healthcare system and strengthen its ability to support the health and well-being of Albertans. Bill 46 achieves this objective by creating patient-focused services, enhancing the system's protections for patients, regulating more health providers to ensure consistently high standards are followed, and providing for the ability to make changes when patient needs require it. This bill also enables the use of health information to identify system improvements, to plan and to ultimately help Albertans achieve better health outcomes. Now, while our deliberations of Bill 46 have included discussions about those changes to health information, some misconceptions remain. So to clarify, the proposed amendment to update Netcare, Alberta's electronic health record, stems from the recommendations of the Health Information Systems Review that was conducted last fall. Findings from the review identified the need for legislative changes to position Alberta's healthcare system for future success. Right now, health information rules, agreements, and protocols don't support patient-centric health system goals, and these updates would address this deficiency. Now, let me be clear. This is not a transfer of authority or responsibility to the government. The legal authority and the oversight for Alberta Netcare does rest with Alberta Health. The proposed amendment would just clarify this role. There has been much debate on the issue of privacy and the concerns expressed by the Privacy Commissioner. Department officials are addressing these concerns directly with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner, and consultation will follow on the enabling regulations, which would be critical to implementing the proposed changes. I also want to emphasize the sharing of health information between the Ministry, Alberta Health Services, and the Health Quality Council of Alberta will continue to be subject to the privacy requirements of the Health Information Act. The proposed amendments would enhance the routine sharing of information among the Ministry, AHS, and the Health Quality Council, which are all part of the Ministry of Health and accountable to the Minister. The Ministry will continue to be subject to privacy requirements and will be able to focus more resources on proactively protecting Albertans' health information. The proposed amendments don't change any of their responsibilities and legal obligations to appropriately protect and safeguard health information. Privacy impact statements remain in place for the development of information systems. Protecting the privacy of the health information of Albertans is and always will be a top priority for me and the staff at Alberta Health, as well as those at AHS and the Health Quality Council of Alberta. In fact, the proposed amendments include tougher penalties for inappropriate access to a person's health information and it preserves the breach reporting requirements that already exist. These penalties would bring Alberta into closer alignment with other jurisdictions in Canada like British Columbia and Ontario. Moreover, Bill 46 positions Alberta for the future, allowing us to modernize the system by updating our province's healthcare legislation. This view to the years ahead applies not only to health information, but also to hospitals, health providers, and in fact, all parts of the system. Together, these amendments in this bill will ensure our province's health system and health professionals can more readily adapt to changing needs and best practices. With this enhanced flexibility, they can adjust to meet the healthcare needs of Albertans in a timely way as these needs shift and as they evolve. In the end, that's what this bill is about, continuously improving how we serve Albertans and their healthcare needs. So in closing, I ask you to support third reading of Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. And Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn debate.
Members, having heard the motion, it's proposed the Honourable Minister of Health to adjourn debate. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2. Honourable Mr. Hunter.
The Honourable the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move third reading of Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2. Bill 48 represents one of many steps we are taking to make Alberta the freest and fastest moving economy in North America. It shows our unwavering commitment to reduce the number of hoops our job creators and innovators have to jump through. It is only common sense that as we work to recover economically, we must also continue to create a climate in our province that encourages investments and supports our job creators. One of the best things we can do to achieve that is to cut red tape. Bill 48 proposes changes to several pieces of legislation that will cut red tape by streamlining, eliminating, and modernizing outdated or redundant rules. Some examples of this include speeding up timelines and subdivisions and development permit approvals, removing the ability of municipalities to take additional reserve land beyond the standard amount from developers for municipal purposes, and strengthening accountability and transparency of off-site levies. When I introduced this bill, Scott Fash from Build Alberta stated, "These changes help to increase activity and create more jobs in land development and the residential construction industry." He noted clarity in rules would greatly assist the industry's continued partnerships with municipal governments across the province. This bill will provide needed certainty to our job creators with the most impactful amendments designed to encourage investment and economic growth. If passed, Bill 48 will speed up approvals and ensure stability in Alberta, and I think we can all agree that is really needed right now. Amendments to the Municipal Government Act will implement one of our platform commitments called the Golden Girls Act that supports unrelated seniors who live together in a single dwelling. In addition, our 4 different boards will be amalgamated into a single public agency under the Land and Property Rights Tribunal Act. This change will eliminate unnecessary duplication of services across the four entities and give the tribunal more flexibility on how to use its resources to address surges in applications, ensuring Albertans' concerns are heard and addressed as quickly as possible. We are saving Albertans time and money by repealing the need for building assessment reports, which duplicates requirements that are already in the Safety Codes Act and Condominium Properties Act. This represents about $2.7 million of savings per year for condo buyers. The savings that will be earned through this legislation also save Albertans, industry and government something just as important as money, Mr. Speaker. It saves them time. And as we all know, time is money. If passed, these 12 changes will add to the many red tape reduction related initiatives already implemented by or approved by our government. I am grateful to each of the ministers that contributed to this bill. It shows that this initiative is truly a cross-government initiative. During this debate, we heard the NDP rail against the red tape reduction efforts submitted by my good friend and colleague, the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women. While listening to them, I was reminded of a story I heard many years ago. A man was walking on a beach that had thousands of starfish washed up on the sand. He was heartbroken that so many starfish were dying, but there was nothing he could do, so he walked on, Mr. Speaker. Further down the beach, he came upon a young boy who was walking along the beach, picking up starfish and throwing them back into the ocean. The man thought the boy's efforts were futile. "Why are you wasting your time throwing these starfish back into the ocean?" he said. "There are thousands of starfish dying. Surely your efforts won't matter." The boy picked up another starfish and threw it back into the ocean. "It mattered to that one," he said as he smiled and walked on. Mr. Speaker, red tape reduction efforts that ministers take, whether large or small, makes a difference. Whether you are a mom and pop shop small business that has to fill out one less government form, or a medium-sized business that doesn't have to hire yet another compliance officer, the work we are doing in red tape reduction matters to them. This bill is something that all members on both sides of the House should be able to support. Red tape reduction is a nonpartisan topic around the world, and it's sad that the members opposite have not realized that yet. We know there is more to do, and I'm excited about the work that we're doing. I want to thank all members for the robust discussion and fulsome debate on the changes we have brought forward in this legislation, and I look forward to bringing more red tape reduction matters before the Chamber in the future. And with that, I'd like to adjourn debate.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction to adjourn debate, all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Motions, Government Motion 56, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable, the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the following motion. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 46, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, number 2, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted, Mr. Speaker, to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier this afternoon, it has become clear over the last few weeks that the official opposition intends to continue to drag out the process, not to, from our perspective, continue with anything productive. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they have went out of their way to hold legislation in second reading rather than get into committee of the whole to begin to work on their amendments that they say they have. We haven't seen them yet, Mr. Speaker, on this legislation. As I have said many times in this House, Mr. Speaker, we care about the official opposition's role, and we have given them ample opportunity to be able to participate in it, and we're going to continue to give them some time today to be able to participate in it. But when it becomes clear that the official opposition is blocking the majority from having a chance to vote on legislation that is important to Albertans, it falls on the Government House Leader to be able to make sure debate will continue to move through this House, Mr. Speaker. I do encourage the official opposition to stop playing some of the games that we've already seen this afternoon and maybe get actually to work on moving the amendments that they claim their constituents want to. Because, Mr. Speaker, to be clear, the time is drawing to a close for them to be able to do that.
The Honourable Members, Government House Leader has moved Government Motion 56. The official opposition has up to 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 things. First, Government House Leader knows that he is moving closure motion, a very heavy-handed, undemocratic tool that curtails debate. And in introduction, whatever Government House Leader said, nothing can be further from the truth. This sitting, in 7 weeks, we debated 15 pieces of legislation, and we passed 11 pieces of legislation, 37 different stages for 24 days. And we were doing what Albertan elected us to do. We were debating those bills on behalf of those who we represent. We were scrutinizing those bills. We were holding opposition government to account. But this is the government who doesn't want to get up early, They canceled morning sittings for 3 weeks. And had they not done that, they wouldn't have to resort to these heavy-handed tactics. But that's not the reason. They want to do that because they know that this bill attacks the privacy, healthcare privacy of Albertans. They know that Information and Privacy Commissioner of Alberta, an independent officer of the legislature, not that government cares about those officers, has written a long letter outlining the concerns that how this piece of legislation, if passed, will water down the privacy rights of Albertans. And they just want to push through their agenda so that they can give Albertans healthcare information outside jurisdiction. They can water down the oversight of Privacy Commissioner on Albertans' health record so they can move ahead with the privatization of healthcare. That's the real reason that Government House Leader didn't talk about. We are here to defend our constituents. We are here to defend Albertans who elected us, and we will continue to do so. And I urge each and every member of this House that people who elected you, people who you represent, their privacy rights are impacted. And your first obligation is not to your government, it's to your constituents. It's to your constituents, and their privacy rights are getting attacked. So stand up for your constituents. Stand against this attack on Albertans' healthcare privacy rights. Just read independent commissioner's letter. None of those concerns were addressed at the second stage. If government was sincere, they could have addressed those concerns, but they didn't. Instead, their members get up and actually explain all this to Privacy Commissioner as well. So it's not a good bill. It's not in the best interest of Albertans. It's not in the best interest of your constituents. I urge everyone in this House to vote down this heavy-handed, undemocratic tactics to curtail debate in this House.
Honourable members, having heard the motion, Government Motion 56, as proposed by the Honourable the Government House Leader. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Pull up. Sit down, Casey. Honorable members, a division has been called. I'd like to encourage members to ensure that they are in a seat when the division bell has concluded. All those in favor of Government Motion 56, please rise.
Honorable Mrs. Allard, Honorable Mr. Hunter, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mr. Taves, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Minister LaGrange, Honorable Mr. Glubish, Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Newdorf, Honorable Mr. Nally, Mr. Scow, Honorable Mr. Badu, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Honorable Mr. Copping, Ms. Goodridge, Honorable Mr. Luan, Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mr. Panda, Honorable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Turton, Mr. Rutherford, Ms. Isaac, Honorable Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Walker, Honorable Mr. Wilson.
All those opposed to Government Motion 56, please rise.
Mr. Sabir, Member Ceci, Member Irwin, Ms. Goring, Mr. Nielsen, Member Carson, Ms. Sigurdson.
Mr. Speaker, in favor for the motion, 25, against 7.
Honorable members, that motion is carried and so ordered.
Government motions, Government Motion 60, Honorable Mr. Nixon.
Correction. Government Motion 60? 6-0. The Government House Leader, Government Motion 60.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following motion. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, I was thinking about what to say on this motion, and I'd like to actually just start off by pointing out a couple statistics that the House may find interesting. In fact, for this session that we're in, 4.7 million words have been spoken in the chamber and counting. Now, to put that in perspective, all the volumes of the Harry Potter series only total 1.08 million words. So we've been able to do the Harry Potter series 4 times, a little bit over 4 times. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, if you took the time to look at Hansard, the official opposition were repeating themselves almost as much as the deputy opposition House Leader repeats himself in his time allocation speeches. Also, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out to the Honourable Deputy House Leader, through you, Mr. Speaker, to him some caution, and I want to be very clear, make sure my friends in Hansard get this, but to continue to rise in the chamber and accuse the government of cancelling 3 weeks of morning sittings when in fact the official opposition requested repeatedly that took place, Mr. Speaker, is shameful, and I want to caution him that he should probably, Mr. Speaker, check in with his boss. Mr. Speaker, he should check in with his boss, the official opposition House Leader, because if he does that again, Mr. Speaker, I will release every House Leader agreement that was made between the official opposition and the government this session for the public to see, to make that clear, Mr. Speaker. And second, I will release it so that they can know that the official opposition has not, in fact, been doing their job the entire time they're here, Mr. Speaker, and have spent most of their time focusing on trying to make sure that they could go home early and not sit during the session, Mr. Speaker. So I suggest the honourable member not go down that road.
The Honourable Government House Leader has moved Government Motion 60. The official opposition has up to 5 minutes to respond. The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think first thought is that we all here represent Albertans. We represent our constituents, and this legislature should never act as a rubber stamp for this government's agenda. Every single member of this House is accountable to their constituents, not to their party. And this piece of legislation is amending more than 12 pieces of legislation, and they are not red tape. Minister gets up every time he says that Alberta has become the fastest and freest moving economy and hasn't changed his talking points since then. And I don't see economy moving at that pace. I think, again, this motion will limit the debate on those important pieces of legislation that also interfere with the municipal power to plan municipal reserve land, all those important issues that they didn't consult with municipalities, and municipalities have been calling out for bypassing them on these important changes. Again, government is just using these high-handed tactics to curtail debate, to curtail democracy, and I urge each and every member of this House to stand up for your constituents, to stand up for democracy, and to stand up for a debate in this House that Albertans sent us to do, to hold this government to account. Thank you.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader for Government Motion 60, all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Motions, Government Motion 57, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the following motion. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in committee of the whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of that bill or of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, I rise on this motion, which I had been delaying, Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to work with the official opposition for several weeks on this piece of legislation. The official opposition had indicated to me that this is one of the primary pieces of legislation they wanted to work on in their time in the chamber. Unfortunately, they have spent 10% of the entire debate time on Bill 47 only in second reading, and have not been able to move it into committee of the whole to begin work on the amendments that they have indicated both to me and to the press. I would point out, Mr. Speaker, the amendments they have not provided the government, which makes me question how serious they are actually working with those amendments. But nevertheless, they have indicated that this is something that they want to spend their time on. For weeks, I have been encouraging the official opposition to get to that stage so we could help accommodate them on that. I would submit to the House, Mr. Speaker, through you to the House, that 10% of the total debate time on one reading of one bill is significant and shows the government's commitment to working through that process with the official opposition. It had been my hope that even today that we'd be able to work through giving those members time to be able to work on their amendments. However, it has become clear over the afternoon, Mr. Speaker, as we watch the official opposition play games with call in division votes, which is their right even on titles and those type of things, that they are not serious about actually working for their constituents, as they have said, Mr. Speaker. Instead, their main goal is to disrupt this House, Mr. Speaker, and to be very clear, the business of Albertans will have the ability to be voted on by the members of this chamber in reasonable times, Mr. Speaker. That will take place tonight when it comes to 47 in committee of the whole.
The official opposition has up to 5 minutes to respond to Government Motion 57 as moved by the Honourable Government House Leader. The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government House Leader says that we spent 10% of the time on this important piece of legislation. I think, for context, this is a piece of legislation that is taking rights in sports away from working Albertans, those who are injured in workplaces, at a time when they are going through a global pandemic. And that bill does deserve scrutiny, does deserve the debate, because under this new regime, under this new system, Albertans will get less. They will get less. They are capping maximum insurable earnings. For instance, if some Albertan who is working in an oil and gas sector where jobs are tough and are relatively highly paid, they won't qualify for any benefits under this piece of legislation. On one hand, they are giving $4.7 billion. That's on their 2019 to 2023 business plan, page 144, line number 8. But on the other hand, they're taking away from Alberta workers. They're removing presumptive coverage for psychological injuries where workers experience a traumatic event. I will submit that all those working on the front lines during these pandemic, there is a possibility that many of them may need that coverage because they are on the front line of a global pandemic that has taken more than 600 Albertans' lives. They are taking that presumptive coverage from Albertans, and on that very bill, they are trying to shut down the debate. Mr. Speaker, under this bill, if a social worker and a police officer respond to a death of a child, police officer will be covered, but not the social worker. Psychological impacts may very well be the same. That's what's happening in this piece of legislation. And that's where you're trying to cut down and curtail debate. Because this bill is taking Albertans' rights, is taking sports away from them, all to pay for their $4.7 billion failed corporate handout. That's heavy-handed, that's undemocratic, that's unfair to Albertans whose right will be impacted by this bill, and we will do everything we can in our power to stand against this piece of legislation and against this motion too. I urge every member of the House that your businesses doesn't consist of only, your constituencies don't consist of only businesses. There are people working in those businesses. This bill is attacking those people. Stand up for those people. Thank you.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, Government Motion 57. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Any opposed to the motion, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, the division has been called on Government Motion 57. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
Honourable Mrs. Allard, Honourable Mr. Hunter, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Honourable Mr. Taves, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Mr. Nally, Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Madu, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Copping, Ms. Goodridge, Honourable Mr. Luan, Honourable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Turton, Mr. Rutherford, Ms. Isaac, Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Walker, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Panda, Honourable Mr. Wilson.
All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. Sabir, Member Ceci, Member Irwin, Ms. Goring, Mr. Nielsen, Member Carson, Ms. Sigurdsson.
Mr. Speaker, for the motion, 26, against 7.
That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 46, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, Number 2, adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Shandro.
Honourable members, we are debating third reading of Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise and speak with the short time that we have this evening on Bill 46. And I hear the government House Leader heckling that we only have 60 minutes because of the undemocratic, rules that he's imposed against us. And now they're heckling me. And, the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that over my 5, almost 6 years in this legislature, I have never seen a government and a party so disrespectful to the democracy that we all were elected on and hold so true to our hearts. But the fact is, when we were in government and we had Wild Rose opposition at that time, I never saw government ministers or private members have a relationship that has devolved so much, truly, for the most part, because of the disrespect that this government and its front bench has shown to not only the opposition, but to all Albertans. And you see it on social media and in the public that this government's popularity is nosediving by the day. And today is a perfect example of why that's happening, because of their willingness to use powers like closure over and over again, several times in a single day, to silence the voices of Albertans, and in this instance, the voices of important experts like the Information and Privacy Commissioner, who has said quite clearly that there is, by no means should this legislation be being moved forward at the rate it is or in the way that it is currently written. And so it's absolutely frustrating, once again, that this government is so excited to get out of here because of the failure in their legislation and their failure to consult with Albertans and to be accountable to those Albertans that put them here. It is so frustrating and quite shocking that they are so excited to stand up and vote over and over again to limit debate. Mr. Speaker, I remember the conversations that we had when the NDP was in government, and it's unbelievable that here we are now in this position with the government who is just completely unwilling to hear the voices of Albertans, and especially, once again, experts like the Privacy and Information Commissioner that we have here in Alberta, who laid out very clearly that through Bill 46, Albertans' health and privacy were going to be negatively impacted if this legislation continues in the way that it is. And the Health Minister stood up this evening and said that, all the problems that have been raised by experts and by the opposition will be fixed through regulations. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that is not good enough. We should be doing everything in our power to ensure that the legislation is ready to go and in a position that is going to protect the well-being and the lives and livelihoods, as this government continues to say over and over again, of Albertans. And in this instance, by no means is the legislation doing that, and by no means is it protecting the privacy that we should be working day and night to protect of Albertans. And the Privacy and Information Commissioner made it very clear, primarily by the changes that are happening to Health Information Data Governance Committee that this government is essentially scrapping with very little information about what it will be replaced by. I mean, this was a committee that is in place and has experts that make expert recommendations to the minister, and unfortunately, we are losing that very important body. And beyond that, the expanded access that this minister and this government are willing to hand over to health service providers outside of Alberta. I do not know what this government has against protecting the privacy of Albertans, but whether we're talking about this piece of legislation, whether we're talking about changes that are being proposed through Bill 41, whether we're talking about several other pieces of legislation, this government seems to be interested in, well, not protecting Albertans' data, and I really have a hard time understanding why, considering the roots and the heritage of some members of the opposition. While we know that some of them come from the very well-lobbied progressive conservatives at the time, and they have, been able to quickly take on all of the arrogance that we saw from that party, but several of the members came from the grassroots movement of the Wild Rose Party. And one thing that those members, when they were members of that party, held true to their heart was protecting Albertans' privacy and ensuring that governments were not overstepping their bounds in terms of accessing and giving out that privacy. Yet here we are, Mr. Speaker. We have a government that is willing to, by and large, sell off Alberta's privacy to the highest bidder. So it's absolutely frustrating that here we are on such an important bill, Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, which has incredible overreaching qualities within it, for the minister to make decisions that we really, based on the Information and Privacy Commissioner's recommendations, do not fully understand the negative consequences and the implications that are going to result from this terrible piece of legislation. And so once again, I find it very hard to understand why we are now rushing through this legislation, why this government has taken the opportunity in the middle of a pandemic to weaken the privacy rules in place to protect Alberta's healthcare information. Of all information, we should be doing our best to strengthen the ability to protect that information and not allowing it to go to other jurisdictions who may not even have the same privacy rules in place as Alberta does, who may not consider ensuring that protected servers are in place to protect the privacy and information of Albertans, and the list goes on and on. It's truly unbelievable that in the middle of a global pandemic, here we are, a government pushing through several pieces of legislation to weaken privacy protections for Albertans across the province, and in this case, their healthcare records. Everyone is incredibly concerned now and for many years about what happens with their healthcare information, and it's truly unbelievable that once again that this minister thought that now, if ever, was a good time to try and pass this piece of legislation, and that the backbenchers, or excuse me, the private members in the UCP are just going to sit by and let it happen and clap while Albertans' privacy protections are eroded. So with that, Mr. Speaker, it's truly unbelievable that we're here this evening seeing the incredible overreach and undemocratic actions of this government, and that they are so excited to make that so. It's truly unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. With that, I know my other colleagues would like to speak, so, I wish there was more we could do, but at this time, this government has sealed the deal and are willing to give away Albertans' privacy, so.
Are there others wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise this evening and speak on this bill, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, to address health care in this province and the needs of Albertans, especially in the time of a pandemic. Now, as I walked over to the chamber this evening from the federal building, I took a walk outside as I try to do, and for the first time I noticed all the beautiful lights on the Christmas tree and on the other trees on the side, and there was people walking around admiring that, and I had to give pause the beauty of all the Christmas lights juxtaposed by the ugliness of the debate and the fear and the smear demonstrated by Her Majesty's opposition in the NDP. Mr. Speaker, I love this job. I do. I love my constituents. I love the opportunity to come here in this chamber and represent their concerns. And there's a number of them. The God's country, as I affectionately call my constituency of Cardston-Siksika, has some amazing people, but diverse needs, unique needs. And those needs stretch across a number of ministries and all of them. You know, we're talking about health, for example, this evening. We have a small hospital in Cardston that is serviced by some of the best doctors you will find in this entire country. And I love the fact that those doctors who work in that hospital, by and large, live in the community. They do service in the community. They're incredible people. And they need to know that the government is addressing the issues facing our province all the time. We're updating the Public Health Act as needed. And I feel like the Health Statutes Amendment Act is a piece of legislation that addresses the concerns of Albertans. Mr. Speaker, health is so important. I have people come to my constituency on a regular basis, and I hear the NDP heckling. I hear them heckling. I hear it all the time. They are experts at it. It's about the only thing they do that very well. You know, and I hear the former Minister of Finance, Alberta's worst finance minister in the history, heckling as well, talking about starfish, referencing a story told by the Honourable Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction earlier in his moving of his bill in the third reading. And I'm glad he enjoyed that speech, but somehow it's become a heckle. But in any event, doing what he does best, because apparently being finance minister wasn't really up his alley, wasn't his bailiwick, if you will, Mr. Speaker. And I've done my best this session to not to focus my remarks specifically on the bills and the motions at hand. But I've really struggled in the last 48 hours as I've watched the NDP continually spread misinformation and try to disseminate fear, among among Albertans. It is really quite shameful, Mr. Speaker, and it's unfortunate that it's happening here when legislatures across this beautiful country are meeting and addressing bills that their constituents need in what I think is a parliamentary manner. Civility reigns in many of the legislatures across this country. Unfortunately, that is not the case this evening. And I hear members from the opposition heckling, and I wish, as they would stand up, that they would actually address the bills rather than spend the majority of their time heckling. Now I will say, Mr. Speaker, that health needs to be addressed in this province. The Health Statutes Amendment Act is important to Albertans. It's important to ensure that this Health Act is updated and the evolving needs of Albertans are addressed. And so I'm very grateful. I am very grateful to the Health Minister for his tireless work. Now, I heard one of the members opposite say that if the Minister of Health is too busy to speak to his own bills, and if he's too busy dealing with COVID, why would he move a bill? Why would he move such a bill if he's too busy? I'll tell you why. Because Albertans need these bills, Mr. Speaker. But they also need a health minister that's going to address the pandemic that we currently face. And so the members opposite, they stand, they wave their arms, and they talk about, not in a pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Not in a pandemic. You do X, Y, and Z in a pandemic, as if we're just supposed to shut down this legislature. I remember back in March when we would meet at the dismay of the members opposite, that we would dare to convene the legislature to address the needs of Albertans in the middle of a pandemic. Heaven forbid, Mr. Speaker. Yet we did it because we have not forgotten on this side of the House for whom we work. And that is for Albertans, Mr. Speaker. And we do what we need to do for our constituents, our bosses, the ones who elected us into this chamber to represent them. So I'm grateful to the good people of Cardston-Siksika, all the way from the U.S. border up to Highway 1, and Galicia and Siksika, to Cardston and Vauxhall and Vulcan and everywhere in between. Wonderful people that I have met regularly and continue to speak with, and their concerns are being met. And I'm grateful that the health minister works tirelessly to bring forth meaningful legislation to this chamber, like this bill, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, while also working in the Priorities Implementation Cabinet Committee to address this pandemic, also addressing the public on a regular basis with updates about the pandemic and addressing the evolving needs so we can keep Albertans safe, which is our #1 priority. And if the members opposite don't like that, then maybe they should appeal to Albertans across the province because they did a really bad job of it prior. And there's a reason why they sit on that side of the chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this bill, and I suspect that that should not come as a surprise to anybody in this chamber. But not because I'm a member of the United Conservative Caucus, but because I believe that this bill is in the best interests of Albertans. And I believe that the opposition has grossly mischaracterized this bill and mischaracterized the spirit of what we are trying to do here, under the logic that if it's not explained to them in their terms or a way that they can understand, which maybe I can use a crayon or something, that there's something nefarious going on, which is unfortunate because there's such a low opinion of the colleagues on this side of the House, of their colleagues on this side of the House. Now, I would like to think that we operate in good faith, that while the members opposite are going to point out what they believe to be our mistakes of the government, and that is their job as Her Majesty's loyal opposition, they would not be serving their constituents well if they didn't. But to spin it and try to find some angle to suggest that what the government members on this side of the House are doing is not above board, is in bad faith, and that given that we have time allocated this debate because the members opposite couldn't move into committee of the whole fast enough to actually bring forth meaningful amendments to this bill. Referral amendments in second reading, as if they were just trying to stall for time. And then they're talking about we want to come to work. Maybe if they showed up to work, got down to the amendments that they actually had in mind, we could have got to committee of the whole faster and heard those amendments. But we do, Mr. Speaker, have a legislative calendar ahead of us that needs to be fulfilled. We are now over time, past what was originally scheduled, which is fine. There's certainly precedence for that, and it's almost become convention. But if the members opposite are going to bellyache about not having enough time, maybe they might want to get down to doing the work and bringing those amendments forth a little earlier, get into committee of the whole, which is the proper place for those amendments. So, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that we have vehement disagreement between this side and that side on this bill. And I respect that. I anticipate that. But some of the characterizations of members on this side and reasonings for not getting up and speaking on this bill, or what they believe the intent of the government is just flat out plain false. And it's quite disrespectful to their own constituents, because they're not actually passing along the truth. They're coming in, they're making up these false arguments about what they think the government's doing, throwing it on Twitter, and then the echo chamber picks it up and passes it along as fact. And that's just unfortunate, because if you're getting your news from Twitter, from your politician's Twitter feed exclusively, you might need to get out a little more. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I would hope that as I post articles on my own social media, I don't have Twitter because that's a cesspool, But I can tell you that I would hope that my constituents, whether they're supporting me or not, would read the articles that I post, would read the things that I post, and read other opinions about it, not just get information exclusively from one source. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case for many people. And you know, I think it's important we stay informed. So, Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying here is I respect the opposition's role in this chamber. I think it's a vital role. And I will say I respect the opposition members. I think that each and every one of them worked very hard, diligently to get elected, and they earned their place in this chamber. But while here, I wish we could engage in more robust debate about the issues rather than speculating about what may or may not be nefarious motives of the government. And I do sincerely mean that, Mr. Speaker. I think that we all have a role to play in this chamber, but it is unfortunate that we are now into the evening session in December, past the originally planned scheduled legislative calendar, again, which is fine, but rather than the members opposite bringing in their amendments in committee of the whole, which they should have been prepared for earlier on, for this Health Statutes Amendment Act, which I hope is a top of mind for members of the opposition, because I know that though my constituents and their constituents live in different parts of this province, they have similar concerns about the health and safety of their families, of their loved ones, about dairy invention and other water, about labor concerns. But, Mr. Speaker, if only we could get back to what I believe is meaningful debate in this chamber, rather than the opposition just casting aspersions about the motives of this government, and talk specifically about the Health Statutes Amendment Act. So, with that, I do appreciate this opportunity to speak this evening. I suspect it won't be the only time that I speak this evening, but of course that is at the call of the chair. But I will do my best endeavor to be recognized by the Honourable Speaker and address other concerns that might be brought up by my honourable colleagues across the aisle and by some of my colleagues right here on the government benches. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment for the Honourable member for Cardston-Siksika. Seeing none, the Honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs caught my eye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise this evening to speak to the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I find it ironic that the previous member took his entire time to complain about not debating things in this House and making such statements that it's our side of the chamber that's creating the concern with this piece of legislation, when that is definitely part of it, but we are actually joining the Information and Privacy Commissioner, who has expressed concerns to Albertans. So this isn't just something that we're coming up with off the top of our heads. This is something, and made it public that she had concerns with this piece of legislation going forward the way it was. And so when that member stands in this chamber and says that it's us standing here and it's a difference of opinion, that is completely incorrect. It is more than a difference of opinion. It is someone whose job it is to protect information and privacy of Albertans is saying there is concern with this legislation. So I think that it would have been beneficial for the government to take our amendments that we had proposed on this piece of legislation and requested that perhaps it be held at this point, and a more thorough consultation happen, perhaps even meeting with the Privacy Commissioner instead of pretending to meet with the Privacy Commissioner, which this minister did. He had stood and said that he actually had met with the Privacy Commissioner, and that was not true. The Privacy Commissioner released a letter indicating that she had not been consulted on this and felt it important to let Albertans know that that was the case. So here we are, despite the recommendation from the person whose job it is to control and oversee information and privacy in this province, telling the government that this is an absolute incomplete piece of legislation, we're here moving it forward. Not only are we moving it forward tonight, but now it's on a time allocation to do so, which is very concerning, because I know that my constituents have some very, very significant concerns about this government, specifically this health minister. We've heard from hundreds of doctors pleading with this government to listen. We're in the middle of a global pandemic, and members opposite stand in this chamber and try to articulate that this is something that people are asking for. I can tell you, I have never heard a single constituent come forward and say, please make our privacy less. Please make sure that my health information is accessible outside of the province. Not once, Mr. Speaker. What I have heard is from our very, very hardworking health professionals pleading for supports to help with this pandemic. Even prior to the pandemic, we had physicians and healthcare workers coming forward identifying that the way that this government is treating them is it's an attack on our healthcare system. And we haven't seen them ease up on that attack on this healthcare system. Instead, they're coming after health professionals, now they're coming after our privacy. We know that this minister has a very blurred line about what it means to have people's private information private. He's reached out to Alberta Health, asked for private cell phone numbers of doctors, phoned those doctors to express concerns. Having this information and still pushing forward with this piece of legislation is very concerning. And I know that this is definitely not something that we should be in this chamber discussing right now. We should be talking about what is really happening in the province and how this government isn't paying attention to what Albertans are asking for. They are certainly not asking for less privacy restrictions when it comes to their health information. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will cede my time, and I would encourage all members of this House, if they were actually listening to their constituents, talking about what health matters, it is not this, and to vote against this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity this evening to add some final thoughts and comments around Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me start with this, and I quote, "I am hopeful that the government will either make amendments to the bill or ideally pause deliberations to allow for further consultation on the implications these proposed amendments have for the protection of Albertans' health information." That is Jill Clayton. She is the Information and Privacy Commissioner, the #1 stakeholder, an independent office of this legislature that the government has access to. And they did not consult with regards to the information around the privacy of health. We have seen multiple news stories over the course of years where we've seen breaches of privacy with regards to Albertans' health information. And we've seen the repercussions that have come from that. So here we are saying, well, if you breach Albertans' health information here in the province, you will face some very stiff penalties. And we will not relent on this. Yet, the language, because the member from Cardston-Siksika wants to talk about the bill, the language contained in this bill, which, I have to admit, seems rather rushed considering the form that it was presented to us in, says that if information goes out of the jurisdiction of Albertans, the government has not been able to demonstrate that that information will be safe. They have not been able to demonstrate who and who will not have access to that information. They have not been able to demonstrate how that information will be stored and who will have access to that information, should it be stored anywhere outside of the province of Alberta. And so when I hear comments like, this bill is in the best interest of Albertans, they need this bill, are we seriously saying that we are telling Albertans, you need your information to to be at risk should it go outside of the jurisdiction of Alberta. And the Information and Privacy Commissioner has been very clear, unless, of course, perhaps maybe members of the UCP want to start accusing her of being an NDP hack. We needed to take that very, very seriously. And that's what the official opposition did. And so we hear complaints about how we were stalling it because of these implications to Albertans are trying to get the government to reverse their direction on Bill 46. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I had quite the conversation in my house with my spouse, who used to be in charge of records management for one of the departments, was absolutely flabbergasted at the implications of what this bill meant for the health information of Albertans. By allowing Bill 46 to proceed, you are deliberately putting Albertans' information at risk. I don't think Albertans need that. I don't think that is in the best interest of Albertans for that. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can imagine, I am adamantly against Bill 46 on that. And I would suggest that members of this House vote this down and do not put at risk Albertans' health information. If you're going to be true to repercussions for that happening here in Alberta, and you can't guarantee it happening outside of the jurisdiction, due diligence says you can't let this bill proceed. And so with the short timeline that's left, I will leave my comments there, and hopefully we will see members opposite do the right thing.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment. Seeing none, are there others? The Honourable Member for Calgary McCall has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to this bill, and I do have an amendment to move as well at this time.
To wait just one brief moment. Once it's, I have the original copy and the table has, I'll ask you to proceed. Thanks, bud. No, I want the, and then give it to the rest of you then. Honourable members, this will be referred to as HA1. The member for Calgary McCall. Honourable members, if you would like a copy of the amendment, please raise your hand and the pages will be happy to deliver one to you. Otherwise, they'll be on the tablings table. The member.
I will read that into the record, Mr. Speaker. Member for Calgary McCall to move that the motion for third reading of Bill 46, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, number 2, be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 46, Health Statute Amendment Act 2020, number 2, be not now read a third time, but that it be read a third time this day, 6 months hence. Mr. Speaker, I will try to outline very succinct reasons for government, House Leader and government members' consideration that this is an important piece of legislation that has bearing on Albertans' healthcare records and their privacy. Alberta's Information and Privacy Commissioner has very clearly outlined that she has not been consulted on it, and she had serious concerns about this piece of legislation. And those are the concerns at least all Albertans have a vested interest in, that government should address those concerns. So this amendment, if government House Leader and government MLAs choose to support this, will give government an opportunity to address these concerns that are raised by the Privacy Commissioner. And now government House Leader, I just heard that he says he might, and that makes me really happy as well. So I will outline some of the concerns that Commissioner outlined. The first thing is that this bill changes Alberta Health as the manager of these electronic records, Netcare, and make minister in charge of those records. And we all know that that's a concern. That's a huge concern. Now that minister will determine the administrative, technical, and physical safeguards of our information. I think we all should be very scared and concerned about that. The second thing is that it allows access to electronic health information outside the province. And concern there is that Privacy Commissioner, will have no jurisdiction if that information moves unchecked outside the jurisdiction of Alberta. That was the concern raised by the Commissioner. There is a number of concerns that Commissioner raised and provided a really good, detailed explanation of those as well. And also, this bill removes requirement for privacy impact assessments when information is shared between AHS, Alberta Health, and Alberta Health Quality Council. These are some of the concerns that Alberta's Information and Privacy Commissioner raised. These are important concerns. These changes impact Albertans in every riding, constituents in every riding. I think it would be wise that we take a break, keep this bill on hold, address these changes, and bring this bill in 6 months and talk about that at that time. So with that, I urge each and every one of you that it's another opportunity for all members of this House, notwithstanding how you voted on time allocations and previous motions, that you can do the right thing, vote in favor of this, and create that opportunity for this bill to be fixed. With that, I urge, again, each and every one to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to speak to HA1? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Yeah, just briefly on the amendment brought forward by my colleague, the Honourable Member from Calgary-McCall. I think we have been raising the concerns of the Information and Privacy Commissioner over and over and over again, and it's challenging because what we are relating doesn't seem to be sinking in at all. And I know that the Minister of Health said, we're going to fix all the things that are identified by the Commissioner during regulation. But I think it's a useful amendment because it says, we want to believe you, Minister of Health, but why don't you take a break, fix the things now, and then come back to this House and we'll look at passing third reading. But the Minister is saying, trust me, I'll do it. We'll do it in regulation. I've got officials who will make it happen, and you can take my word to the bank in a way. But over and over again, that individual has shown by his actions that we and the citizens of Alberta are right to put a question mark behind that "just trust me." We know that the AMA contract was ripped up by that person, and that's a long-standing agreement in place with the Alberta Medical Association ripped up. We know that the minister took pains to go to a doctor's house in the Calgary and stand on his driveway and berate him in front of his family. We know that the minister used his power and position to access private phone numbers of other doctors and berate them for their beliefs in his inability to address things properly. We know that 98% of doctors who voted, the 98% of the doctors who voted on whether they, as this minister is saying, trust me, they voted on whether they trust him or not, believe he's in the best interests of the profession. 98% didn't feel that was true. So this amendment really gives an opportunity for the minister to put paid to what he's saying. And what he's saying is, I'm going to fix all the things identified, and I just want to quote the commissioner. While many jurisdictions around the world are introducing newer enhanced privacy laws to build public trust and ensure accountability mechanisms are in place to protect personal or health information, many of the proposed amendments to HIA are heading in the other direction. Alberta has been considered a leader in health information privacy law, and we should aspire to remain that way in the years to come. So I don't know how much clearer it can be said that the minister is offside, but we know from experience, Mr. Speaker, that this government cares little about the views of the independent officers of this legislature. With respect to the former elections commissioner, fired. With respect to the chief electoral officer, who believes that there needs to be money in place to address the needs of municipalities in the upcoming referenda and Senate elections, no money put there. With regard to this officer, we know that they're not being listened to. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there's good reason why my colleague from Edmonton, McCall, put this amendment for delaying third reading, because, frankly, we need to see this minister produce before we give him carte blanche to go on and do this in regulation. Who knows? Who knows if it's going to be done? So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address this amendment.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or a comment. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to Amendment HA1? The Honourable, the member for Edmonton Riverview.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I guess just because I know the time is quite limited, because the government has limited our debate on this very important bill, I am going to speak sort of about two main pieces of it. And one is about the concerns that we have talked about already, and my honourable colleagues on this side of the House have talked about just the concerns of the Alberta Privacy Commissioner. And the second is about, specific to the Alberta College of Social Workers, the separation of the regulatory body and the association. And I am a registered social worker in this province, so it impacts me directly, and I have some deep concerns about it. I feel it's sort of the decimation of my professional body as I've known it, and I'm concerned about that. So certainly this government has been so cavalier about, sort of, I don't know, maybe I'll even use the word sacred institutions of this, legislature, that we have independent officers of this legislature that are meant to, give us oversight, help us make sure that we're going in the right direction. Certainly your office, Mr. Speaker, is another area that we hold great reverence for. And for institutions to work, these aspects of it must be respected. But so sadly, this government is so cavalier about all of this. And I'm just going to use the words of the Privacy Commissioner and what she said about Bill 46. She says she's extremely disappointed. Her office was not consulted before the government introduced this omnibus bill. And it's sort of was shocking to her that she would not even be included. And I guess this is just another good indication of this government's really lack of interest in consulting, even with these the very institutions that make up government. And she goes on to say, it goes without saying, as the person responsible for the oversight of Alberta's privacy rights, that I would have expected the opportunity to review and comment on these changes prior to the bill being introduced in the legislature. Like saying the obvious, obviously. And this government needs to hear that because they don't seem to respect these independent officers, and that's very disturbing. A spokesman for her office said, significant amendments made to privacy laws in Alberta, across Canada, and quite frankly around the globe typically involve extensive stakeholder or public consultation before a bill is brought forward. We are struggling to think of a situation in the past 25 years when the Commissioner has not been consulted on substantive amendments made to one of the acts our office oversees. Well, that's a slam dunk. That just shows how uncaring this government is about the very institutions of government in Alberta. And if it was this one area, which I think is abhorrent enough, but it's in so many areas. First thing they did when they came in was they, totally decimated the Office of the Seniors Advocate. They said they were rolling it in to the health advocate. But of course, we know only 1/3 of complaints that seniors have, or people who are advocating for seniors, are health related. So 2/3 of the work of that office were no longer, seniors don't have a place to go. And then, guess who they appoint to be the health advocate? It's someone who was the CEO of the UCP. So it's not someone with, extensive background in healthcare, someone who understands seniors. Dr. Shri Kwansi, who was appointed as the seniors advocate, she's a, PhD from the University of Alberta, professor specializing in gerontological studies. I mean, it's just, it's so disturbing. Again, another, example of this government's lack of respect, really. And then another thing that happened just recently, I'm a member of the private members bill committee, and a bill was brought forward, Bill 206, property rights. And the MLA who brought it forward was the member from Cypress Medicine Hat. And, we all know he's a large property owner. He has property all over Alberta, some in BC, some in Saskatchewan. Of course, we're talking mostly about Alberta because this is an Alberta private members bill. So he brought forward this bill, and I just asked him.
Point of order has been called. The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the 23F, debates a previous vote of the Assembly unless it's the member's intention to move it, that it be rescinded. She just started going into a diatribe about a previous bill that was passed in the House. And you know what, she didn't seem to be getting on to relating it to anything relevant to this bill, so I would just ask politely, Mr. Speaker, that you direct the honourable member the reminder which bill is actually before the House, and to because of course they have gone to great pains over there to talk about how much time they don't have to debate this bill, and yet they've wandered off into debating other ones, Mr. Speaker. It seems a little insincere. So I'm just trying to help I'm trying to help my colleagues out on the other side of the aisle to do what they complained about not being able to do, is talk about this bill. And when the honourable member just was heading off and talking about a bill that's come and gone, and perhaps since time's so short, and they might actually talk about what they say time is so short about.
I appreciate the intervention from the Deputy Government House Leader. In the name of saving time, I don't think that I will even call upon a submission from the opposition, as this is clearly not a point of order. The honourable member has a wide swath of opportunity to speak to third reading, and given that the opposition only has an hour or so to speak to this, I think that we can provide some latitude to them to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying, I guess what I'm trying to demonstrate is a pattern of behavior. And it's not just in one situation where this bill, the independent officer that's responsible for, making sure that Albertans' privacy is respected, that proper processes are in place, she is not even included in consultation regarding, Bill 46. And I just am very clearly identifying so many other examples of exactly that really arrogance of this government, that they don't even include officers of this, independent officers of this legislature, and don't think that it's important to really do their due diligence. And the example I was giving with the member from Cypress Medicine Hat was that he brought forward a bill and he didn't even bother to ask the ethics commissioner whether, is this a conflict for me? It's all about property rights. I'm a big landowner. I own lots of property across this province. And so I asked him that, and he said he had not, and he subsequently did, so good on him. And he didn't find that he may be in conflict, and she suggested he not put forward that bill, and so his name was taken away from it, because he didn't do a simple act that is what that ethics commissioner is, what she's about, is to make sure that we don't get ourselves into situations where there is a conflict. I myself consulted with her not long ago on this very bill, on Bill 46, because I'm a registered social worker in this province. This bill talks about social workers, and so I contacted her and I asked her, I'd like to speak about this. Am I in conflict? And she asked me questions, and we had some back and forth, and at the end of it she says, no, you have the right to speak to this. This is a broad-based bill. It's not specifically, you're not going to be benefiting or inhibited at all by it. And so I did my due diligence, and I just would really ask this government to respect this chamber enough, respect the processes of government enough to also do that. And so, I could go on with many other examples, but I won't. I think the point has been made that in this particular case, it is extremely egregious that this government has not included the Privacy Commissioner in their preparations for this. And so I think this amendment is going to help very much to give the government time to indeed do that, so she can make sure that everything is being done in the appropriate way. So I would certainly recommend to all my colleagues in this legislature that they vote in favor of this. I think this would save some face for them, considering the foolhardy way they've brought this forward without doing their due diligence. And with that, I will take my seat.
Honourable members, 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment. Are there others wishing to speak to the amendment? The Honourable Minister of Transportation on HA1.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to attempt to, just for something completely different, talk about Bill 46. Mr. Speaker, I think the opposition is not wrong to remind government that the Privacy Commissioner asked the government to make improvements to the bill, and we've heard from the Honourable Government Health Minister that they are committed to working with the Privacy Commissioner and sorting out the concerns that the Privacy Commissioner has, and I think that's the right way to go. Independent officers of the legislature must be respected. They're there for a purpose, Mr. Speaker. They're there to basically, I guess, keep an eye on the rest of us on all sides of the House, and to make sure that in each of their own areas of responsibility, to make sure that the House and those of us that operate within the House operate in a way that's in the public's best interest. So I think we all should respect that. But some of the other piece of the letter that the Privacy Commissioner wrote is, Mr. Speaker, it says that one of the HIA's key purposes is to, quote, enable health information to be shared and accessed where appropriate, to provide health services and to manage health system. And balance is struck in additional purposes to prescribe rules for the collection, use, and disclosure of health information, and to establish strong and effective remedies for contraventions. It also says that the Netcare enables the sharing of health information and is defined in the HIA as allows the EHR, means the Integrated Electronic Health Information System established to provide shared access by authorized custodians to prescribed health information in a secure environment, as may be further defined or described in the regulations. So, Mr. Speaker, what the bill is about is providing better health care information at the point in Albertans' lives when it might mean the very most. Heaven forbid, Mr. Speaker, that but it happens, that any Albertan, could be somebody in this legislature, could be another Albertan. I don't wish it on anybody. Don't wish it on anybody. But, Mr. Speaker, there could come a time when an Albertan gets injured. Could be through some activity they're doing, some sport, motor vehicle collision. There's a whole a range of issues. Or, Mr. Speaker, it could be fairly common that somebody has a heart attack, they have, a diabetes issue. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I think we all know enough people in our lives that have health issues that we know that there are times when minutes count, Mr. Speaker. And that's really what this bill is about, is making Netcare possible, so that wherever it happens to be, Mr. Speaker, whether it's out in the highway after a motor vehicle collision, or out in the highway with a heart attack or some other medical condition, or whether after the ambulance gets to one's home because for whatever call, whether an injury, someone's cut themselves, whatever the medical incident is, that what this bill is about is enabling. It's enabling a more timely provision of professional health services to Albertans at the time of greatest need. And that is intended to happen by making it possible that the healthcare provider, first on the scene, is able to more instantly access the information of the person. And there's a whole number of things that matter, Mr. Speaker. For some of us, there may be nothing, but for other people, it's important in many cases for the healthcare provider, for example, to know what medication the person's on. There's certain conditions have people on blood thinners. People need to know that so that they, maybe take a higher priority in stopping somebody's bleeding. There may be the healthcare professional may be aware of contraindicators on that medicine, so that in some cases, depending on what care somebody needs at the time of the help that they need the most, that the healthcare provider can actually provide the medication that a person needs, and B, and probably just as important, in this case, the case of Netcare, maybe more important, not provide the medication that is counter to the other medication they're already taking that might have an unexpected negative adverse effect. That's what we're talking about here. The opposition is hung up on an issue that the health minister said he's going to solve. But what they're ignoring in the whole debate is the actual benefit to Albertans by having their health care information more readily available at the time of need. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, we all live different lives, we all do different things, different activities, but the fact is, we all hope on all sides of the House that when ourselves or somebody that we love needs that care, that when the health care provider shows up, that they have the best and most current information available for us or our loved one, and that's what this bill is about, is making that possible, activating that, Mr. Speaker. And I just thought before this debate ends, we should actually have somebody stand here and talk about why Bill 46 is before the House. Talk about the benefits for Albertans. Talk about how it might benefit that care, if it's done right, may well save lives, may well keep Albertans safe, may well save those valuable seconds and minutes, the difference between life and death, or the difference between how much negative impact there is from something that happens to people. That's what this bill is about. That's why our government's supporting it, Mr. Speaker. That's why some of the members on this side say some Albertans will need this bill. We don't know who they're going to be, and we don't know when it's going to be. But we do know that if that happens, won't we be glad that our loved one has that information?
Hesitate to interrupt, but pursuant to Government Motion 56, I am required to put all the questions necessary to dispose of third reading. So, honourable members, on Amendment HA1 as proposed by the honourable member for Calgary-McCall, all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That motion is defeated. And division has been called. Calling the members. Proposed by the honourable member for Calgary-McCall. All those in favour, please rise. Order! A division is being called.
Mr. Sabir, Member Irwin, Ms. Goring, Mr. Nielsen, Member Carson,
Order!
Ms. Sigurdsson.
Honorable members, it is important that the chair and the table officers can hear the division as it's called. I think it's reasonable to expect a level of respect for them that is appropriate of the chamber. All those opposed to the amendment?
Honorable Mrs. Allard, Mr. Newdorf, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mr. Taves, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Minister LaGrange, Honorable Mr. Glubish, Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Honorable Mr. Panda, Mr. Scow, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Honorable Mr. Copping, Honorable Mr. Hunter, Honorable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Rutherford, Ms. Goodridge, Mr. Turton, Honorable Mrs. Ahir, Ms. Isaac, Honorable Mr. Schweitzer, Honorable Mr. Luan, Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Honorable Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, for the amendment, 6, against 23.
Honorable members, that amendment is defeated. Now, on third reading of Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, number 2, as moved by the Honorable the Minister of Health. All those in favor of third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honorable members, a division has been called on third reading of Bill 46, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, number 2. All those in favor of third reading, please rise.
Honorable Mrs. Allard, Mr. Newdorf, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mr. Taves, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Minister LaGrange, Honorable Mr. Glubish, Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Honorable Mr. Panda, Mr. Scow, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Honorable Mr. Copping, Honorable Mr. Hunter, Honorable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Rutherford, Ms. Goodridge, Mr. Turton, Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mrs. Ahir, Ms. Isaac, Honorable Mr. Schweitzer, Honorable Mr. Luan, Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Honorable Mr. Nally, Honorable Mr. Wilson.
All those opposed to third reading, please rise.
Mr. Sabir, Member Irwin, Ms. Goring, Mr. Nielsen, Member Carson, Ms. Sigurdsson.
Mr. Speaker, for the motion 25, against 6.
Honorable members, that motion is carried and so ordered.
Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, number 2, is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2, adjourned debate. Honorable Mr. Hunter.
The Honorable Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction has 12 minutes remaining, should you choose to wish it. Seeing none, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to add final thoughts to yet another bill this evening that's had time allocation placed on it. A piece of omnibus legislation that the Associate Minister of Red Tape claims to be adamantly against seeing presented within the House. Now, I do understand that the Associate Minister during the course of the debate tried to maybe rethink what people would call an omnibus piece of legislation. As we've seen, it's approximately 12 to 14 changes across 8 different ministries, and even tried to maybe redefine a little bit what an omnibus piece of legislation is. That still doesn't change the definition of it, for which Bill 48 is. And so, again, I can't help but ask, why is it that it's okay to present a second piece of omnibus legislation from his ministry when he's so adamantly against them? But nevertheless, it is before us. I couldn't help but write down quickly some of the opening comments for third reading here of Bill 48 from the Associate Minister, talking about how his mandate is to assist in creating the freest, fastest economy in North America. And so when I look at what's contained within Bill 48, we are, of course, removing the legislation around the Alberta Centennial Medal Act. And so I can't help but wonder, how does that make Alberta the freest, fastest economy in North America? What conditions will change to allow that to happen? I see things like changes to the Post-Secondary Learning Act around how cadavers are brought to post-secondary institutions. And I must ask, how does that assist in Alberta becoming the freest, fastest moving economy in North America? Just those 2 pieces of legislation alone. I would have loved to have seen some data around how many jobs are projected to be created out of things like that. And so, for the most part, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a bunch of little odds and ends that government ministries have thrown together to try to help the Associate Minister justify the $13 million it's costing Alberta taxpayers to run this ministry. And I suppose when you're looking to try to justify that, you will take help from absolutely any direction you can get. And so it kind of makes me wonder then, why at that kind of a cost are we spending our time giving plaques to our colleagues for apparently red tape reduction? Why are we spending time posting stories about how we've cut red tape and saved Albertans $5 for paperwork that they still have to fill out when going to look for Christmas trees over on Crown land? All I would say is you've saved Albertans $5. You haven't actually cut any red tape, so you've not assisted in creating the freest, fastest economy in Alberta. I'm not saying you didn't do a good turn to Albertans. I'm sure they'll be grateful to save the $5, but you can't call that red tape reduction. And so, you know, we've heard comments about how sad it is when we criticize the legislation that is being brought forward. The whole point of the ministry was to get out of government, out of the way of job creators, and help create jobs. That was apparently the mandate. But we're giving plaques away, we're calling reducing the fee to fill out the paperwork red tape reduction. And so I don't think that's being entirely accurate for Albertans, and I really wish that they would simply just call it like it is. I mean, if you want to save Albertans $5, like I said, it's not a bad thing, but just call it that you're saving them $5. You're not cutting red tape. Now, we do have two pieces contained within Bill 48 that are at odds with each other. As we all know, governments usually, when they bring in omnibus legislation, will pack it around with a bunch of almost meaningless stuff, and then you'll put something really, really good within the bill that I'm sure folks couldn't really disagree with, but then you'll also put something really, really bad in there. And then that gives you the ability to point the finger and say, oh, look at you, you're opposing this. Well, the problem is we have two pieces of legislation around the Child, Youth and Family Enhancement Act and the changes contained within the MGA. I would absolutely agree that these are important pieces to be talking about. So important, in fact, I wonder why they ended up under the Ministry of Red Tape's purview. Because other than saying, well, we're reducing red tape, any kind of administrative burden that requires after that goes back to those respective ministries. Won't even be handled by the Red Tape Reduction Ministry. So people will be thinking that, oh, I need to call the Red Tape Reduction Ministry on this, and they're just going to get redirected to another department. So these pieces should have remained within the ministries themselves, especially considering the changes with regards to the MGA. These are quite significant, and I think goes to a little bit of a pattern that we've seen with the government around stepping on the toes of municipal governments across the province, downloading responsibilities on them that should be maintained at the province, or just simply trying to interfere with their ability to make decisions, which is what this potentially does. And so, while we're in the midst of a pandemic, we're busy, I guess, trying to go around municipal leaders. And what this piece does is it allows developers, should they not get the answers that they really want from the municipal government, they now get to go around to the province and say, hey, I didn't get the answer I wanted. Can you change that for me, please? And of course, provincial government now gets to override. So when I think, as I've mentioned throughout debate, in my area where I live, there's potentially some reserve land that could be used for different projects, like, for instance, maybe a housing project. I know the City of Edmonton is very, very focused and very, very committed to reducing and eliminating homelessness within the city of Edmonton, and I'm sure that other municipalities across the province are just as dedicated in that pursuit. And so if they are looking at a certain area with which to build a project, now we have developers that could be interfering with that. And so I think this piece of legislation does a disservice to that. But again, kind of goes to the pattern that we've seen thus far by the government wanting to just get their fingers in all kinds of pies that I don't think they should be in. And, which is kind of funny because they always seem to point fingers at the federal government for interfering in things, yet they turn around and do the exact same thing. So is it true then that you actually disagree with that, or don't you? Sort of like we coming back to the whole thing of the omnibus legislation to begin with. Do you actually agree that omnibus legislation is bad? Then why have you brought forward the second one? So the changes, of course, within the Child Youth Family Enhancement Act, it's unfortunate that we didn't see any of the recommendations included within the child panel. And so I think that was an opportunity that perhaps we could have taken with which to enhance that a little bit. But for the most part, we're not really seeing anything that would make significant changes within that. I think the ministry still has the ability to make all the changes that are necessary within regulations to the benefit of Albertans. But again, it's an opportunity for them to put something in that's good and try to get it to butt up against with something bad. Because of the implications around the changes to the MGA, I'm unable to support Bill 48 going forward. I don't think this does a good turn towards municipalities, and I would certainly urge all members of this House to vote against Bill 48 here in third reading.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to join in the debate this evening? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise again this evening to speak to Bill 48, and I share many of the same concerns as my honourable colleague from Edmonton Decor has so eloquently put. And, overall, the main concern, once again, is that we are seeing this government use a pandemic to push through omnibus pieces of legislation that, in most instances, are doing nothing to support Albertans, whether they are concerned with their health and the well-being of themselves and their family, whether they're concerned about, the prospects of finding a job in the current economy. And unfortunately, we see neither of those things supported through Bill 48. We've seen this minister stand up in the past, and thankfully I think that the original press conference on this went a little better than the previous omnibus piece of legislation that member brought forward, because this time he was able to at least answer some of the questions that reporters had, which was not the case by any means in the first instance. And it really begs the question that we continue to raise is this a ministry that's actually needed for anything, or is the person just there to I don't exactly know. Find more ways to cost the government more money is really often what it seems like. And so, we have frustrations, as the previous member spoke about, that this minister specifically is going around to different ministers and handing out plaques or awards, once again, in the middle of a pandemic, completely tone deaf to the situation that Albertans are facing, saying, wow, great job, minister, pat on the back to his own colleague. It's incredibly frustrating that we're seeing this, and I believe that each ministry is able to handle reducing red tape on their own, and I would say that they are the best people to do that within their own ministry. And that, once again, this ministry was created simply, to cost the government more money, but, it's just unbelievable, once again, that this minister feels that handing out plaques and awards in the middle of a pandemic is a good use of his or the entire ministry's time. It's absolutely unbelievable. And when we look at what is some of the large changes that we're seeing within this legislation, primarily around the changes to the MGA and the ability of municipalities to have an additional 5% of reserve land if so needed. And this government has spoke to this piece and said, well, it's never been used before, or it's rarely been ever used. And so once again, we have a government going through pieces of legislation and finding problems that aren't actually problems in the first place, just looking for things to get rid of so that they can justify this expense that they've created within this new ministry. And it's truly unbelievable. I mean, we think about the important work that municipalities do. It's been talked about whether they are looking for reserve land for new public facilities, whether it be fire halls or whether it be a new park or whatever it might be, Mr. Speaker. These are important conversations, and what this minister is once again doing is undermining the ability of municipalities to negotiate or facilitate relationships with developers in this instance. And so it's absolutely unbelievable that with all the different changes in here, we see this government making changes to the MGA with very little consultation to stakeholders, specifically our larger municipalities in the province who are focused mainly and primarily right now on the issues of the COVID pandemic and issues of homelessness and trying to build affordable housing for Albertans, when really what we see here is this government doing the exact opposite and undermining municipalities' ability to make these changes. And we see further in this legislation changes to approval processes for developers and telling municipalities, as listed by media on this legislation, telling municipalities over 15,000 in population that they will be beholden to new rules based on development timelines that this UCP government has made up. And I know that across the province, municipalities and counties have different processes for approving and ensuring that there's ample time to evaluate projects that are going forward. But once again, we have this UCP government saying that they know better than our municipalities across the province. And really, we've seen this before on many pieces of legislation, but it's extremely frustrating because we know that municipalities, by and large, do an amazing job of, one, using taxpayer dollars efficiently and for what it should be used for, and ensuring that they are doing the best they can to support the constituents that they have and that they've been elected by. And so we have this UCP government undermining Alberta's municipalities in the middle and in the midst of a pandemic. And we know that this UCP government is no friend to many municipalities across the province, whether it be the changes to policing and this government taking more of the funding that municipalities traditionally get from things like ticketing for traffic violations, and the changes that they were proposing around the tax revenue that they get from energy projects around municipalities, and the list really goes on and on. But this government seems to be very set on creating more burdens for municipalities and creating more red tape for them and costing them more money and downloading more burdens onto these municipalities, and wiping their hands clean and saying that we did a great job. We got rid of this regulation that's not actually going to help anyone, but at least we can say we did it. At least we were able to say we got rid of 1/3 of the red tape, as this government likes to go on and on about. But unfortunately, in many cases, we see that the red tape that they're cutting were potentially regulations that were put in there for good reason. As I imagine, the 5% reserve piece that was stipulated in the MGA, I imagine there was an important and a conversation that happened to have that requirement in there in the first place. But unfortunately, we have not seen an ample amount of consultation on that piece specifically to even be able to accept that that is the right decision for Albertans and for municipalities across the province. And we see further changes to this government creating the new Land and Property Tribunal Act, which is combining 4 boards: the Municipal Government Board, the new Homebuyer Protection Board, the Land Compensation Board, and the Surface Rights Board. And while I know that boards and our tribunals across the province traditionally do incredible work, I also have concerns about the tradition that this UCP has created of putting their own people onto positions where they get to make decisions on behalf of Albertans. And we saw it as the member from Edmonton Riverview spoke about, the seniors advocate, I believe, that this UCP government took somebody that was within their own party and put them in such an important role, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think I need to explain to you why there at least might be a perceived conflict of interest in the fact that this government is appointing people that are their own party members and are at the top of their party in this instance to be the voice for Albertans who are potentially being affected negatively by the decisions of this UCP government. And so that continues to be a concern as we talk about amalgamating 4 boards into one. We have very little reassurances that this is actually a decision that is in the best interest of all Albertans, whether they're buying new homes, whether they're trying to get fair compensation for their land, or have concerns about surface rights. It's absolutely frustrating, once again, Mr. Speaker, that this government is now limiting debate on such an important omnibus piece of legislation with absolutely very little time to consult on the massive amount of changes, whether they're minor or major, through Bill 48. And so the point here is that this government continues to limit the ability of Albertans to, first of all, be consulted before the legislation comes forward, and once the legislation actually makes it to the legislature, has very little time, as the member from Cardston-Siksika mentions, that, you know, just because a group of people, say on social media, in this instance Twitter, the member goes on about how that group of people is a cesspool. Now we're in a position, Mr. Speaker, where we're saying because people disagree with us, that a majority of people disagree with us on whatever platform it might be, that you're just writing them off completely. And this is coming from a party, of course, that is sending out emails out of their constituency saying the worst of the pandemic is behind us. Yet they are trying to make decisions on what method or medium is the best way to consult with our constituents. It's absolutely unbelievable, Mr. Speaker, but I know that my other colleagues want to speak to Bill 48 and the major changes that we're seeing in it. So I appreciate that I've had the opportunity, very short opportunity, because of the decision of this government to invoke closure on these important pieces of legislation, but I appreciate the time nonetheless. So thank you.
Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise to speak to Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020. I agree with my colleagues' overview of this omnibus legislation. We have legislation here that we're time allocated to speak to that is an omnibus. There's so many acts that are being impacted by this, and they're calling it red tape reduction. However, I don't see that the majority of the changes that they're making are actually a reduction of red tape. There's things in here that absolutely make sense, some general housekeeping, which I think could have been done by any one of the ministers that are responsible for these pieces of legislation and these acts. However, in an attempt to justify this associate minister's job, here we are with a giant piece of legislation that impacts many, many different acts. Just to fully understand all of the acts that are being implemented here, I'm going to read them out, the ones that are being impacted by this piece of legislation that we now only have an hour to debate. Alberta Centennial Medal Act, Animal Health Act, Child, Youth and Family Enhancement Act, Fatality Inquiries Act, Historical Resources Act, Land and Property Rights Tribunal Act, Land Titles Act, Maintenance Enforcement Act, Modernized Municipal Government Act, Municipal Government Act, New Home Buyer Protection Act, Post-Secondary Learning Act, Professional and Occupational Associations Registrations Act, and the Will and Succession Act. It's confusing to me why we need a minister, associate minister, sorry, that is responsible for red tape reduction when any of this is really the responsibility for each minister in their own ministry to go through and tidy up, if you will, their ministry. If it really was an intention to reduce red tape, I question why one of the pieces that this omnibus legislation is removing is no longer having the Alberta Centennial Medal Award. So when we look at red tape reduction, to me, that means changing some paperwork, looking at taking out some wording, some redundancies, if you will, within different pieces of legislation, which makes sense. Each minister, like I said, could be responsible for doing that. However, this piece of legislation has some really concerning things slipped in, and one of them, like I said, would be no longer having the Alberta Centennial Medal Award. So this is an award. I would like to explain what it is. The Government of Alberta website says the Alberta Centennial Award honors students who have contributed to their communities through outstanding characteristics, citizenship, social responsibility, leadership, and community service. Each year, 25 young Albertans receive a $2,005 scholarship. So to me, what this is doing isn't reducing red tape. It's taking money out of pockets of students. It's a scholarship that is given to students who have to be, it says, to be considered for the Alberta Centennial Award, you must also be enrolled full-time in a post-secondary program for the fall or winter term. So these are young people in our province that are going above and beyond, are being recognized for their contributions to Alberta. They're being given a scholarship, and now that's gone. So I'm curious if the government, when they were doing their red tape reduction, talked to any of those previous recipients about what that scholarship meant to them, what that recognition meant to them, and now why it's being taken away is concerning to me. I don't believe that any consultation would have been done in this regard and why they would remove it. What they did keep in this legislation is the minister's ability to revoke the award from people who have already won it. Yeah. So they're taking away the award, but they're still giving the ability that if you had won it, that we could take it back. This doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Speaker. When I think about some of the awards that some of Albertans' youth have received, the one that is most recent in my mind is a young man by the name of Jesse Gerwaga. I had him come to the legislature this summer. He was a young man who was honored in the arts and education area. He won the Queen's Golden Jubilee Award. It was during COVID, and so the awards were done via being virtual. So he had submitted his acceptance speech. Unfortunately, someone from the Ministry of Culture reached out to him and said, you know, I'm not trying to tell you what to say, but I have some concerns with your speech. So we're going to need you to rewrite it and resubmit it. So this was quite concerning. This is a young person who was receiving an award for his incredible work that he's done within the arts community, and he was told that his speech wasn't appropriate. He indicated that he thought about it and felt that he didn't want to be censored, and so did not change his acceptance speech. So during the airing of this award ceremony, all of the members' videos were played for their acceptance. When it came time for Jesse's speech, which he was so proud, which he had so many of his friends, his peers, his family tuning in to watch, it was cut off. His speech was not shown. The ministry censored this young man from saying his speech. Why? Because he questioned the words that they were saying, talking about supporting young people, talking about supporting the arts community, talking about supporting education, yet cutting so many of these important programs that actually do support young people, that do support the arts, that do support education. So when I look at how this government has treated young people and the awards that they receive, It's quite upsetting to know that this summer they were censoring those that dared to speak truth to their experience, that dared to speak about the cuts and challenge this government on what their words say as opposed to what their actions say. And now they're taking away an award that acknowledges incredible youth in our province and gives them scholarships. To me, Mr. Speaker, that is more than a red tape reduction. That is something that this government has shown over and over and over to do, is to take our young people and disregard them. We have so many stories that have been shared in this legislature about the concerns that our young people have. One of the things that I keep hearing from our young people is that they're going to vote. They're paying attention. They're talking to their friends. They're talking to their parents. They're following what this government is doing. And to call this red tape reduction and to put it in this omnibus piece of legislation is so frustrating, that there's so much that's hidden in this legislation that I think if they took the time and didn't squash our ability to fulsomely debate this topic, debate this bill, people would be outraged when they saw what this government is calling red tape reduction. I don't believe that removing an award and a scholarship that acknowledges the incredible contributions that our young people are making to our province is simply red tape reduction. This is cutting the ability for students to be able to shine. This is something that perhaps could put them ahead when they're looking at their university applications. This is something that they can put on their applications and resumes going forward. This is something that is taken quite seriously, and it's an incredible honor for those young people that are not only receiving the financial support, but are also receiving this recognition. And the fact that it's being removed and called red tape is very, very concerning to me. I would love to hear from the Associate Minister, from the Minister of Education, from the Minister of Post-Secondary about how this was determined, how these ministers came together and said, yes, please take away these 25 scholarships and awards from Alberta's incredible youth and call it red tape. This is just something that is just red tape. It's bothersome in our ministry. You take the heat for it. We'll put it under red tape reduction. That way the Minister of Education doesn't have to answer to it. The Minister of Post-Secondary doesn't have to answer to it. We'll put it on the Associate Minister, call it red tape, bury it in this omnibus piece of legislation, and hope that nobody notices. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that young people are paying attention. They're seeing the actions of this government and what they're doing to come after those important young people that are such great minds in our province. They're paying attention, and they're voters. They're talking to their friends, they're talking to their peers, and I hope that those that are previous recipients speak up about this, speak about what that money, that scholarship did to impact them, what having this on their application for university or college or that job meant. I know when I was in high school, I received an award and a scholarship for citizenship, and that was something that helped me immensely. When I put in my application for social work, that was something that I really focused on because it was an award that I received from my peers and from my faculty in high school that acknowledged that I had something that stood out. And so to be able to bring that forward on my application for Grant MacEwan, I think it gave me a bit of an advantage. There was such a small group of students that were selected. The fact that I was selected to be part of the program, I truly believe being able to identify that award helped. And so that money that I received from it absolutely helped. I was able to put some money aside for my son at that time. And so knowing that there's so many things that young people have barriers, giving them that extra boost is something that I see as definitely more than red tape. I'm just very disappointed that on top of the municipality decisions that they're making to take away the control for the additional 5% of reserve land. So what does that mean? That's the land that they use for schools, fire halls, playgrounds. They're seeing that as red tape, taking away responsibility from municipalities. They're just putting it under the banner of red tape reduction so that they can parade around saying that they're doing things that they promised to do in their election campaign. Unfortunately, Albertans don't believe it. This is something that I think anybody in this chamber, if they're being honest with themselves, can really say that this is not red tape reduction. This is a way to sneak in pieces of legislation to get rid of some really important programs that are around, awards that are around, and responsibilities that really should be left up to municipalities. So, Mr. Speaker, I think when it comes to this Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act, I would really, really hope that the majority are really paying attention to what this omnibus legislation is actually saying. And it's not something as simple as reducing red tape. There's so much more in this legislation. And I really hope that my colleagues do not support this bill moving forward. And with that, I will wrap up my remarks. Thank you.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to also speak to Bill 48, and I do have a copy of the bill before me here, and as everyone can see, if they've looked at the bill, it's a book, really. It's quite a volume, 143 pages of legislation. And this legislation covers, how many is it now? 12 pieces of legislation across 8 government ministries. So again, it is, as my colleagues have already said, an omnibus bill. And this seems to be a habit of this UCP government, is that they want to sort of ram through as much as they can, and they have sort of a soup to nuts collection of legislation in here. And really, it's kind of, certainly when we were government, if we dared to bring forward this type of legislation, there would be ridicule, and they'd say they need more time to review it. But with us, it's like we're stalling, but no. The facts of the matter are that it's kind of ridiculous that we're being asked to review this. And this isn't just one piece of legislation that's an omnibus bill, that's a hefty tome. There's many of this session that are like that. So I just want all Albertans to know that. And then I also want them to know that they've invoked closure on this bill, and so that we have 1 hour to go through, all these pieces of legislation and debate it now. So again, this is just another example of the government ramming through their legislation, really caring very little about the democratic process. And so to give you just a clear indication of that it is kind of soup to nuts, or even if you want to look at lifespan, it covers things about birth. If you want to think about adoption, it covers legislation that covers adoption. But it also has this Golden Girls provision, so that's people who, perhaps like me, who have gray hair and are older. And that talks about seniors living together. And I'll go into that a little bit, because that seems like legislation that's completely unnecessary. So there's no point in even putting it in this. And then, of course, there is the whole provision about the Post-Secondary Learning Act has a whole section on cadavers, because, of course, medical students, different students need cadavers so they can, dissect them, learn about the human body, lived and were leaders in our community at the turn of the century, sacred burial grounds of Indigenous people. These are all, registered historic resources, and but this is now being taken out, and actually it's kind of being downloaded onto municipal government. It's it's concerning because, of course, I think sometimes in Alberta that we have been kind of not really respecting some of our historical sites. People have often said architecturally, certainly in Edmonton, that many buildings have not been protected and now we've lost them. And we know that that takes away from the richness of our city. And so having this act is very important, and that sacred areas, historical buildings, historical areas are actually acknowledged and protected. But now it's the municipal government who is expected to manage that all. It's not the provincial government. They're sort of washing their hands of it. And this legislation, this Omnibus Bill 48, they are now moving to say that the municipal governments need to be responsible for all of that. And that puts another burden on them. And certainly there's many concerns with municipal leaders right now, because so much of really provincial government's work is being downloaded onto them without given the resources to be able to fulfill on what needs to be done. Are there resources that are going to be given to municipal government so that they can do their due diligence regarding historical sites? This bill doesn't say anything about that. It's silent on that. I think municipalities need to know that. Certainly we know that a lot of municipalities in Alberta are very unhappy with many of the decisions this government has done. Taking away some of their tax base is just one key example. So I just wonder how much has the provincial government actually consulted with the municipal government regarding this. And now the burden of being sort of the gatekeepers of all this information, how are they going to protect historic sites? What funding will they get? What's the provincial government doing? These are all questions that I have, and I certainly hope that the minister will address them and, be respectful of these historic sites, these buildings, these sacred grounds for different groups in our community. So again, that's sort of mashed into here with all the disparate, different kinds of legislation that this UCP government has put into this, as I said, large, really, book, tome of legislation. I guess a pretty significant piece of this legislation is around the Municipal Government Act. And so, if I was a municipal leader, I guess I'd be pretty concerned about some of the decisions this government has made, because it seems to not really respect that level of government. And now they're dictating, the provincial government is dictating to the municipal government in this legislation how long they need to take to do certain things in terms of, development. It gives specific things like 20 days to determine whether a development permit application is complete, 40 days to approve or deny it, and 60 days in total to approve or deny an application from the time it was received. So it's telling them how they're supposed to do their work, what seems to be, micromanagement and really perhaps overreach by this government, that they should be dictating how a municipal government sort of weighs all the factors, makes decisions about their community. It seems like it's a bridge too far, being too prescriptive of what another level of government can do. So I'm concerned about the UCP not being respectful of other levels of government, and specifically here, the municipal government. Another piece of this, the MGA, is that municipalities also lose the right to an additional 5% of reserve land. This land is used for schools, fire halls, playgrounds, that kind of thing. That's taking away some of their opportunity for, collective green space that all people can use. And that is a concern also, and another reason why I will not be supporting this bill. And then there's that piece that I spoke about early on, that Golden Girls provision that really is not necessary. Seniors can live together, adults can live together. They don't need to have special legislation to allow them to live together. So I'm not really understanding what's the purpose of this. I guess it was in the UCP platform, and so they wanted to bring it into that. I'm not sure. I guess for some reason there was a request of some kind. I know it seems to be copying something from the Ontario Conservative government, so they're just sort of following in their footsteps regarding that. But it's really legislation that's not needed at all and sort of doesn't make any sense. So I'm just confused why the government would even bother to do that. There's another section. This is like, this is like a, whirlwind tour of all these pieces of legislation. The Professional and Occupational Associations Registration Act. So this is concerning to me, and it reminds me of Bill 46 a bit, because it sort of takes away powers of professional colleges and associations. It seems to give more authority to the minister. And certainly this legislation is sort of umbrella legislation that grants title, protection, and regulation making authority to 23 self-governing professional regulatory associations, organizations, under this act. The amendments deal with registrations for associations. They seem to make the process less prescriptive, so it is a little bit more unique, which I would say is a good aspect of it. But it does seem to give the minister some authority to decide that a professional college is no longer needed. And it says if it's not serving the public interest. And it doesn't really explain what that means. And that seems to be kind of sweeping powers again. So, I mean, a professional college, it says it's a self-regulating body, that it should have some authority about that, but this seems to be, in the hands of the minister. They can cancel a professional association. That seems to be a pretty heavy-handed aspect of this legislation. And as I said, what do they mean exactly by the public interest? That seems to, I think if you looked at the policies of the UCP government, looked at the policies of the NDP government, you could see that the public interest is very different. Our values are very different. Are we about equality and fairness? Well, certainly that's what the NDP is about. But we know that the UCP are about elitism and certainly have created tremendous inequality in our province. So I question how the public interest will be defined. And I feel like this is an overreach, again, of the minister, that making decisions about, self-governing bodies. And certainly I think there needs to be so much more explicitly stated about what they mean by the public interest. I think that is a key issue. Anyway, as I said, it's soup to nuts in this bill. Everything under the sun mashed into one, large volume here. And of course, we're, almost out of time in our debate on this. And it just feels like there's just been really a travesty of the democratic process and really the disrespect of this UCP government in terms of, doing their due diligence and respecting this chamber and respecting the tenets of democracy. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment for the honourable member. The Honourable Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction on 29-2A.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to talk about a couple of points that the honourable member just brought up. She talked about how this bill really does not help equality in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, I can't think of a better way to be able to create a level playing field than to reduce red tape, to be able to get out of the way of everyday Albertans. The other day we made an announcement as a government to be able to make it so that you didn't have to put the little stickers, the date stickers on the licenses. Mr. Speaker, the NDP would say, well, that doesn't matter. That's just a little thing. But you know what? We've received lots of phone calls, lots of texts, lots of emails that have said, thanks. You know what? It was irritating that we had to do that. It was redundant. The police officers had the ability to be able to run the plates. They didn't go up and take a look to see what the little stickers were. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is just an example of how being able to reduce red tape gets out of the way of everyday Albertans. We respect the time and the money of Albertans. We respect it so much that we're willing to be able to get out of the way of that time, their time, and to be able to try to free up that time. Mr. Speaker, I can't think of a more important initiative than the work that we're doing in terms of red tape reduction. To date, Mr. Speaker, we have saved Albertans $476 million in terms of compliance cost. And Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is heckling, because the honourable member knows full well that when they had 4 years to be able to work with the people of Alberta, that they didn't find any red tape. They couldn't find any. And so they're embarrassed by it, Mr. Speaker. They're embarrassed by the fact that they could not find any red tape. All regulations were great regulations in their minds, and they didn't care about the time of Albertans. They didn't care about the fact that there's compliance cost to our job creators. And you know, I think, Mr. Speaker, that that goes to show why they weren't elected again. They were the first government in Alberta that was a one-term government. Now that stings. I can see that that stings. I know they're stinging over it still. It's a year and a half later and they're still stinging over it, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is that their record is that they had zero ability to reduce red tape. Actually, they had all the ability in the world. They just didn't do it, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they got F after F after F with our businesses in Alberta on the report card, and that's got to sting as well, Mr. Speaker. But this, Mr. Speaker, in the first year, we were able to receive a B-. A B-, Mr. Speaker, in order to be able to show this is actually from the, Mr. Speaker, you see they're heckling because they know that it really stings that they didn't do anything and they have a terrible record. And this is why they're so upset about this. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will say this in closing, that the honourable members don't realize that red tape reduction is actually a nonpartisan issue. Mr. Speaker, everywhere in the world, whether it's a left-leaning or a right-leaning centrist party, they are all trying to approach red tape reduction. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because they recognize that it's a win. It's a win-win for everyone. It's a win for the governments that don't have to spend as much money being able to do all of these things to create these hoops. It's a win for the people who don't have to jump through the hoops, Mr. Speaker. And yet, for some strange reason, the NDP are the only ones, their cousins to the west, Mr. Speaker, are still working on red tape reduction. They are still actually approaching red tape the same way that the Liberals did. But, Mr. Speaker, for some strange reason, this NDP won't get it. But this is the problem. This is the quintessential problem with the NDP, is they seem to not get what Albertans are looking for. But we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, will work hard to make sure Alberta is the freest, fastest moving economy in North America.
Honourable members, there's approximately 40 seconds remaining in Standing Order 29-2A if anyone has an additional brief question or comment. Seeing none, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
How you miss this guy?
I will just quickly address some of the things going on here and to try and correct the Associate Minister's record, because he said, we don't get it, but I can tell you that RMA doesn't get it, Mr. Associate Minister. They said they're concerned that Bill 48 proposes reductions in municipal autonomy. You know what that is? It's municipal autonomy. It's people being able to have their own agency and act, Mr. Associate Minister, based on the limited evidence from the development industry. That sounds like the UCP right there, doesn't it? Limited information from the limited evidence from the development industry. Not really caring about finding out what citizens think about this. It's those job creators, Mr. Associate Minister, who have had your ear, Mr. Associate Minister.
Order is called. The Honourable Member and the Minister of Transportation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have the honourable member express his opinion opinion, and I think he was all wound up, except I think he addressed his remarks to the Associate Minister about 3 times in a row rather than through the chair, Mr. Speaker. It might be time for you to remind the honourable member, as if he was brand new, to speak through the chair.
Order. The Honourable, the member for Calgary-McCall, should he choose to provide an intervention on the point of order?
There is no standing order reference, and I don't think it's a point of order. It's just waste of the time that they already have curtailed through their motions this evening. I think members shouldn't raise these kind of point of orders and waste this House time.
I'm not sure that I entirely agree with the assertion that it might have been a frivolous point of order. I think it's very reasonable to remind the members that speaking through the chair is the thing that will have the most positive effect on decorum this evening, and I remind the member to do just that.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I will address you, but the Associate Minister does wind me up because the things he said are so egregious. You know, we don't care about red tape reduction, blah, 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 blah. So I just want to point out that the RMA is concerned about the Associate Minister's views, and they said limited evidence from the development industry is bringing the changes to the MGA forward that he is so happily championing. The changes will have meaningful impact and will have so the development industry said the changes will have a meaningful impact in reducing red tape and supporting economic growth, but there's limited evidence of that, RMA points out. They also point out that red tape reduction, Mr. Associate Minister, cannot be used as a catch-all to justify reducing municipal authority over land use planning and other areas without understanding the potential benefits and consequences of such reduction. I don't think the Associate Minister understands any of those consequences at this point in time. He's just happy to get the, what was it, a B- or something from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. He totally ignores the fact that the C.D. Howe Institute said that our NDP government had the best transparent financial books in the country. Your finance minister has come, sorry.
I just reminded you that you might direct your comments to the chair. You were looking at me. There's a difference between looking at me and speaking through the chair. If you might say their, not your, or you, or and them, not you, I think that will have a positive impact. Just because you're looking at me doesn't mean you're talking through me. The honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Appreciate the instruction again and again and again. So, you know, we've brought up several times that from the children's ministry critic, the seniors critic, the red tape reduction critic over here, the municipal affairs critic, me, that the work you're doing here, Mr. Associate Minister, through the chair, is not valid. The work needs to be put on the shelf. I'm not going to support it. With regard to the MGA changes, you're making things prescriptive. You're removing the autonomy of local governments around the province, and you haven't gone and broadly consulted with Albertans about this. You've listened to the development industry at the and everyone else's opinion doesn't mean anything to you. You know, there's no what we heard document anywhere on the website. There's no balance in what you're bringing forward, and frankly, there's no way that Albertans should support what you're bringing forward. Municipalities will be lesser as a result of what you're doing, but I certainly appreciate that the former Municipal Affairs Minister believes he did some consultation, but RMA, AUMA, the cities, the planners, they would say that this is a one-sided, jaded approach to the legislation that's before us, and I won't be supporting that. Thank you, Associate Minister, for listening to me and my views about your views. Thank you.
The Honourable, correction, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or comment, the Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for recognizing me. I thought I beat the Honourable Member from Calgary-Buffalo, but I was clearly not fast enough in my old age. But I did, speech was interesting, no doubt. I would simply like to say that when you're talking about red tape, you're talking about one of the most important mandates of this government. One of the most important mandates of this government. When I was talking to my constituents knocking doors, and I hear them laughing, and the only laughing stock is the NDP as they sit over there. Because I tell you what, the vantage point from there, even on a good day, is nothing compared to vantage point in government, and they know it. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is red tape reduction is something that this minister, the Minister of Red Tape Reduction, Associate Minister, has been focused on long before he became the minister. Like a dog in a bone, he is absolutely focused, laser focused on finding inefficiencies in government and eliminating them, and did an excellent job. And with that, I'll take my seat.
I hate to interrupt, but proceed to Government Motion 60. All questions, order. All questions must be put with respect to Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2. The Honourable, the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction has moved third reading of Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2. All those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members.
Honourable members, a division has been called on third reading of Bill 48. All those in favour, please stand.
Honourable Mr. Kenny, Honourable Mrs. Allard, Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Honourable Mr. Taves, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Minister Nicolaides, Honourable Mr. Madu, Mr. Scow, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Copping, Honourable Mr. Panda, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Hunter, Honourable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Turton, Mr. Rutherford, Ms. Isaac, Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Ms. Goodridge, Mr. Nixon, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Luan, Honourable Mr. Wilson.
All those opposed, please stand.
Ms. Notley, Ms. Sweet, Mr. Sabir, Member Cece, Member Irwin, Ms. Goring, Mr. Nielsen, Member Carson, Ms. Gray.
Madam Speaker, for the motion, 27, against 9.
Honourable members, that is carried.
Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2, is now read a third time. Committee of the Whole. All right.
What shall we do?
On this, no amendments.
No
on the
amendments?
floor.
He can swing that, you know. Honourable members, I would like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 35, the Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020. There are no amendments currently being considered. Are there any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to be able to rise to speak to Bill 35 in committee. This bill is a fundamental piece of legislation that will, I think, provide sort of a foundational touch point for a number of decisions made by this government going forward. And so, for that reason, it is deeply distressing that we are getting only an hour to debate this bill as a result of the very oppressive use of this government's majority to shut down debate on December 8th, right? December 8th of this year. For no apparent reason, no reason why we couldn't spend time talking this through and getting and asking for at least some of the information that we've been asking for a long time to justify why the government is pursuing this particular policy approach. So it is very unfortunate that we are seeing debate being cut so short. And to be clear, the House Leader has in the past made sort of broad, random assertions, as he is inclined to do, about how we've been filibustering the bill and yada, yada, yada. In fact, it hasn't even been called for debate for over 2 weeks, and now we're going to have an hour. So what's in this bill? Well, as members in this assembly most understand, but people watching may not know, this bill is a bill that accelerates the government's previous decision to slash corporate income tax from 12% to 8%, what we often refer to as the $4.7 billion corporate handout, except in the long term, I suppose it will cost more than the original decision ultimately would have cost, and it will continue to cost Albertans for years and years and years to come through lost revenue. So of course, picking the actual cost to Albertans is a bit hard to do because it's the gift that keeps on taking, Madam Chair. So let's just go back to when the government first introduced this plan to move the corporate income tax from 12% to 8%. Now, I will give them credit. It's definitely something that they ran on. And so when they introduced it in the late spring of 2019 after the election, it was hardly surprising. And it, you know, we fundamentally disagreed with it. We thought it was profoundly bad public policy, but it was certainly something that they had told electors that they would do. The thing is that in conjunction with this plan, this promise to Albertans that they would cut the corporate income tax from 12% to 8% was another promise, and one that is far better remembered. And I think it went something like jobs, economy, pipelines, if I recall correctly. Now, what we know is that they've not delivered so much on those things. Now, as I've said before, and I will remind people who are watching this particular debate again, it's helpful to get a sense of the value of accelerating a particular policy by looking at the success of that policy before it was accelerated. Simple common sense. Sometimes you have a policy that you think is a good idea, you put it in place, and it doesn't create the outcome that you expected or that you promised. And so it makes good sense to assess whether, in fact, it created the outcome that you expected or promised before you run headlong into accelerating it, roughly 300%, at the expense of Albertans, because to be clear, there is a downside. There is an opportunity cost to this bill in that it, of course, it reduces revenue to a government that is in great shortage of that particular resource right now. So what was the report card on this initiative first taken in the late spring of 2019? Well, as we all know, in the report card for this particular policy initiative would be found in the annual report of the Auditor General of the success and failures and general outcomes arising from this government's first year in office, 2019 to 2020. And so that's a good thing to look at, the annual report, the final numbers. How did it work out? Now, as you know, I'm sure, Madam Chair, the law used to say that the government was compelled to introduce that annual report, otherwise known as a report card, on how they did in managing the fiscal issues of the province by June of the year following that fiscal year. So by June 30th of 2020 was when this government should have introduced its report card. Now, that's what the law said. Transparency, accountability, responsibility, good fiscal management, that's what you would do. But oh no. Turned out, we were still sitting. These guys didn't want the report card to be subjected to the scrutiny of this legislature, so they actually introduced legislation to delay the introduction of their report card, including an assessment of the success of their $4.7 billion corporate handout. And so they introduced legislation to delay it to, wait for it, the end of August, when no one would be watching and they could cover it up with a whole bunch of other exciting news. So at the time, we said, geez, why are you doing that? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't look like transparency, accountability, and pride in your first year of work to me. And they said, oh, well, the Auditor General asked us to do it because, you know, there is a pandemic and they couldn't possibly get the work done. Only problem with that explanation was that the Auditor General came out the next day and said, no, I didn't actually, did not ask to do that. I'm perfectly capable of doing my work to get this annual report, otherwise known as the report card, on the UCP's first year of managing this province's fiscal issues. I am quite prepared to have that done in time for what the legislation told me to do it by. So, nonetheless, these folks persevered, and passed their law to be able to introduce their own report card late in August when the House wasn't sitting. And so that's what they did. And of course, not a lot of people paid attention to it because that was the time that they also announced that they were heading towards a $20 billion deficit for the year 2020-21, which of course, not surprisingly, got most people's attention. But let's just look at their report card for their first year in office managing the fiscal concerns of this government. What did we see in that report card? Well, they lost 50,000 jobs. Remember that set of promises that were attached to this brilliant policy initiative that they said that was going to completely turn Alberta's economic fortunes all around because they're the only ones that know how to understand numbers in business? Well, you may recall one of the things they promised was jobs. Turns out, before the pandemic, we had lost 50,000 jobs. So this premier, with a great relish and flourish, went out and announced to the world, come to Alberta, we are going to slowly reduce your corporate income tax over the course of 3 years. I believe it was 3 years. And clearly that's the only thing that you care about, and therefore you will flock to Alberta and create lots of jobs. Often, you know, even the announcement of such a thing would create some outcome. But apparently it didn't, or it created the wrong outcome, because what happened was we lost 50,000 jobs. What else happened, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair? Ah, right, the deficit. The deficit doubled. Doubled, Madam Chair. After all the years we sat on that side and listened to those folks over there lecture us about how they're the only people on the planet that can actually manage the economy and manage numbers and manage fiscal responsibility, turns out they took a $6.2 billion deficit, which, to be clear, was $200 million, I believe, less than what we projected it would be when we transparently and accurately told the people of Alberta what to expect from our budget. When it turned out that, in fact, we overperformed once again, and it was a $6.2 billion deficit, not a number to be proud of, to be clear, it should be zero. That's where we're all trying to get to. But nonetheless, we introduced, or we told Alberta voters that they could expect the 18-19 fiscal year to end up with a $6.4 billion deficit, and I believe we delivered a $6.2 billion deficit. Nonetheless, first year of these guys in office managing our fiscal situation, because they're the best at it, and what happened? What did their report card show? $12 billion deficit before the pandemic. Before the pandemic. So, clearly, their $4.7 billion corporate handout was a brilliant success at creating jobs and helping to balance the budget, something that these folks dream about each and every night. The other thing that they promised our $4.7 billion corporate handout would deliver to Albertans was economic growth, jobs economy pipeline. Remember economic growth? Turns out, you know what we saw in that first year, that report card? The economy shrunk. It shrunk in the first year of this government's time leading this province. So, clearly, a reasonable person looking at the Auditor General's report card on this government's effort at managing the fiscal interests of this province, including their primary policy piece, which was the $4.7 billion corporate handout, would ask themselves, that didn't turn out quite the way we expected. Sheesh, you know what? Maybe we should take a second look at this puppy before we accelerate it by 300%. I don't know. Call me crazy. I think that's what a reasonable Albertan would do. So, our finance critic, the member from Lethbridge West, and many other members of our caucus asked this government, hey, before you go ahead with accelerating that $4.7 billion corporate handout, you know, the thing that didn't work, do you have any evidence to suggest that it would work, or that accelerating it will work better, or that this will work at all in any way, shape, or form, above and beyond the editorial opinions of one or two economists at U of C who did not have access at the time to all the internal documents of the government of Alberta. Do you have independent studies that you commissioned when in government? Because that's a luxury that you have when you're in government. You can get that work done for you. You can ask people to do that. Do you have studies? Do you have multiple economists who will tell us how this will flow through and what kind of jobs numbers we would get? What little information we were able to discern from the documents associated with the budget was that, in fact, it was not going to create the job numbers that the members opposite promised. So then, we have a corporate income tax reduction that didn't deliver what these folks promised Albertans. So the reason I mention that is because they like to say we ran on this and therefore we should do it. And the fact that we're doing it faster is good because we ran on this and Albertans would like to see us do it faster. But the key thing is the other thing Albertans voted for were jobs, economy, and pipelines. And to review a year in, we haven't gotten any of that. We've gotten the reverse. So why don't we have that information? So in the absence of that information, Madam Chair, we are left with just looking at the public documents. The Auditor General's report card, information that is found in budget documents, the clear example of jobs being lost, companies moving headquarters, actually firing people, not investing, and companies act in different ways for different reasons. I was interested the other day to discover, for instance, that Extendicare, private company that delivers continuing care to Alberta's most vulnerable citizens. Extendicare received from the federal government in the form of the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy Grant, they received $82 million. Well, great. And they paid out $21 million in dividends. So they were in such great crisis that they had to take $82 million from Canadian taxpayers so that they could then pay it out to their shareholders, many of whom do not live in Canada. And so we see that the private sector doesn't always operate quite the way you expect them to. And another example, of course, is Imperial Oil. They received $120 million in the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. They also received the benefit of the $4.7 billion corporate handout, and at one point they booked it. And I can't remember what that number was, but it was in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and that was publicly reported. And to be clear, Extendicare also, just to remind people, it received the benefit of that $4.7 billion corporate handout as well. And what did Imperial Oil do? Well, they laid off 200 people less than a month ago in Calgary, but they certainly did manage to pay out $324 million in dividends to their shareholders. So take $120 million of the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, take their hundreds of millions of dollars in the $4.7 billion corporate handout, and then pay out $324 million in dividends to their foreign shareholders, and then lay off people in Calgary. Doesn't seem to be working quite the way it was expected. So what then, if this acceleration of the $4.7 billion corporate handout doesn't work, what then does it do? Well, it puts pressure on this government to attack fundamentally important public services, like, for instance, supporting or maintaining per-student funding in education so that our schools were not in crisis going into the pandemic, like continuing population and inflation funding in healthcare so that we're not threatening the jobs of 10,000 frontline healthcare providers in the middle of a pandemic, like being able to pay a fair income to disabled Albertans and giving them an income increase aligned with the cost of living because we're good human beings and we care for vulnerable Albertans. Those are the choices that we are forced to make because we've blown a $4.7 billion hole into our budget to not achieve the very things these folks promised voters they would achieve. So that is why I strongly believe we should not be thinking about accelerating this bad idea. We should think instead about supporting our teachers, supporting the people that run our schools, supporting those brave frontline healthcare providers who are doing everything they can to keep Albertans safe, supporting disabled Albertans so that they can actually stay in a home rather than finding themselves struggling to put food on the table because these guys are playing games with their budgeting and pulling their checks and giving them to them after their bills come due. Let's make choices that help Albertans. Let's stop beating up on the most vulnerable Albertans. And let's develop an economic strategy that will actually focus on targeted economic growth and economic support. This government on that one, I must say, took a small first step today with their $20,000 grant. We called for $25,000, but we also have called for about 8 or 9 other strategies that would support small businesses who are now heading into a very long and difficult period of time. And we would urge this government to consider those kinds of supports. Take the gift to the currently profitable corporations, many of which don't reside in Alberta or invest back in this province, and use it to support our struggling small and medium-sized businesses that need all the help that they can get to stay viable over the course of the next few weeks and ultimately months as we look to the end of this pandemic and the ultimate economic recovery of this province. That is a better way to use that money rather than throwing it out the door for more failed attempts at creating jobs which are simply eliminated as these companies continue in their efforts to find efficiencies at the expense of Alberta workers and Alberta families and Alberta landlords and frankly Alberta municipalities, all of whom need these folks to keep Albertans employed and are standing on the sidelines watching them aggressively find efficiencies while paying out hundreds of millions of dollars in dividends to their foreign shareholders. How about standing up for these small businesses? How about not nickel and diming them? How about giving them the support that they've been begging for months? And I would certainly urge people, if they want to find out more detail in terms of what we've recorded as far as what they're looking for, please go to albertasfuture.ca. We have a number of recommendations that we have put there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Decour.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. Add some brief comments here. I do want to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for very clearly pointing out the path that we have been on here for the last little while, what would be probably considered a colossal failure. I mean, I suppose, I guess from a perspective, I almost feel sympathy for the government wanting to bring in time allocation on this bill with such a failure in what they said was going to happen. I'd probably want to get it out of here really quickly too, so as not to have to face Albertans that everything that we promised up to this point hasn't happened. The jobs haven't happened. The economy hasn't happened. The investment hasn't happened. I mean, we clearly remember the Premier saying, well, you know, companies would be irresponsible to not move here to Alberta. Well, we're still waiting. They haven't been coming in droves. Yet, you know, we did things like take away the digital media tax credit, which then caused the businesses that were getting ready to come to stop. I mean, I've gone over this over and over again. I mean, that digital media tax credit, just within one simple industry, would have given us access to $200 billion industry by 2023. And so we decided to bet the farm on this, and it hasn't turned out. As the leader said, you know, these people took that money, they paid their shareholders. I mean, one just outright left town. You know, that's what we got for it. You would think at that point in time, someone would say, yeah, okay, you know, maybe let's hold on a second here. Let's maybe rethink this a little bit. But no, what have we decided to do? We have decided to double our efforts and go even faster on a plan that clearly proved not to work. And so it's distressing because we're making these decisions to put Albertans in a position where they're going to be on the receiving end of nothing. We just simply have not seen the evidence that this $4.7 billion corporate handout, yes, the one that's located on page 144 of your very first budget, the one that you keep denying is not there, when we could have been making investments right here on the things that were actually happening. And this was just the first year. I'm certainly not blaming, well, actually, based on what we've seen over the last little while, how this pandemic was handled, I am. We've made very, very poor decisions, and now we're in a place where we could have prevented where we are. Good point, yeah. This government had they could have taken our suggestions, Madam Chair. They were offered in all sincerity. It was only about Albertans, their businesses, protecting the health. We didn't have to go into a situation of, well, it's got to be one or the other. Both could have been protected. And accelerating this $4.7 billion corporate giveaway is not going to fix that. We've already seen it doesn't work. Why keep going blindly ahead with a plan that hasn't produced the results? We don't see businesses coming here. I hope the Premier's been on the phone over the last week, calling them all up, you know, letting them know you're making poor decisions by not coming to Alberta. Because we've seen the debate go forward where a low corporate tax rate is not all it takes to attract business. They look at all the other things. They look at the infrastructure. They look at the social supports. They look at post-secondary education. Because those companies will be looking for highly trained people to be able to work there. But if you're shortchanging in all those departments, as we can see, they're just not going to choose Alberta. They're going to go to jurisdictions where those things have also been invested in as well. Madam Chair, because we are under time allocation, I don't want to take my comments too long. I know more of my colleagues want to say more about Bill 35. I'm hoping the government will reverse direction on this. Just put it on pause. Let's just rethink this. We're more than happy to try to provide some suggestions that will benefit all Albertans.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to get up and respond to a few of the statements and assertions on Bill 35. Madam Chair, assertions that are simply incorrect. There was also the request for additional study. We've heard that request time and time again. I'm happy to point to some study. There is almost an inexhaustible amount of research out there that demonstrates the correlation between a very competitive business environment, of which a low-cost tax structure is a key part, but a correlation between a competitive business environment and ultimately investment attraction and job creation. But Madam Chair, I do have to note, again, with the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, just a disdain for job creators, that tone coming through as she spoke about Bill 35. Madam Chair, on this side of the House, we don't have a disdain for job creators. We recognize the great contribution that they make to our province, and we know that when job creators are successful, Alberta workers are successful, the province is successful because job creators create wealth for all of us in this great province of Alberta. Businesses create wealth that ultimately ends up in the Alberta Fisc, which supports our healthcare system, education system, and every program. Madam Chair, I do want to just again correct the assertions around our year end, March 31st, 2020. Madam Chair, in February already, in the global economy, COVID was already worrying. The uncertainty of the pandemic in China was already at play, Madam Chair. And as a result of that, energy prices were starting to come down even in February. And there was a great amount of uncertainty. And by the time March hit, we were in pandemic mode in this province. The global economy was collapsing. Energy prices were collapsing. And Madam Chair, that was before our fiscal year end. And that had a grave impact on the financial results for the year ended March 31st, 2020. Madam Chair, I also want to talk a little bit about the challenge that we inherited. The challenge that we work to correct, begin to correct in Budget 2019. We inherited a spending trajectory, upward trajectory of 4% per year on operational spending. And that's on top of the highest per capita operational spending amongst comparator provinces in this nation. And so, Madam Chair, we put a budget in place in Budget 2019 to begin to carefully and thoughtfully correct that overspend. And so we presented and passed Budget 2019 in October of 2019, Madam Chair. And when we released the third quarter report, Q3, in February of 2020, we were very, very pleased with our results year to date. We were projecting at that point a lower deficit than we projected in Budget 2019 to the tune of $1.2 billion, Madam Chair. So we were actually projecting, based on real hard data, based on revenue collected and our ability to hold spending flat and in some cases turn it down, we were able to project a much better result than we had even predicted in the budget a few months earlier. But then COVID hit, Madam Chair. The largest contraction in the global economy since the Great Depression. An unprecedented collapse in energy prices, Madam Chair, all the while dealing with the pandemic within our own borders. This province has not had to face that type of economic challenge since the 30s, Madam Chair. And yes, it had an impact on the actual results for our year-end March 31st, 2020. Madam Chair, the official leader of the opposition also spoke about the fact that we're not seeing any response in the economy, but I would suggest that is not accurate. If we take a look at January and February 2020 year-over-year data, and this is only a few months after we passed our 2019 budget, we were already seeing some early economic indicators that pointed to the fact that 2020 was going to be a turnaround year, that pointed to the fact that our economic approach, including the job creation tax cut, including ensuring that we had the most competitive tax jurisdiction in the nation, was already beginning to work. We were seeing energy investment go up for the first time in some years. In fact, drilling rigs in the field were up significantly year over year over 2019. Non-energy investment was projected to rise. Energy investment, again, was projected to be up $1.5 billion. Building permits were up, exports were up, oil production was up, retail and vehicle sales were all up year over year. Madam Chair, our policies were working. And this was only a few months after we had passed Budget 2019. Madam Chair, we hear the request for backup, for research. And I could start to cite a whole number of research papers, certainly Mackenzie, Fareed, University of Calgary, School of Public Policy, Dalby. Here's one, Galoso and Gurney, Montreal Economic Institute. And I'm going to quote from this piece. And I quote, corporate income taxes reduce the profitability of investments. In other words, raising these taxes drives investors to look elsewhere when they decide to place their funds. The mobility of capital, which has been accelerating since the 1990s, is such that an increase in corporate taxes can scare off potential investors and local investors as well. The literature on the effect of taxes on foreign direct investment shows that the effective corporate tax rate has a statistically significant effect on investment. A 2010 study published by the American Economic Journal found that an increase in corporate taxes reduces the investment levels of businesses already in the market, as well as reducing entrepreneurship. Researchers at Oxford University studied 23,000 companies in 10 European countries. In the short term, 54% of all effective corporate tax rate increases resulted in reduced overall compensation. In the long term, each $1 increase in effective corporate tax rates led to a reduction in overall compensation of more than $1. Madam Chair, it's no wonder that wages in this province decreased after 2015, after the members of the opposition pushed corporate taxes up. Hear, hear. And I go on, and I continue to quote, the actual effects of corporate taxes on workers must be taken into account in debates on tax rates, which too often portray the interests of companies and workers as being at odds with each other. On the contrary, economic analysis demonstrates that corporate taxes have negative consequences on the entire population. Madam Chair, I could continue to cite piece after piece after piece, but I will just turn to a case study. I will turn to the case study of the members opposite when they took office, shortly after they took office. Of course, they implemented a carbon tax, a tax that they did not campaign on. They also raised business taxes by 20% and brought in a ton of red tape and bureaucracy. And Madam Chair, they raised business taxes by 20%. What happened? Billions of dollars of capital fled the province. Tens of billions of dollars. And Madam Chair, it fled to the United States. The global energy industry was not in trouble. But Alberta was simply not a friendly jurisdiction for investment, and investment fled. And with it, tens of thousands of jobs and opportunity, Madam Chair. Moreover, over the next 3 years, the government collected $5.8 billion less, Madam Chair, less of tax revenue, business tax revenue.
That's more than $4.7 billion, isn't it?
We have a case study. That's
more than 4.7.
We have innumerable research documents that demonstrate the correlation between a competitive tax jurisdiction, a competitive business environment, and increased investment, Madam Chair. And we have a case study presented to us by the members opposite, unfortunately at this province's expense. But Madam Chair, we will not stand idle. We will move forward with the commitment we made to Albertans during the campaign, and that is to ensure that we have the most competitive business environment possible, one that will attract investment, create jobs, opportunities, additional fiscal capacity to fund social programs. Madam Chair, our plan was working. Our January and February economic data were already showing that. And so we will continue to implement our plan, the plan that will result in increased opportunities, jobs, investment, and eventual increased fiscal capacity.
Any other members wishing to join debates? The honourable member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will speak briefly to Bill 35. I think we have been asking for studies, we have been asking for information from government, and the FOIP request returned 4 blank pages, so there was no analysis done on this $4.7 billion handout, how it will impact jobs, how it will impact investments. Also, as a student of economics, it's economics 101. When economy is growing, if you give a tax break, it frees up some capital that gets invested into the economy, that creates more jobs, that creates economic activity, that generates revenue. But when economy is already in a decline and you provide a tax break, that goes into buying back shares, that goes into buying back corporations use that to pay dividends, buy back shares, and that's exactly what happened with this corporate break. We saw layoffs, mass layoffs in Alberta after this break. Those who actually benefited from this break, like Husky, like Synovus, all those corporations who got money from this tax break, they laid off Albertans right here in Alberta. Calgary has 30% vacancy rate after this tax break. So it has completely failed. And I think when we talk about these theories, we have to see evidence, just what's happening in our cities, what's happening in our province, and there is enough evidence that this has not worked. And I think that's the trickle-down economics, not even economics, trickle-down scheme, where you just lower corporate taxes, eventually you run out money for other services, then you end up cutting from healthcare, then you end up cutting from education, then you end up readjusting age payment date to kind of save some money in books, not actually. So I don't think this policy is working. If Minister has done any analysis whatsoever on this one from Treasury staff that he can table, I would urge Minister to do so we can see how it's working. Thank you.
Are there any other members wishing to join debate? Seeing the Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Madam Chair, I'm just going to speak for a moment about this, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about what the Minister of Finance had mentioned with regards to Dalby and the other folks that had done work on this report. And I'm sure that the official opposition understands this, at least I hope so. When we're looking at economics and we're looking at the work that needs to be done, we're talking about a long game. And there's never been anything more important stated than when these initial numbers and what was being looked at was stated by the experts. It's about a long game, it's about attraction of investment, and it's about making sure that you are the most attractive in order to make sure that people come here for various reasons. But in a long game, it means that you understand what your numbers are going to look like at the end of the day, Madam Chair. It's not about looking at what's happening right now. And yes, the NDP is right. 50,000 jobs did go away right away. But what about the 180,000 jobs that disappeared before that while they were in government? Oil and gas jobs from chasing away oil and gas from this province. manufacturing, agriculture. So many opportunities that were presented to them at that time, and instead, it was the ideology that led that discussion, Madam Chair, versus the numbers. And the most interesting part about when the NDP was in government is that they were in a structural deficit. When you're in a structural deficit, Madam Chair, you want people out spending money. You want to make sure they have money in their pockets so they're actually out spending money and contributing to the economy to help turn the economy around. Anybody who understands small business understands the importance of that. We know that, especially right now. You want to make sure that people can go out and so that moms and dads are able to take their kids to hockey games and actually play hockey, to go to ballet lessons, to do music lessons, to be able to do all of these things, to make sure that they have money in their pockets so that they can go out, spend that money on their families, and contribute in a meaningful way to the economy. But the NDP also forgets about the fact that they brought in a carbon tax that actually stopped people from having the ability to spend money during a time of a structural deficit, which is an interesting concept when you consider the fact that if you're actually wanting to help Albertans and help them have the best lives and livelihoods that they could, you want to make sure that they have as many dollars in their jeans as possible to make sure that they can have the best life. And I mean, the Minister of Municipal Affairs often says this. She talks about the good old days. Can you remember where we were a year ago, in the good old days, when you could just go to ballet lessons, when you could just go to your swim lessons? It's a very different world that we're living in now. And the fact that the NDP continues to suggest that somehow that there's no jobs coming, especially given the fact that COVID came into our midst and stopped absolutely everything in its tracks, it's disingenuous, Madam Chair, to not recognize the fact that there was a downturn happening when they were in government, and they did nothing, absolutely nothing, to turn that around. And to that point, when they raised the taxes, there was no market change in the increase of dollars that came into the government. So it's interesting, but one of the things that was interesting in the data that came from the information from the economists is that there's this statement about everything else being equal. All of the economists say at the time, given the circumstances, everything being equal, this is an opportunity that can happen. I don't believe that COVID gave us an even playing field. And even then, even with all of that, with relaunch and the ability to see the amazing opportunities in front of us, people are looking at Alberta. We're seeing the tech industry increase. There was an article just this week on Benevity here in Alberta, and their incredible ability to attract talent and people, and they're attracting tech. They are incredibly thoughtful, organized people that have seen an opportunity and are taking that, and they're doing it here in Alberta. Why? Because they know that this is the best place to invest, and they're going to be able to attract talent here. We talk about the 30% decline in downtown Calgary. Think about just in the near future here, when we get a vaccine and we get through COVID and the opportunities that are there, our economy is going to rebound, because you know what? The government has faith in the organizations, companies, and corporations in this province, which is why investing in those corporations. Look at small business in this province. 95% of people are employed by small businesses in this province. It's an incredible number when you think about the resilience and what these companies have had to go through over the years and the niche markets that they're able to find. Why do you think that that's possible, Madam Chair? That is possible because of the large-scale corporations that were here that attracted business here in the first place for people to be able to start up small businesses. These are all interconnected pieces of how an economy works. And when you have a structural deficit, you want people spending their money. You want them out there. I know we all long for those days where we're going to get to go to the movies again, or to go see the opera, the ballet, or a football game. And that will happen. It will happen because we have faith in the people in this province, because we're investing back into the people of this province, because we speak with kindness and love and compassion about the people of this province. We don't call them sewer rats. We don't call them embarrassing cousins or nut bars or thousands of other things that have come out, and the character assassinations on the very, very people that sent us here in the first place. Or attacking conservative women. That was my favorite day in here. Suggesting that a conservative woman should die sooner. That was a very interesting day for me, I have to say, sitting across over there watching that. That was a defining moment. And that is the kind of language that we hear versus elevating the people of this province that put us here in the first place, Madam Chair. I also wanted to clarify earlier, one of the members had mentioned in a different bill discussion about the medallions and about somehow we were taking away the opportunity for a student to get a scholarship or a bursary with a medallion. Well, the centennial medallion for that member was offered during the centennial. But this is the kind of language that is used in the twisting of information, Madam Chair, that is incorrect. And it's important to be factual. But when we talk about that, we talk about investing in people in this province and the importance of what is happening with this bill. Look at the investment has gone into STEM, and STEM for women, women building futures. Because we know that these are amazing, phenomenal jobs for women to get into, and they're not just breaking barriers, they are crashing through them. And we have a major opportunity here to be able to grow this wonderful, wonderful opportunity here in this province in so many different fields to get ourselves back on track again. But with the rhetoric that comes and the continued character assassinations and the misleading of information, that member that ranted on about the medallions being taken away and scholarships being taken away, that was completely incorrect. And she knows that. It's in the bill, Madam Chair. But instead, uses a little piece of information from a red tape piece of legislation to try and twist this intricate story of something that does not exist. It is similar to the language that is coming from the NDP now about this particular bill. This is about investing in Alberta. This is about making sure that corporations and small businesses and everybody can thrive here. And it is a long game. All of the economists, every single one of them that spoke about this, they came back with information, all of them said 1 to 2 years, maybe a little bit longer to see a turnaround in this economy. But, Madam Chair, we're in the worst economic downturn this province has ever seen for oil and gas. We are seeing the COVID pandemic. And that combination, this horrible combination of things, even with that, we see the resilience of amazing people coming forward. I think probably one of the most profound things that I've seen throughout this crisis that we've been in is in the nonprofits and the volunteers, in our frontline workers, in just the kind care and compassion that has come forward. And these are the things that our province is known for, not the rhetoric and language that is coming out from the opposition side. That's not who we are. We have faith in each other. When we talk about shopping local and elevating those businesses, these are our neighbors that are selling all manner of things. I don't know if you've seen those chocolate bombs. That is the biggest thing right now. It is a trend. Everybody is making them, but talk about pivoting. There's a place called Dobra in Strathmore, Madam Chair, and it's actually a Ukrainian restaurant. And she figured out that if she pivoted to making these chocolate bombs, that she could do, and she's selling like 300 or 400 of these things a day. Amazing. But this is the kind of people I'm used to dealing with. This is the strength of our people, of the ability to pivot and change and alter. All of my friends who are musicians are all doing music online, music lessons online. My son's taking Taekwondo online. I mean, these are all things, and the Minister of Finance and our government understands the resilience of the people of Alberta, understands that with a little bit of understanding and investment and the ability to reduce those corporate taxes and the ability to see through this crisis that we're in right now, that there is tremendous reason for optimism, incredible reasons to be here. We believe in Alberta, Madam Chair. We believe in the people here. We believe in the sentiment of hard work, of having the strength of a job, what that means for the economy, and that healthy economy means that our services and that our people will be taken care of. But without a healthy economy, Madam Chair, nothing is possible. And I want to thank the Minister of Finance for his incredible work on this, for staying true to the principles of those things so that we can make sure that this province can build back up. We know that they're capable of doing that. We have complete faith in the people of this province. And I look forward to the day when we all get to spend time together in large gatherings with our family and friends. I look forward to the day when we see our economy rebound. And the economy isn't going to rebound because of anything we've done in here in particular. It's going to rebound because of the amazing people in this province and because they were given an opportunity to find their way and forge ahead. And I'm also really looking forward to attracting a lot of new people into this province because I know our Premier is obsessed with bringing that talent in here. Thank you very much.
Any other members wishing to speak to the bill? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's always an honour to rise in this House, and I'm always reminded of the privilege that we have to be able to do this job. And as I like to do, first time I speak during a week in the legislature, I just want to give a shout out to all the frontline workers right now who are doing so much for all of us, and that's our incredible healthcare workers, but it's also those folks who are working in grocery stores and those who are working in education, those who are working in mental health, the list goes on. I just need them to know that we, on our side of the House, we see them, we support them, and we'll continue to fight for them. You know, this is just so hard that in the midst of a pandemic, this is the conversation that we're having to have. That we're having to try to convince this government that the wrong course of action in the midst of a pandemic is to give billions of dollars away to profitable corporations. And despite what some of the government members might have to say, arguing that their constituents seemingly want this and have asked for it, I can tell you that I've not heard from my constituents in Edmonton Highlands Norwood that what they want is more money given to profitable corporations. And I hope that the member from Calgary-Klein, who is heckling me at this moment, perhaps he will stand up and speak to what he's hearing from his constituents. Because I can tell you that no one in Highlands Norwood is telling me that they want this. What are they telling me? They're telling me that they want this government to stop their attacks on health care. They want this government to support healthcare workers. They want housing. They want investments in education. They want to know that their kids are going to school in a safe way. They're seeing a government that's taking wealthy corporations more seriously than they are health and safety. And this finance minister talks about the jobs that they're creating. Well, jobs being created in Houston are of no benefit for the constituents of Edmonton Highlands Norwood. And you know, I've talked a lot in this House about the conversations that I've had with folks on AISH. I'm proud to have met with countless constituents in Highlands Norwood who are on AISH. And they tell me the stories of how they struggle day in and day out to make ends meet. And right now, they know that they're not getting their AISH check until late, far after Christmas. It's not going to be a very Merry Christmas for a lot of those constituents. Yet, what do they hear from this government? They hear that this government has billions of dollars to give away to large corporations, yet they're de-indexing AISH. And this Premier said in this House not too many months ago that his attacks on AISH would not be too onerous. And it's unfathomable that this government would continue continue to prioritize large corporations over the most vulnerable Albertans. Job creators. I kept hearing this government tonight talk about job creators. It's clear that the UCP policies are not creating jobs. You know what creates jobs? You know what stimulates our local economy? Workers. Workers having spending power. That creates wealth. Things like wage top-ups. Oh, wait, that wage top-up for essential workers in my riding of Edmonton Highlands Norwood, it wasn't accepted by this government, not at all. So instead of accepting and accelerating a wage top-up for our frontline heroes, this government is accelerating a wage top-up for multi-billion-dollar corporations. Unbelievable. It's about priorities. Governing is about priorities. We've said this many times in this House. This government is prioritizing those corporations over all of us. Let's think about something like childcare. The evidence is clear that childcare is a huge stimulus for the economy. That's a proven job creator. That gets women back to work. But instead of prioritizing investments in childcare, corporations. Why support the working women of this province when you can support CEOs instead? Again, no one in Highlands Norwood is asking for this. I can tell you, on this side of the House, it's not what we're hearing from our constituents. And there's a whole heck of a lot of research and evidence to support this. You know where there isn't research and evidence to support? Trickle-down economics. Over and over again, the promised jobs from Conservatives, from corporate tax cuts, never seem to materialize. What happens instead? The rich get richer, good jobs disappear, the most vulnerable are hurt. And we've got numerous case studies in front of us that show just that. But you know what, my constituents, they don't need case studies to know that some of them are struggling. They're not benefiting from a $4.7 billion giveaway.
But pursuant to Government Motion 53, the question will now be put. On Bill 35, Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020. On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Any opposed? No. Carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Any opposed? No. Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Any opposed? No. Carried. Division has been called. Ring the bells. division has been called on the bill being reported on Bill 35. All those in favor, please stand.
Honour Mr. Kenny, Honour Mrs. Allard, Mr. Newdorf, Honour Mr. Nixon, Honour Mr. Taves, Honour Mr. McIver, Honour Mr. Glubish, Honour Mr. Nicolaides, Honour Mr. Madhu, Mr. Ellis, Honour Ms. Schultz, Honour Mrs. Savage, Honour Mr. Cropping, Honour Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Turton, Mr. Rutherford, Ms. Isaac, Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Ms. Goodridge, Mr. Nixon, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Luan, Honourable Mr. Wilson.
All those opposed, please stand.
Ms. Notley, Mr. Sabir, Ms. Sweet, Member Ceci, Member Irwin, Ms. Goring, Ms. Sigurdsson, Member Carson, Ms. Gray.
Stephanie, what do I say? Is that the wrong question? Madam Chair, total in favor, 26, against 9.
Members, that is carried. Honourable members, we are now on Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020. We are on Amendment A2. Are there any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So we are currently discussing Amendment A2 on Bill 47. And for those who are watching the debate in the legislature this evening, I do want to just let everyone know that we have been time allocated. We will only have an hour. And so what I am going to attempt to do is very quickly move through amendments in this. Now, the minister has responded to A2 once already, and so I will make my comments very, very brief. Simply put, PTSD and presumptive coverage for PTSD being removed during a pandemic when we know that there is an increase in what we call moral injuries in certain sites likely to happen, asking workers who have experienced a traumatic incident or have direct personal experience with a work-related incident, removing that presumptive coverage during a pandemic is something shameful, and I hope that the government would consider supporting Amendment A2. Now, the government in its fact sheets has claimed $230 million of savings through this change alone, which does not make sense. Given the fact that that would essentially be saying that workers who have experienced traumatic incidents on their workplace would not be covered because of the removal of presumption. Because to be clear, although workers with presumption have fewer hoops to jump through, they still need to meet that determination that they have PTSD and that there has been a work-related incident. We've also introduced evidence that shows that a number of different occupations other than emergency first responders do have higher incidents of PTSD. The minister talked about using evidence, but I would point out that the ministry is removing the requirements for regular reporting on occupational illness and disease. The Occupational Disease Advisory Council is being removed. The time frame in which these things will be assessed is being lengthened. So at the same time as saying we will listen to evidence, they are actually stretching out the time frame for listening to evidence. The minister in his rebuttal also talked about private healthcare systems. That may have been a Freudian slip, but I will say, given the fact that Bill 47 also removes employer benefit plans, makes it harder for workers to get support through their WCB claim. And so removing this presumption for all occupations means people will have to jump through more hoops. We know that PTSD, the adjudication process, can at times be re-traumatizing. We know that an adjudication process can cause more time to be needed to review this. And we also know that one of the symptoms of PTSD is avoidance of things that remind the individual of a traumatic event, and that's one of the reasons why presumptive PTSD coverage, making sure workers know that they have that as a benefit, is a priority. And so Amendment A2 has been put forward in good faith, and I hope that the government members will vote in favour of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A2? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A2 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. An amendment has been defeated. We are back on the bill 47. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
I'd like to introduce another amendment. The top copy is stamped.
Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Amendment A3 has to do, Madam Chair, you need me to read this into the record. Thank you. We will get into a pattern. I would like to move that Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, be amended in Section 3.8. A, in Clause A by adding the following after the proposed Clause A. B, appeals the decision from the board under Section 89.3. B, by striking out Clause B. Essentially what this amendment does, Bill 47 allows the board to suspend or reduce benefits if an injured worker doesn't participate in mandated vocational and rehabilitation training. And there may be very legitimate uses of that ability to suspend or reduce benefits. But honestly, if we are talking about balance in Bill 47, and that is terminology the minister has used throughout, there should be a provision for reasonable explanation by the worker. There should be a right of appeal before someone is removed from WCB benefits. And right now, as drafted, Bill 47 does not offer a worker an appeal process when they are essentially going to be kicked off of WCB. Now, my colleagues have already, through the bill debate, described a number of different scenarios and circumstances where a worker may not find a vocational training appropriate, may feel that it doesn't make sense for them. The fact that Bill 47 allows them to have their benefits suspended or reduced without that right of appeal, I think is a glaring error. And so I hope that the government and all members will support Amendment A3. Thank you.
Any members wishing to speak to Amendment A3? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure for me to rise, talk about Bill 47. I'll speak to Amendment A3, but I also want to take this opportunity to speak to a number of mischaracterizations and misconceptions that have been brought up by the other side, as well as to speak briefly to the 24 amendments that were tabled earlier today in the House. So first, in terms of dealing with the misconceptions being put forward by the other side, we've heard time and time again the other side purporting that Bill 47 will reduce health and safety outcomes. Madam Chair, that is simply not the case. Bill 47 is designed to reduce prescriptiveness, reduce processes, and allow the parties to focus on what's important. That's identifying the risks and mitigating those risks. Madam Chair, we've heard from members on this side of the House that care deeply and passionately about the health and safety of workers. That's important that people can go home to their families, and it's important for both employers and employees to be able to do that. And this bill will improve health and safety outcomes. It's been flat for the 7 years, despite the changes made by the other side, and recognizing in good faith. But what we heard from health and safety experts, Madam Chair, is that it was too prescriptive. We are reducing that prescriptiveness, and we're allowing the parties to focus on what's important, and that's identifying the risks and mitigating those risks. Secondly, another comment made by the other side is that Bill 47 takes health and safety back 50 years. Madam Chair, that's ludicrous. Right? We are making changes to make health and safety work better for employers and for employees. 5 years ago, Madam Chair, not 50 years, 5 years ago, there was no requirement for health and safety committees. That requirement still is in Bill 47. It was just introduced and it still is there. We're just making it easier to use and make more sense. 5 years ago, Madam Chair, there was no requirement for a health and safety program. That was put in by the previous government, and we're keeping it in there because we agree that it makes sense. It makes sense for employers to have a health and safety program, but we're reducing the prescriptiveness so we can get better outcomes. So to say that Bill 47 is taking us back 50 years is ludicrous, and we need to stand up to that and set the record straight on that. And the third misconception I want to deal with, Madam Chair, is that Bill 47 eliminates benefits, WCB benefits. It rolls them back entirely, and again, nothing can be further from the truth. Madam Chair, what we're doing with Bill 47 is ensuring that there can be ongoing, that the financial sustainability of the system is maintained. We are making some changes, but these changes, like we just spoke earlier, and we just voted on in regards to the presumption of coverage, Madam Chair, those who are injured at work because of PTSD, they will still be covered. That doesn't change. Presumption, all that we changed is that presumption will not apply to all sectors, but just certain sectors. And this reflects what's going on in the rest of Canada. Madam Chair, the approach that we're taking here brings balance back to WCB. It brings balance back for the purpose that we can have fiscal sustainability. And there's one other thing that it does. Right? It reduces the red tape. And by reducing red tape, Madam Chair, we reduce the cost to employers. And by reducing cost to employers, guess what we do? We keep Albertans employed and we get Albertans back to work. And Madam Chair, that is more important now than ever that we do that. So this is what this bill is about. It's about restoring balance. It is about improving health and safety outcomes. It's about reducing red tape. It's about reducing costs to employers while maintaining key benefits for employees. And then it's about getting Albertans back to work. Now, I want to just talk briefly in regards to the 24 amendments that was tabled earlier today. Granted, Madam Chair, I don't have a lot of experience. I'm relatively new to the House, but even I, looking at this, can see this as something that's relatively unprecedented. Tabling 24. And what that shows to me is what's unfortunate, and I think our government House leader earlier today spoke to this, that the fact that, Bill 47 was introduced on November 5th, over a month ago, Madam Chair, and we spent 17 hours in stage 2 of the bill. That's 10% of all discussions that we've had this session, Madam Chair, as indicated by the government House leader. And what's truly unfortunate is that we didn't get into this discussion that we're having right now until 2 weeks ago. And what's very unfortunate, Madam Chair, is that these 24 I didn't see till it got tabled today. And if the opposition was truly serious about making changes to improve the bill, then they could have shared this weeks ago. We could have been talking about it, but were we? No, Madam Chair. I only saw it today, and we're only debating it right now. And that's truly unfortunate and signals to me that the opposition is not really serious about improving it. And when you even take a look at these 24, 8 of them, roughly a third, are just about deleting elements, key elements, that we consulted on that we want to change, that are a key part of the bill to actually drive improved health and safety outcomes and maintain the fiscal sustainability of a WCB fund. Roughly a third are adding back more detail into the bill. There's one actually that was in there twice. It must be really important, but we'll get to that. And some other substantive changes. So, Madam Chair, I wanted to open the comments because we will talk about these over the next period of time, and we can respond to them, and I'm happy to do so. But it's unfortunate that it came so late, and I would suggest that perhaps, even though I appreciate the member from Edmonton Mill Woods and the thought she put to a number of them, I would suggest that the opposition may not be serious about making meaningful changes to this, us receiving it so late. So let's talk about the Amendment A3. So Amendment A3 deals with appeals under the WCB, and we're making changes to our appeals process. Previous under the Act, there was a double-step appeals process. It was complicated. We're removing that extra step. That was the purpose of the amendment, that we're making to remove that up the step. There is still an ability to appeal if there is a decision by a WCB to roll back the benefits that still exist. By adding the provision that's here, suggested by the members opposite, the appeals from decision board under 89.3, what that does in effect is it adds that double step back. And we're trying to reduce that because what's really important is we have a streamlined process to get it done. So while I appreciate the sentiment behind what the honourable member is doing, there still is an ability that if benefits are reduced, the person can still appeal it. We don't want a double step to that, and for that reason, I can't support this amendment, and I would ask that the members of the House vote it down. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Amendment A3? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A3 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. An amendment has been defeated. We are back on Bill 47. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I would like to introduce a new amendment.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment A4. Honourable member, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, be amended in Schedule 2 by striking out the proposed section 17 sub 10 and substituting the following. 10, when a worker is refused to work or to do particular work under subsection 2, the employer shall not request or assign another worker to do the work until the employer A has determined the work does not constitute an undue hazard to the health and safety of any person, or that an undue hazard does not exist, and B has advised that the other worker of the first worker's refusal. Madam Speaker, there have been a number of changes made to the right to refuse unsafe work. And what this amendment is attempting to make very crystal clear to someone who might be cursorily reading through the Act is that a second worker should not be sent in to start doing work without having been told that the work has been refused. And right now, the right to refuse, the way it's been rewritten in Bill 47, it's adding in red tape, to use the language that has been used in this House so far. It means someone has to refuse. The employer needs to come in. The employer needs to write a report. When the worker gets the report, then they send it to OH&S. There's a number of new steps. And what seems to be missing is the just clear answer. Hey, if somebody is refused, can the employer just throw someone else in? If a senior person looks at this situation and says, this is not safe, can a more junior worker then be told, oh, go do that, without knowing that the senior person has refused that work? I think this is a glaring gap. If the minister feels that this is covered under the existing language, I would say that that is not clear when someone, a layperson, reads through this language. And the right to refuse unsafe work is critically important to keep workers in Alberta healthy and safe. And finally, I will just quickly remark that to the minister that absolutely the opposition is serious and committed to a fulsome debate on this legislation. It takes a serious amount of time to be able to draft amendments, to plan this out, to talk to stakeholders. This was an omnibus piece of legislation that touches on two major facets of workplace health and safety, both OH&S as well as WCB. The fact that the government has curtailed our ability to introduce these amendments to a single hour is not because the opposition is unserious.
Any members wishing to speak to Amendment A4? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A4 as moved by, my apologies, the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the process for right to refuse, and I will agree with the honourable member that the right to refuse is a critical component of occupational health legislation. It is the final line where there is an issue that is brought before a worker that they believe that, an honest belief that it's
unsafe, that they can address it. And we've made some changes to this. A couple of them, as mentioned by the honourable member, is that we made a change in regards to the definition, and in terms of a change that deals with a condition that's not a normal condition, an undue hazard. And the reason we did that, Madam Chair, is that we want these issues to be dealt with, ideally, in the Health and Safety Committees, to be identified, so it's not, we don't need to use the right to refuse as a last resort. But if a person believes that the issues aren't being addressed, then they still have the right to refuse and can do that. Now, in terms of the changes, we also made another change, and this was in regards to how do we address an issue when someone refuses. Then the employer investigates, notify the Health and Safety Committee, do the assessment, and then once they do the assessment, they advise the employee in terms of what the assessment, whether it's safe or not, and then the employee can choose to agree or disagree, and we lay this out that they have to provide a report. And then at that point in time, if they agree and Health and Safety, everyone's fine, that's great. And if they disagree, then they can go to an occupational health and safety officer, file a complaint, and they'll come in. What the issue we were trying to address, Madam Chair, by changing the language, is that even if the Health and Safety Committee agrees that the issue is addressed, under the previous language, there was a requirement to still tell another worker coming onto it, even though it's been addressed and everyone agrees that, by the way, there was a previous time that someone had a concern about this. They never called the occupational health and safety officer, right? But it was addressed. So we changed the language to be clear, and yes, we added words. I admit we added words, but we changed the language to be clear, to say that when you get to the point that there's an agreement that there's not an issue, then you don't have to inform because the issue is done. It's been addressed. The employer has addressed it. They've given a report to the employee. The Health and Safety Committee is notified, and the employee says, we're good. So we're now good. We don't have to raise it anymore. Health and Safety has been informed. Committee has been informed as well. But if they don't agree and it goes to the next step, the Occupational Health and Safety Officer, then if the employer wants to bring someone in, they have to tell them that. So what we're doing is we're addressing this issue of it going on, because there's no time limit on this either, right, under the previous language. So we're addressing the issue, but the employer cannot put an employee on it until they determine that it's safe. And that's how the process is laid out. So when I take a look at the language being proposed here, and I understand the intent behind it, because you're worried about a gap. You're worried about a gap between the employer determining that it's safe and someone but it's still an unsafe condition, there's not an agreement. But I can tell you with the way the language is written, there is no gap, because an employer cannot put someone on there until there is a determination that it is safe. And then if it's still determined that it's not safe and it's going to the Occupational Health and Safety, which is the next step officer, right, there's a complaint, then they have to tell. So that still is there. So while I appreciate the sentiment behind this, there is no gap here. The language is clear. And for that reason, I would recommend that this is not needed and we vote it down.
Are there any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A4? Seeing none, I will call the question. On Amendment A4 is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Amendment has been defeated. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much. I would like to introduce another amendment, please, Madam Chair.
Members, this will be known as Amendment A5. Honourable Member, please proceed.
I move that Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, be amended in Schedule 2 as follows. In the proposed Section 8.2 by adding, quote, prior to commencing work and on an ongoing basis, end quote, immediately after, quote, and any employer, prime contractor, supplier, or service provider on a work site is informed, end quote. B, in the proposed section 1010 by adding, quote, prior to commencing work and on an ongoing basis, end quote, immediately after, quote, and any employer, supplier, or service provider on a work site is informed, end quote. This amendment, again, is intended to make sure that it's really clear in the Act when it comes to occupational health and safety that prior to that right to refuse, now we're talking about the right to know about workplace hazards. And as it is currently drafted, right now, it's not clear that somebody has the right to be informed of hazards prior to entering that work site. It now says that they need to be informed of the hazards, but at what point? And I think that this is a reasonable amendment that simply makes clear prior to commencing work and on an ongoing basis that the worker needs to be informed of hazards. Informing someone of hazards after work has started is counter to the point. It's not going to keep them safe. So this is a straightforward amendment that is intended to add clarity. Let's tell workers about hazards before the work starts. I hope all members will be able to support this amendment.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and again would like to comment on it. And in this amendment, what we're seeing is a different approach between the opposition and our rewrite of it. You know, the opposition generally has, and don't get me wrong, I fully appreciate that the honourable member from Edmonton Millwoods is doing this in good faith, but the approach is we want more detail, right? We want to add, and if we can write it in 3 sentences, let's do that as opposed to 1 sentence, because that will actually lead to better outcomes. Where our approach is actually not that. Is that we want less detail. We want a main statement, and that statement applies without adding qualifiers. That is a main statement that you are responsible for the health and safety of the workers, of your contractors, that is the level of responsibility. And so when we take a look at the changes being suggested here, right, that prior to commencing work and on an ongoing basis, right, these are qualifiers, right? But the statement is that there is a right to know. And there is an obligation of the employer or the prime contractor to inform. And that obligation is absolute. And so from our perspective, and in conversation with health and safety experts and with our legal team, is that that's actually a stronger statement, the absolute statement, than actually adding the qualifiers, because they are responsible for that. So I appreciate this. This is a different approach in terms of how do you get the best outcomes. But given that the obligation is absolute that we are writing in the Act, and that adding qualifiers adds redundancy and makes the requirement less clear. There is a requirement to inform, and that requirement to inform is as necessary. So for some people showing up who've never seen the site before, you need to inform them before they go into work. If things change, you need to inform them right away. So it's about health and safety, and adding the qualifiers actually can take away from that. So while I appreciate the sentiment behind this, our view is we will actually get better outcomes by making an absolute statement, and for that, Madam Chair, I recommend that we do not support this amendment.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A5? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A5 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to introduce an amendment. Thank you.
Honourable Members, this will be known as Amendment A6. Honourable Member, please proceed when the crowd quiets down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to wait for that. I'm going to move that Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, be amended as follows. A, by striking out Section 321C. B, by striking out Section 323. C, by striking out Section 334. This amendment can be characterized, as the Minister did, as one of our removal amendments. Essentially, this amendment is saying, don't do that. put on the brakes, reconsider. And to the previous amendment, I will simply say to the minister, I disagree. Unfortunately, because we only have an hour, because our time to debate has been limited, we won't be able to go back and forth on each. For this particular change, what we are doing is trying to fix one of the most heartless changes in Bill 47. In the middle of a pandemic, the UCP is stripping two really important requirements out of the workers' compensation for injured workers. First is the right to have their health benefits covered for the first year following an accident, and the second is the right not to be fired if they are injured and they've made a WCB claim. Now, let's be really clear. The UCP members like to say that the health benefits provision isn't needed because they will still get health benefits under their WCB benefits. I want to be very clear. These are not the same things. The WCB covered benefits cover physiotherapy for rehabilitation, yes. Specialists in treatment for the injury, absolutely. But prescription glasses to see to drive to your appointments? No, that won't be covered. Blood pressure medication? No. Inhalers to control asthma? No. Medication to control chronic conditions other than the injury? No. Getting sick, needing antibiotics? No. Your kids' braces. These are things that your health benefits account. Your private insurance helps you cover and manage those expenses. By removing those health benefits, that obligation for employers to make sure that somebody is kept whole. I mean, when we think about an injured worker, the workers' compensation system is there to help them rehabilitate, and because through no fault of their own, they have sustained a serious injury, they cannot work. They cannot go out and get another job. That is the state that they are in, and now they will be losing their health benefits because the benefits provided by the WCB are not the same thing, and the worker should not be punished in losing those benefits. Secondly, making sure a worker isn't fired for being injured. The stat that the minister has shared is true. 90% of the time, employers are rehiring, and it is going smoothly. We need 100% of the time. The 10% of workers who are fired because they put in a WCB claim, their lives can be ruined. They can lose their homes. And it puts a chilling effect on other workers getting the benefits and rehabilitation that they need. This is counter to the system. It doesn't help workers. It doesn't help employers. Employers want the system to be there to support their workers. So knowing that there are 10% where this doesn't happen smoothly, where workers are not rehired after their injury, the impact that has to the system and the impact that has to individual workers is unacceptable. And so making sure that those 10% of employers who are exhibiting that bad behavior, they should not be rewarded. They should not be granted 2 years until their human rights complaint comes along. The system needs to be able to handle that fairly and quickly, because when it doesn't, lives are ruined. And I do not say that flippantly. I have had constituents come to my office when things don't work properly and when people are fired after the claim. I've certainly heard about it from certain bad employers. This Bill 47 is going to make that worse. And so I would encourage all members in this House to support Amendment A6. Thank you.
Members wishing to speak to Amendment A6, the Honourable Member of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I appreciate the passion from the Honourable Member from Edmonton Mill Woods. But these changes that we are making here, which are a key part of the bill and which we consulted, really what we're addressing is a significant overreach by the previous government in extending benefits and putting in place obligations which was outside of the norm in the country. You know, the members opposite have talked about them trying to balance and moving to the middle of the pack. This is not the middle of the pack. This is way beyond the front of the pack. Right? And what we're concerned about and why we're making this change is to ensure that we have fiscal sustainability of our workers' compensation system so that it can be here not only for the core benefits for people who get injured today, but those who get injured in the future. And in addition, it's also about managing the costs of the system so we can keep Albertans employed and get Albertans back to work. Madam Chair, as you are well aware, one of the key benefits that we have provided during the pandemic is to pay for small and medium-sized businesses 50% of their workers' compensation benefit cost, because it is a cost that makes it difficult for them to maintain employment. We wanted to address that. This is a significant cost, and we need to do this to keep Albertans working and get Albertans back to work. So let's talk about these two issues. Let's talk about the obligation or the duty to reinstate that was put in by the previous government. You know, it's interesting. There are a jurisdiction or two in the country that have duty to reinstate, but that duty to reinstate is qualified. But did they qualify it? No, Madam Chair, they didn't qualify that. Right. So what we're doing is we're bringing it into line with BC, which doesn't have a duty to reinstate. But unlike, you know, the leader of the official opposition commented yesterday that even prior to doing this, it was north of 90%, 94% of individuals who got hurt got back on the job, right? And that was even before the changes made. And after the changes made, there's been no appreciable change in terms of that number. But what did happen, Madam Chair, and what we heard was that there were employers. There were employers who were small employers who had to reinstate, but they didn't have the job to reinstate too, right? And that was an issue for them. And actually, the duty to reinstate even went further than the previous duty, which is under the human rights legislation, the duty to accommodate. But the duty to accommodate, Madam Chair, the duty to accommodate recognizes that you accommodate up to the point of undue hardship. It recognizes that small employers can only do so much. Right? But are those employees now left in the lurch? No, Madam Chair, they're not, because workers' compensation is an insurance system. So if you cannot be reinstated in your previous job or with your previous employer, then workers' compensation will work with you to try to find a job elsewhere, and there'll either be a payout or a top-up associated with that. So they're not being left in the lurch. So we've made a change. We've eliminated the duty to reinstate, but the House needs to know that the duty to accommodate remains, and we put in place a duty to cooperate. Now, the leader of the opposition talked about the duty to cooperate for employees only. Well, we also put it in place for employers, Madam Chair, because we wanted teeth in workers' compensation so that employers would have to work with them to focus on getting them back to work, because that's what workers' compensation is all about. But they need flexibility at a minimum so that we can apply the notion of duty to accommodate, so that small employers who may not be able to accommodate in a particular circumstance can be able to do that and not go to the overreach, and we're correcting the overreach that was done by the previous government. So that's the first option, the duty to reinstate, and we are removing that, and that's a key component, and it's rational and it's just, and we need to bring our WC program back into line with the rest of the country. Similar with health benefits. Right? So the previous government instituted a requirement that health benefits, and this is not the benefits, WC benefits, but health benefits would need to be in place for a year. And is this done in BC, Madam Chair, or Madam Chair? No. Is it done in Saskatchewan? No. Is it done in...
that would like to have conversations, perhaps outside of the chamber is the best place to do so. The Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is this done in Manitoba? No, it's not done anywhere in the West, right, that this requirement is in place, and it's not done in most jurisdictions. And the reason that it's not done, Madam Chair, because this is outside the realm of WCB. WCB, the purpose there is to provide wage protection, right, if someone gets hurt. And the purpose also of that, Madam Chair, is to provide benefits to deal with their injury, and those will continue. And we heard again that this is a added cost to employers, making it difficult to employ Albertans. We are bringing this back into line, restoring balance for our labor legislation, and that's why we're making this change. It's a core component of what we're doing. We're concerned about the fiscal sustainability of our system. We're concerned about keeping Albertans working and getting Albertans back to work, and that is why I am asking the Assembly not to support this amendment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Simply need to say the government has chosen to remove the duty to reinstate, the obligation to reinstate. The minister acknowledges they could have qualified it. They chose not to do that. the right of recourse will now go to the human rights system when it doesn't work. That's going to be 2 years, rather than it being able to be dealt with within the system. Secondly, benefits are part of people's wages. The benefits package that your employer pays you, when you talk about WCB and say, oh, it's only for wage replacement, let's please consider the benefits package that someone gets is often part of what they consider their wages. This is how they survive. This is how they afford the braces for their kids. And so even by the minister's own argument, I believe that all members should support Amendment A6 because workers losing these benefits hurts them, hurts their family, hurts their potential recovery. They won't have access to additional supports outside of the WCB system at a time when a worker cannot work another job because of an injury that, in many cases, due to completely no fault of their own. WCB and that system should be there to support workers. And so I encourage all members to support A6.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A6? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A6 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Madam Chair, I'd like to introduce an amendment.
Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you very much. I move that Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, be amended in Schedule 1 by striking out Section 3.5 and substituting the following. 5, a lump sum payment made under subsection 1 is considered to a benefit paid under Workers' Compensation Act, but is not considered a benefit for the purposes of Section 70.1, 71, 72, 73, 76, and 77 of that Act. This amendment is attempting to introduce some clarity around one of the key pieces the government wanted to talk about when they introduced Bill 47, and that is the HEROES Fund. The HEROES Fund, as described in this legislation, does not address everything the WCB does, and the coverage is ambiguous. The platform commitment was that this would be a top-up to the federal program and would apply in all cases where the federal $300,000 program covers, but the federal program covers suicide, and this does not. In 3.3, it clearly states that coverage is for if a worker dies of an accident, which has the same definition as the Workers' Compensation Act. And further, the payment, though it does not come from the accident fund, is deemed to be a benefit paid under the Workers' Compensation Act. And so this amendment clarifies that the HERO death payment is in addition to any further benefits that may be allowable under WCB. It adds in the relevant sections of the WCB because we know how expensive funeral costs and other challenges can be. We do not want someone accessing the HEROES Fund to no longer be able to access other death benefits, pension, funeral costs, under the WCB Section 70.1 and some of the other pieces. This amendment ensures that families will still be able to access existing WCB benefits and that the HEROES Compensation Fund is additional instead of rather than. Without that clarity, I think Bill 47 could be interpreted to prevent access to those existing benefits, leading to next of kin actually receiving less compensation than before the bill. And I should qualify, Madam Chair, I said I think, but we've also consulted with legal counsel on this. This is a clarifying amendment that I believe meets with the intention of the government that I know the heroes who are covered by this fund would appreciate that clarity. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Members wishing to speak to Amendment A7D, Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And again, this is another example of another amendment providing more language where it's not needed. And again, this is one of those ones where had I known that, because we had legal counsel weigh in on this one as well. So do we need this? And the answer we got was no. So had we been able to chat earlier, we might be able to get the legal counsels to be able to talk together to do this. But even as I do a read of the act, you know, the intent behind the Heroes Fund is in addition to. And that's a separate part of the act, and we actually can see this in the bill. When we look at the existing act in terms of the benefits outlined in 70, which is compensation for death, 70.1 is a lump sum death payment, 71 is compensation to a child not residing with dependent spouse or dependent adult interdependent partner, 72 deals with additional payments to child, 73 deals with payments to dependents for illness, 76 compensation to other dependents, and 77 deals with funeral and other expenses. When we take a look at that, there is no provision which would suggest that there would be a reduction in any of those. These are two separate articles in the act. So as I get the legal opinion on this is that the intent, which is the original intent behind this, which is $100,000 additional payment, and the legal opinion is that that's how it will be read. I can tell you that's how we will be applying it, and so as a result, I appreciate the asking for clarity. The necessity to make the change is not there. We're trying to have less in the act than more. So while I appreciate the intent, our approach here is it is in addition to. The additional language is not required because it's in both sections of the Act with nothing to take away from it, so it's both there. And for that reason, I would recommend that we vote this down, not because it's not in addition to, but simply because the language is not required to be able to clarify that. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A7? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A7 is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce an amendment, please.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, Amendment A8. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Chair, I move that Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, be amended in Section 321 by striking out clauses A, B, D, and G. This is another don't do it, it's the wrong way to go amendment. Specifically, this is touching on the earnings cap. Putting a cap on eligible earnings that can be compensated for. When there was a cap in before, it was around the $90,000 mark. What that meant is how it applied out in the field is if you have somebody who's working a job, possibly working lots of overtime hours, making $180,000 a year, and perhaps that's the sole earner for a family of 5. If that person is injured, under Bill 47, there will be a cap on how much the WCB will actually compensate that injured worker for. Now, to be very clear, we are talking about a situation where a worker is no longer able to work because of a workplace injury. Because that person got up and went to their job, perhaps in the oil fields, to make $180,000 a year doing something very difficult, possibly manual labor, possibly skilled labor, whatever job they were doing, if that worker is injured, they should not be put in a position where they lose their house. That's what having an earnings cap will do and has done to people in the past, because someone who was the single earner for a family of 5 used to getting $180,000 a year will now get half that while trying to recover from their injury. The earnings cap is the wrong thing to do. The workers' compensation system is there to support injured workers, and I would entreat all members of this House to support this important amendment, reinstating the cap on eligible earnings. Having that added back in through Bill 47 is the wrong way to go. And I will conclude my comments there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to, the member opposite correctly characterize this as being, we just want to get through making amendments that we didn't actually get through in terms of the second reading of the bill, because we just don't want you to do it. But Madam Chair, that is misguided. And let's take a look at what is being suggested here. If we go to section 21A, there's a recommendation that we repeal the rewrite of the section, and this goes to the and it was talked about before. This was why I wanted to raise it. This goes to the 90%. So right now under WCB, we have it's statutorily required that a payment be 90% of earnings. That's in there. There was discussion earlier on. This is why I wanted to clarify that we were actually removing that statutory requirement. We are removing it, but we're removing it because it's redundant. It's in two places in the Act. We're removing one of them, which was a section that was added by the previous government, but it's still in the Act, the requirements for 90%. So I just wanted to be crystal clear on that, because that actually goes to one of the items that are being suggested. In terms of the maximum insurable earnings, which is something different. Like, just let's be crystal clear here, Madam Chair, that is something different. This, again, is correcting overreach by the previous government. The 2017 panel, their own panel that they established, and they asked to actually look at some changes. Their panel did not suggest going here. It was overreach, and we actually can take a look at what's going on across the country. And there's only one other jurisdiction, Madam Chair, that has no cap, and that other jurisdiction is Manitoba. And Madam Chair, they are actually eliminating that change and reinstating a cap. And the reason for that, Madam Chair, is because it provides a benefit to a very small percentage of the people at a very large cost, Madam Chair. Right? And that's a cost that's borne by employers, that increases the cost to employ Albertans, and then therefore you have fewer Albertans employed. So we are reinstating the cap. And let's talk about the cap. So the cap is set at a level, and previously it was set at just under $100,000, it was $98,000 and change, right? But it was set at a level, and the easiest way to do it is at the 90th percentile, so that the earnings of 90% of workers in the province of Alberta would be captured by that cap. Right? So I appreciate that for some who earn above that will not have all their earnings compensated, but this is an insurance system. It's an insurance system that is designed to cover the majority of the earnings. So it's set at the 90th percentile, right? And the benefit that is provided is a substantial cost to the system, and that's why there's a cap in every other system. Every other jurisdiction in the country, with the exception of Manitoba, and they're putting theirs back as well. We are concerned, Madam Chair, about the long-term fiscal sustainability of the program. We are concerned about the cost to employ Albertans, and we are concerned about getting Albertans back to work. So for those reasons, I recommend that we do not support this amendment. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A8? Seeing none. On Amendment A8 is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to move an amendment. I will keep that. Thank you.
Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment A9. Honourable member, please proceed.
I move that Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, be amended in Section 314 in the proposed Section 24.3 by striking out 10 and substituting 5 wherever it occurs. Madam Chair, Alberta has never had a problem with reviewing legislation too often. When we embarked on our review of OH&S and WCB, there hadn't been major legislative reviews and consultation followed through with changes in 30 years in one case, 40 years for a different piece. This change is specifically relating to the review of the provisions and regulations relating to occupational diseases. Right now, Bill 47 says occupational diseases will not be reviewed or should only be reviewed every 10 years. And 10 years is an incredibly long time to wait to find out what's happening in the ever-evolving landscape of medical knowledge when it comes to occupational disease. 10 years is a huge amount of time. In 2010, Netflix came to Canada. In 2010, Instagram was launched. The first iPad was released, and a lot has happened since then. This amendment reduces that time frame from every 10 years but down to every 5. The information that comes from these reviews is used directly with the compensation and things like presumptive coverage for cancers with firefighters, as an example, or other pieces. Medical knowledge changes and evolves. Scientific knowledge changes and evolves. Every 10 years is too long, especially because the minister has talked repeatedly about using evidence. When he removed presumptive PTSD coverage from all workers, he used the evidence. Well, if you're only looking for that evidence every 10 years, that's a long time for people to wait. And so making sure that if we are truly looking to change outcomes, frequently looking at the data and the evidence should not be a burden. Reviewing this every 5 years is reasonable. I would mention this Bill 47 also removes the Occupational Disease Advisory Council, so there's a number of changes. In this case, we're simply asking the government to reconsider reviewing every 10 years and dropping that to every 5. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Members wishing to speak to Amendment A9, the Honourable Minister for Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the honourable member is correct that we are seeking to change our approach in terms of the review, but it's not necessarily going to be every 10 years. So I'd like to point out and read the language 24.3. The minister shall ensure that a review of provisions of this Act and the regulations relating to occupational diseases is conducted within 10 years after the coming into the force and within every 10 years thereafter. And we were very purposeful. In terms of the language, is that within that 10-year period, because we recognize occupational diseases can change and do change over time. Our experience is, however, that there's often a long lead time in terms of those changes. So our occupational health and safety director can identify diseases and ask them to be reported on by doctors, and that director then reports into the minister. So if there is changes over time, the minister can adopt them earlier than 10 years. But the reason why we're removing the committee is because the committee meeting quarterly to look at these types of issues, it's a much longer time frame in terms of identifying the diseases and then addressing those diseases. So the recommendation was to do this at a minimum within 10 years in terms of the review of the Act, and the honourable member was correct. There was a period of time when it went 30 years, and that's just too long. We're going to redo the whole Act again within 10 years. The sense is that doing it over 5 years, every 5 years, it becomes parties become exhausted doing it every 5 years because it is a significant piece of change for every 10 years. We lined that up with that, but we also said it can be within 10 years. But there are long lead times, Madam Chair, associated with this. So again, I would not recommend that we actually move down to 5. We keep it at 10. And I'd actually like to take a moment because we are running out of time on this one, and I'd like to talk to a few of the other items because there was 24 tabled and we didn't have a chance to get to it. And again, it's unfortunate that this was just shared with us today, and that the opposition didn't choose to move from stage 2 into this stage earlier. But I did want to chat on a couple of the other items here, as indicated in my earlier remarks, that a number of these changes are eliminating the key changes that we are having in the Act, and a number of them are dealing with small minor changes. So for example, 3 of them are making changes. We want to move the words from may back to shall, right? And one of the reasons why we changed it from shall to may is to provide flexibility. So one example of this, Madam Chair, is in regards to occupational health and safety officer making a decision of how they want to address an issue in the workplace, right? And so we in terms of their obligations and their powers, we say they may do a series of things. And really, the change we're making, and you see this other places, is to give optionality to the occupational health and safety officer in those particular cases of what is the best option to fit the circumstance. And this is really about ability to focus on outcomes and to ensure that the action that they're taking will appropriately match the circumstances, and they have additional flexibility associated with that. A number of the other ones, and we've talked about some of them, are just eliminating some key components of the Act. These include the elimination of the dealing with the Fair Practices Office. This also deals with the Medical Panels Office. Madam Chair, I just need to comment that only the previous government would set up 3 separate offices when one will do the job, and one is doing the job in every other jurisdiction. Now, I appreciate them setting up separate offices because of the independence, but we are addressing that issue, Madam Chair, by ensuring that the key services being offered by the Fair Practices Office continue, the supports for employees, the support for employers, and they will continue to be independent because we're moving them over to the Workers' Compensation Board Appeals Commission, which is an independent body. And same with the medical panels. We are continuing to use medical panels, but instead of having a large office with the administration, we are going to have the medical panels being run by a single position that will report into the Workers' Compensation Appeals Commission. Again, independent, but this is the benefits you get from that, Madam Chair. When you have one person responsible for the whole process, then they can make changes to the processes to streamline it, because as the members opposite have indicated previously, it's critically important that we make decisions quickly, and when we make those decisions quickly, that we can get resolution so that people don't go on. And I think the honourable member mentioned a story, and I don't know whether it's Alberta, I think it was actually Saskatchewan, for 8 years with someone waiting for a decision.
But pursuant to Government Motion 57, I shall now put the question. On Amendment A9, as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The amendment has been defeated. On Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, on the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. on Bill 47 on shall the bill be reported. All those in favor, please stand.
Honourable Mr. Kenny. Honourable Mrs. Allard. Mr. Newdorf. Honourable Mr. Nixon. Honourable Mr. Taves. Honourable Mr. Nicolaides. Honourable Mr. Nadeau. Mr. Ellis. Honourable Ms. Schultz. Honourable Mrs. Savage. Honourable Mr. Copping. Honourable Mr. Hunter. Honourable Mr. Nally. Mr. Turton. Mr. Rutherford. Ms. Isaac. Honourable Mr. Schweitzer. Honourable Mrs. Zahir. Ms. Goodrich. Mr. Nixon. Honourable Mr. Dreeshen. Honourable Mr. Luan. Honourable Mr. Wilson.
All those opposed, please stand.
Ms. Notley. Mr. Sabir. Ms. Sweet. Member Irwin. Mr. Nielsen. Mr. Fian. Member Carson. Ms. Gray.
Madam Chair, 423 against 8.
Members, that is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we rise and report Bills 35 and 47.
Having heard the motion to rise and report on Bill 35 and Bill 47, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. So carried. Do you want this one? Yep. It's all ready for you. Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills: Bill 35 and Bill 47. Madam Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by the Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
On government bills and orders for a third reading, Bill 35, Tax Statutes, Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020. Honourable Mr. Taves.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight to move third reading of Bill 35, the Tax Statutes, Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act. This bill includes significant actions Alberta's government is taking to address the historic economic challenges facing our province. Now more than ever, Alberta must work to attract investment. We must ensure we have a competitive tax environment and business-friendly policies to attract investment, create jobs, and accelerate economic growth. That is exactly what the incentives in this bill will do. During debate, it's been eminently clear the members opposite would want us to raise business taxes on job creators. They call the job creation tax cut a handout to the wealthiest Albertans, and I want to reiterate what I have said time and time again. When a government reduces taxes, it's not a handout. It leaves more money in the hands of job creators. Job creators are not the enemy. They take on risk to do business, hire Albertans, and generate wealth and growth in our province. And the risk that job creators take has never been more apparent than today. Like many Albertans, job creators are struggling, and when they struggle, everyone struggles, a concept the NDP just doesn't seem to understand. I would like to remind you again, Madam Speaker, that when the members opposite raised corporate income taxes, the result was that the government revenue fell and economic growth stagnated. I could go back over the studies that show corporate taxes are an inefficient method of taxation, the brunt of which falls on workers and their remuneration, but we've done that. and we know it would fall on deaf ears across the aisle. On this side, we're proud of Alberta's job creators and the work they do to create prosperity for Albertans who share in their success. I could also point to the economic indicators and forecasts from late 2019 and early 2020 that showed our plan was working. Alberta was getting back on track, and for the first time in years, business investment was poised to turn the corner and begin rising significantly. But I think we should look at recent news from the Canadian Venture and Capital Private Equity Association that shows Alberta will break its record for venture capital attraction this year. During the pandemic, oil price crash, and global economic collapse, Alberta has attracted more than $304 million in venture capital over the 3 quarters of this year, much more than ever before. This, Madam Speaker, is further evidence our plan is working, and the results reflect that fact. Last year, we looked at Alberta's tax credits and realized they were not making a meaningful impact. There were only approximately 150 firms that benefited from the previous government's targeted tax credits outside of SR&ED. Based on historical data, we know the job creation tax cut will provide incentive to tens of thousands of businesses and create jobs and opportunity, much more opportunity than the tax credits we eliminated. We've seen firsthand how improving the overall business environment by reducing red tape and lowering corporate taxes drives confidence in investors and businesses. And now the news out of Calgary is a clear sign that business confidence is being restored and our economic policies are working and paying off. But the work didn't stop with the job creation tax cut. Our government went back to work, retooling the way support is provided for research and development and reinventing it to complement the job creation tax cut. That new program is the Innovation Employment Grant, or IEG. It will reward small and medium-sized firms with grants of up to 20% of eligible research and development spending in Alberta. And it will use an incremental approach that is unique within Canada, rewarding growth. And as tech companies grow and reach profitability, they will benefit greatly from our preferred corporate tax rate. Madam Speaker, the combination of the Innovation Employment Grant and the Job Creation Tax Cut creates a unique incentive for high growth and innovative firms of all sizes to locate their operations and expand in Alberta. I'm excited to see it in action next year, and I know stakeholders in the community are as well. And let me remind you that these are just 2 important parts of our larger plan to restore Alberta's place as the best destination to invest in North America. That plan includes our work to reduce red tape and build on Alberta's recovery plan with specific sector strategies. Finally, when government brings forward a Tax Statutes Amendment Act, it takes the opportunity to address any outstanding technical and housekeeping issues that may exist. This helps ensure that integrity of the tax system is maintained. So Bill 35 includes minor technical amendments to ensure the integrity of Alberta's tax legislation. It also proposes amendments to allow Alberta to parallel federal responses to COVID-19 that provided extensions to tax-related deadlines. This ensures that Alberta taxpayers are not faced with the extra burden and red tape due to provincial timelines that are out of sync with their federal counterparts. Madam Speaker, we're facing a great challenge as a province, but I'm always amazed at the resiliency of Albertans, and I know the changes in this bill will play a vital role in the recovery and transformation of Alberta's economy. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to move 3rd reading of Bill 35, and I adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for 3rd reading, Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020. Honourable Mr. Popping.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise and move third reading of Bill 47, the Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020. Madam Speaker, Alberta's government is committed to doing all it can to get Albertans back to work and support our province's economic recovery. For the past few months, Alberta has faced significant drop in oil prices, collapse in the global economy, and the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's why Alberta's government took bold action to launch Alberta's Recovery Plan. A significant part of that plan is getting Albertans back to work. And in order to do that, our labour laws need to be balanced, sensible and fair, while ensuring and improving workplace safety. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that is exactly what Bill 47 will do. It will cut unnecessary red tape for job creators so they can focus on maintaining and growing their businesses and keep providing the good jobs and safe jobs that Albertans need to support their families and our province's economy. Bill 47 will ensure that Albertans work in a healthy and safe environment and that worker rights and protections are in place to prevent workplace injuries and illnesses. And in the unfortunate event where a worker does get hurt or suffers a work-related illness, Bill 47 will ensure a sustainable and efficient workers' compensation system is there to support them in their recovery and their safe return to work. In addition, Bill 47 will also create the Alberta Heroes Fund for first responders to provide extra support to families of first responders who pay the ultimate price to help keep us safe. Now, Madam Speaker, Bill 47 will amend the Occupational Health and Safety Act to ensure it is easy to understand and follow for both workers and job creators. And it will also incorporate the Radiation Protection Act and its regulations into the OHS Act and its regulations. That means all workplace health and safety laws will be in one place, which will further help workers and job creators understand and follow them. Speaking of clarity, I want to make it clear that the reporting of potential serious incidents will remain a requirement in this Act. Having sensible, easy to understand rules will help job creators and workers fulfill their roles and responsibilities for workplace health and safety so that everyone can return home safely at the end of their shifts. Health and safety is a shared responsibility and is the core principle behind Canadian workplace health and safety laws. Alberta's proposed OHS laws will continue to follow this principle without overly prescriptive and confusing rules. The focus will be on achieving positive health and safety outcomes rather than with grappling confusing rules that may not suit every workplace. Madam Speaker, workers and job creators know best what works at their individual workplaces in terms of health and safety. And we know that all workplaces are unique, so it doesn't make sense to apply a blanket occupational health and safety law or a one-size-fits-all approach to every workplace in Alberta. Bill 47 will address this by giving workers and job creators the flexibility to use innovative approaches to health and safety that suit the unique characteristics and needs of their workplaces. Madam Speaker, I can't stress enough that workers will continue to have the same rights and protections under our proposed OHS laws. Workers will retain three fundamental rights. They will continue to have the right to know about workplace hazards, they will continue to have the right to participate in health and safety at their workplaces, and they will continue to have the right to refuse dangerous work. Mr. Speaker, workers will continue to be protected from disciplinary action for exercising these three rights or complying with workplace health and safety laws. Our focus is on improving health and safety outcomes, not checking boxes. Now, Bill 47 goes further to balance workplace laws and ensure a sustainable and efficient workplace compensation system should a worker get ill or injured on the job. Workers deserve a system that treats them fairly and supports their recovery and safe return to work. In order for this to happen, the system needs to be affordable, sustainable, and efficient as possible. This means reversing some of the changes made in 2018 that led to rising costs, additional red tape, and put the future sustainability of the system in doubt. Bill 47's changes will allow the system to meet the needs of workers and job creators now and into the future. Key benefit programs and services will continue into the future while keeping premiums affordable for employers. And these programs and services will be delivered as efficiently as possible with minimum red tape. An affordable and efficient workers' compensation system helps ensure workplaces remain viable, which is vital to protecting existing jobs and help create new ones. Without these jobs, Mr. Speaker, there will be no point in having a workers' compensation because there will be no workers. Mr. Speaker, it's in everyone's interest to have jobs and to have an effective workers' compensation system when someone gets hurt on the job. Mr. Speaker, finally, Bill 47 will also create the Alberta's Heroes Fund for first responders. I am especially proud of the Heroes Fund because it fulfills a promise we made to our first responders and their families. I think everyone in the Assembly appreciates the work of our first responders and the tremendous risks they take every day to keep us and our communities safe. As I've said before in this House, there is no higher form of public service than to risk one's life to maintain public safety. First responders have our backs, and it's only right that we have theirs as well. The Heroes Fund will provide a one-time tax-free payment of $100,000 to families of first responders who die as a result of performing their duties. And as I have also said before, I wish a fund like this was not necessary and that all first responders could come home safely at the end of their shifts. But while I know the payment cannot bring back their loved ones, it will ease the financial burdens for families of fallen first responders. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to move third reading of Bill 47. I encourage all members to support Bill 47 and continue our government's work to bring balance, fairness, and common sense to our labour laws. Doing so will help get Albertans back to work, improve health and safety outcomes, ensure our workplaces thrive, and contribute to Alberta's recovery plan. Thank you, and with that, I would like to adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. So carried.
Government motions, Government Motion 54, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 35, Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at that stage shall be put forthwith. Madam Speaker, I will refer you to my earlier comments and answered on the same motion for the previous stage of this piece of legislation.
The official opposition has up to 5 minutes to respond. The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's not surprising that the government is doing everything in the dead of the night, in the middle of a pandemic, to ram through its $4.7 billion failed corporate handout that has not created a single job, that didn't bring.
Honourable members, I'm having a hard time hearing the Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall. Honourable Member, please proceed.
That didn't create any jobs, that didn't bring any investment back to the province. Instead, we saw job losses everywhere. We saw job losses in Calgary. We are still facing a 30% vacancy rate in Calgary Towers just because of this government's policies. And one of those policies is giving $4.7 billion to the wealthiest in this province. And a result of this policy is that we are facing cuts in education, we are facing cuts in social services, in every other thing that matters to our communities. I know that government is hell-bent on pursuing and pushing this $4.7 billion handout ahead, but I am urging the private members of this House that we are all here to represent our constituents. Stand up for your constituents. This is a bad policy. It didn't create jobs. It didn't bring investment back. It will result in cuts to education, cuts to healthcare, cuts to other social services. And this motion, which limits debate on this for 1 hour. They're handing out $4.7 billion, and I guess they're curtailing the debate to just 1 hour. 1 hour to decide that we will throw out $4.7 billion to the wealthiest in this province and make every other Albertan to pay for it. I urge all members of this House that vote against this motion. The job of legislature is not to rubber stamp government bills. Job of the legislature, job of the MLAs is to stand up for their constituents, to stand up for this province. And I think that's their last opportunity to stand up on this terrible policy. Thank you.
Honourable members, on Government Motion 54 is moved by the Honourable Government House Leader. Does the Assembly agree with the motion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say no. No. So carried.
Under Government Motions, Government Motion 58, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I will also move Government Motion 58 as follows. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at that stage shall be put forthwith. I will refer you again, Madam Speaker, to the same comments in regards to the similar motion that will already be within answer for this bill at Committee of the Whole stage.
The official opposition has up to 5 minutes to respond. The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At a time when we are going through a global pandemic that has caused 600 plus lives in Alberta, thousands are being infected, we are putting forward a bill that will attack those who are serving on the front line of this pandemic. And it's not a laughing matter, because those people who are working in hospitals, whether they are working in schools, whether they are working in grocery stores, whether they are in cab industry, whether they are driving transit, all those workers' rights are at stake with this bill. And even in the Committee of Whole, during the debate, the government didn't let opposition to even introduce all their amendments. I think it's deeply troubling that instead supporting those workers, government will pass this piece of legislation, try to push this piece of legislation in the dead of the night and attack those very workers who are on the front lines of this pandemic, who are keeping these things going. Again, I am urging all my colleagues in this House that vote against this motion, vote for these frontline heroes, vote for workers' rights, vote for more supports for them. And if you vote in favor of this motion, that means that you're voting against those workers. And please don't stand up for your constituents, stand up for Albertans, stand up for these workers. And it's an undemocratic, heavy-handed motion that would curtail debate on this important piece of legislation.
Honourable members, on Government Motion 58, as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree with the motion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 35, Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020. Adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Taves.
I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address this House. Don't always get that opportunity. Sometimes various tricks and maneuvers are made to prevent me from having an opportunity to speak things in the House. But today I think it's important that I stand up and speak to this atrocious bill, number 35, presented by what is quite arguably the worst finance minister the province of Alberta has ever seen. And while you might think that there's some rhetoric in what I'm saying, I want to point out that it was the finance minister himself who has essentially set the bar at which he would be measured. He did it just moments ago in this House. And using his own measure, he is indeed the worst finance minister. And I can tell you that the measure that he used was typified by his statement that when the tax rate, the corporate tax rate was increased under the previous government, that the actual revenues dropped. And what he did in making that statement, yet again, having made that statement many, many times in this House, is he's demonstrated a complete failure to understand the basic level statistics that I teach my students in my very first year of social work school, about the difference between correlation and causality. In that if two things happen to occur at the same time, it doesn't mean that one has caused the other. But of course, this minister stood up in this House repeatedly to make that indication that the increase of corporate tax rates resulted in a decrease in revenues to the province, which is a complete falsehood, statistically speaking. What I would say in academia is that he's essentially fudging the data and he's misinterpreting the data. But he set the standard now. He said it's okay to say that if two things happen at the same time, they can be used as judgment. And so we can do that for him. We can take a look at a little bit of what's happened since he's become the Minister of Finance in this province. And I can tell you it's been a complete disaster. That all the measures of whether an economy is doing well or not have sunk to all-time lows, some of them to the lowest levels in the last 50 and even almost in the history of the province of Alberta, barring except, of course, the Great Depression. But, you know, I guess here we are under a UCP government. One might say we have re-entered depression again. And I think just using the measure that the minister himself has used, that, you know, if you see numbers change while a government is in office, instead of actually looking at the underlying factors and causal implications of a variety of factors that may have an influence on things, you get to just say that the government is bad because those numbers have changed. So I will use the minister's standard and tell you that this government is bad. And we know by their standard, by the measure that's actually been given to this House by this minister, he is the worst minister of finance that we've had in many years, because we have seen record levels of unemployment. We have seen record number of jobs lost. We are still down some 170,000 jobs from we were in 2019, the fall of 2019, to now. And so using his standard.
My apologies, Honourable Member. If the Honourable Member for Calgary-Klein would like to speak, I would suggest that he would wait his turn and be called on by the Speaker for that opportunity. However, I will reiterate to all members in this House who would like to have conversation that the lounge outside either one of these doors is available for your pleasure. I will ask the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Rutherford to continue with his remarks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always difficult to hear the truth, and I know that mumbling over truth-telling is often used by people when they don't happen to have their earplugs available. But going back to what I was saying, we certainly can say that this bill is one put forward in a long litany of failures by this government to understand basic economics, that their belief in this ideological fantasy, generally referred to in the public as trickle-down economics, is one that's held firmly by this government, and you know, its ridiculousness is only surpassed by the shocking degree to which this government adheres to it. I think this government really has demonstrated they've completely failed to learn from the experiences with trickle-down economics that have happened in the rest of the world, and completely have failed to learn from their own record on this. In the world, we know that the reduction of corporate taxes has not overall around the world had a positive effect on any economy. We know that there are particular examples of states that have really gone all full force into this trickle-down economic belief system and have demonstrably failed in the attempt to improve the economy. I think one famous one that I think almost everyone in the House and probably most of those people listening would know about is the state of Kansas, who did pretty much exactly what this government is doing. And in the years between 2013 and 2016, after they instituted all of these regressive, backwards thinking economic policies, averaged less than 1% growth rate at a time where comparable states were averaging somewhere just over 3% growth rates. And we know from a variety of other studies that this is what is to be expected. In fact, when this bill was originally introduced into the House, I took some time to do a bit of research, as I often do in my academic-y kind of way, and went to the American Congressional Budget Office to see what they had to say about the reduction of corporate income tax. And I went there because whenever we bring information, factual information into the House, it's dismissed by this government as somehow leftist propaganda, an easy way not to hear other people and to keep your fingers in your ears. But they certainly cannot refer to the American Congressional Budget Office as being leftist in any way whatsoever. In Canada, we would hardly put it anywhere even toward the middle of the spectrum, considered pretty right-wing by most of the world. And yet, when I read their assessment and analysis of corporate tax reductions, they clearly say, and I did read parts of that out when it was first introduced in the House, so I won't bother to repeat it for Hansard again tonight, but they clearly say that these kind of deductions do not have the economic outcome that the government pretends it will have, and the government keeps repeating to the people in the community. What they do say is that corporations tend to take the dollars and to shore up their own bankrolls, primarily in two different ways. One of them is to buy back their own stocks, which there may be some economic argument for, but we're simply saying that we're, as a provincial entity then, we are going to pay major international corporations to be better off, which seems to be shoveling money from your average Albertan into major international corporations. Which I think is a pretty horrendous philosophical position to come from. But the other thing that they mentioned is that corporations tend to use that money to pay executives excessive bonuses, which has become a major problem around North America, where we find corporations in the position, while they're laying off people in places like Alberta, are providing excessive bonuses, ridiculous bonuses to members of their executive staff. And that's what the Congressional Budget Office has to say about this policy that is being put forward by this government. So I just want to remind people that the evidence is there. You can do the research. You can go to the library, you can look up all the evidence on these kind of tax cuts, and they consistently tell you that they do not achieve the outcomes that this minister says. And not only does the government not learn from these international experiences and the thousands of hours of research by experts in the field who have come to this conclusion, but they also don't learn from their own experience, because shortly after they instituted all these policies, lo, what happened in the province of Alberta? We lost 50,000 jobs. And unemployment continued to go up significantly afterwards. And their deficit continued to rise dramatically. So using the standard that has been set by the minister here in this House within the last hour, that we can use correlation to describe his behavior, we can simply say that he is the minister of failure. He is the minister who has brought Alberta to some of the lowest standards that we have seen in terms of employment levels and in terms of business success and in terms of empty business vacancies in downtown Calgary. All of that's on this minister, given his own standard. And I wish they would learn either from other people's experience or from their own experience. But what we've learned about this government is they absolutely have a failure to read what is going on around them and to pivot from their extreme right-wing ideology, which has been demonstrated to be a false ideology in many places throughout the world. So I'm very discouraged that this bill is here in front of this House that's advancing this $4.7 billion advance into the hands of largely foreign-funded corporations. And we've seen already what happens when they do that. We literally have the example in this province of a corporation taking that money and using that money to leave the province and to move their headquarters out of the province and to lay off significant numbers of Albertans while they're doing it with our money. That's what you paid for. And, it really, to me, seems reprehensible that a government would not learn either from their others' experience or their own experiences. And what they failed to do is they failed to understand the complexity of an economy. They only see business as having a role in the economy. They don't understand that anybody who spends time assessing an economy from an abstract level instead of from a very simplistic kind of level will tell you that while businesses are indeed job creators, they are only part of a larger set of people who are required to ensure that jobs do get created. Businesses certainly are one of the four that have been demonstrated to create jobs. But they also must remember that the other three are the employees of every business, the customers of every business, and the government and society that sets the structures within which that business will succeed. All of those have been demonstrated by economists over the years. All of them are essential. And any competent government would find a way to work to support all four of those in order to create the circumstances for success. But this government only sees one arm. And so what we have now is the government sitting on a one-legged stool and trying to keep balance, which of course they're not, which of course is resulting in extreme unemployment, which is resulting in the highest level of debt this province has ever seen, the highest level of deficit this province has ever seen, and complete failure all around. Now, if this government were actually to care about the actual outcome of making sure that people had jobs, what would they be doing? They'd be investing in diversity. Instead, what we have is a minister who says that diversity is a luxury for some time in the future, and then subsequently goes on to cut a number of grants that are actually working to help create the modern economy that Alberta is becoming, whether this government likes it or not. For example, they cut the Scientific Research and Experimental Development Credit. They cut the Interactive Digital Media Tax Credit. They cut the Alberta Investor Tax Credit. They cut the Alberta Capital Investment Tax Credit. All of these things that were being done to actually diversify the economy. The incredible amount of work that was done to help to move Alberta into renewable energy in this province under the previous government was all thrown out the door, in spite of the fact that evidence is that renewable energy is actually now the cheapest form of energy available in the world. And these numbers come out repeatedly from internationally respected bodies who have done the hard work, who understand statistics, and don't depend on silly correlational thoughts, but instead have done the number crunching and have demonstrated that the economies of the future are going to require the input of all sectors of the economy. And simply adopting one of those four sectors is going to create failure. And it's all done for ideology. It's not done because they actually care about the jobs in the end. If they did, they would do the complex work of making sure that we had the supports necessary for businesses to be successful. And finally today, after, I don't know, at least 8 months of people asking them, they finally provided some support for small businesses in this COVID time. 8 months it took them to learn that lesson. That's absolutely incredible. But they also need to understand that none of those businesses will be successful unless their employees are successful, and their employees require a number of things to be successful. They require jobs that will allow them to pay their mortgages, that will allow them to live a full life as a full participant in the province of Alberta, not part-time job that is precarious and has no benefits and makes it impossible to have stability in your own personal life. If your employees do not have stability in their financial life, they're not going to be very good employees. And what has this government done for employees? Well, we've just been hearing everything that they're doing to take stability and support away from the average worker in this province in Bill 47. They're literally attacking one of the legs of their chair. But not only that, they've been attacking consumers, and they've been attacking the role of government in all of this as well. If we are going to have successful businesses, we need to have the circumstances under which businesses are successful. And businesses need a population that has the income to buy the product. And so if we don't support consumers, then we are not going to be able to keep businesses alive. And what has this government done? They have continuously attacked consumers in every way possible. They've taken rate caps off of the electricity, they've taken caps off of insurance, they have increased prices for consumers in dozens, literally dozens of ways. And so what we have now is the second leg of this four-legged stool being attacked. And the final one, of course, is the part that is done by government. And again, when this bill was originally introduced, I went through a little history of how the oil field was successfully built in this province because of government intervention. If Premier Lougheed and the government of the day had not invested in all of the research through places like the University of Alberta and so on, if they'd not had directly invested by buying some 10% of Suncor when they first began to do the exploration, then we would never have been able to get into the oil sands and to develop them in the way that we have over the years. Without government, there is very little we can be sure of in terms of business growth. Business are very good about doing things that are happening right now, but the new things that come along are almost always supported by government. If we look at what are the businesses that are growing and are most successful right now, like Amazon and Google, what do they all depend on? They depend on the internet. Who invented the internet? The governments. The governments invented the internet. They did it by funding universities. They did it by funding groups like the American military to develop the internet. None of them would have been able to do their work unless direct dollars had flowed from governments around the world into those institutions who built that. So now when you pick up the phone and you call for a car service, or you call for a food delivery, or you call for a Christmas package to be sent to your relatives far away, you are actually benefiting from government investment. That's where it came from. No business created the internet. That was done explicitly by the decision of government to put dollars into a new way of being in the world. And so if we want to become the economy of the future, we have to start thinking that way. We have to start thinking about how we invest. And I just happened to be reading a blog put out by the Bill Gates from Microsoft, who expressed this exact idea, that the role of government is to invest and to take risk. Bill Gates, one of the richest persons in the world right now, and at one time I'm sure was the richest person in the world, was identifying in his blog that we need government to invest because businesses can't always take the risk. Thank you.
Honourable members, before the Assembly is third reading of Bill 35, the tax statutes creating jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The honourable member for Edmonton Decor has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity at this late hour to get some final thoughts in on Bill 35, tax statutes creating jobs and driving innovation. Still waiting for the creating jobs and the driving innovation part, but I guess we'll have to stay tuned. I do want to thank the member for Edmonton Rutherford for his comments. I think he was very, very succinct in talking about the role of government, the economy and whatnot. I was rather interested with the opening comments at third reading here by the finance minister. And the funny thing is when he talks about giving the big corporate tax cut as you know, one of the key pillars to allowing businesses to create jobs. The problem is history is not on his side. You know, when you go back over the last 8 or 9 decades, and you look at every time there was a big call for a corporate tax cut, all in the names of helping to create jobs. As that tax line went down, the funny thing is the job line followed it down very shortly afterwards. And it trends that way over the last 8 or 9 decades. So here we are. We have the government that came in, and business knew way ahead of time. They said that, you know, pre-election, during the election, if we're elected, we are going to drop the corporate tax break. So they knew that that would be coming. Yet we still had a case before the pandemic was upon us. We lost 50,000 jobs. It was supposed to be 50,000 jobs created, and it was the opposite. We saw a doubling of the deficit. You know, I'm always hearing this rhetoric about, you know, apparently the place that the previous NDP government left us. Well, how then did we manage to double the deficit that we had predicted in the budget leading up to the election in 2019? And then on top of all of that, the economy shrank by over 0.5%. This was not what was supposed to happen because the corporate tax break was going to be coming in. Businesses were supposed to be coming here. As the Premier said, they'd be irresponsible to not take advantage of this. Yet we saw large corporation leave. The other larger ones paid their shareholders, bought back stocks, I believe is you know, one of the suggestions that the member from Edmonton Rutherford brought up. There was no indication that they took that money and created those jobs. Oh, there was investment, all right, from those companies. Investment outside of the Alberta jurisdiction. And so, you know, here we have another 2 years to add to the long line of 8 or 9 decades. We're claiming that a corporate tax break is going to trickle down. I've heard about all these businesses, apparently, the finance minister said that are going to be taking advantage of that. Maybe Walmart, although I don't see them paying their employees any extra because of that corporate tax break. I don't see some of the other really large employers in my riding of Edmonton Decor rushing to the front of the line to pay some of their workers a top-up pay for trying to get through this pandemic. So what is going on? Where is this money going?
Good question.
Certainly isn't going to the hardworking people of Alberta. I talk to my small businesses. corporate tax break doesn't affect them. They're not big enough. Now, as was mentioned earlier, at the very least, they're going to have an opportunity to try and access some funds to try and get through this latest round of restrictions that, of course, we didn't need to get here for. Had there been some leadership demonstrated by this government. But at least they're there. And I know the government House Leader thinks this is very boring, but my businesses in my riding of Edmonton Decor don't seem to think so. The businesses in my riding want some bloody help from this government. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support Bill 35. It is fundamentally flawed. We've seen the track record of this fail miserably. And unfortunately, the government can no longer point at the previous NDP finance minister as the worst one, because they have the worst one now sitting just to the right of them.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or a comment. Seeing none, is there others wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to bring a fresh horse to the race here this morning and add my comments to Bill 35 and make my journey back to this legislature worthwhile. And hopefully I spark a little bit of new element in the debate this morning as we round the turn in the session that has been marked by a serious lack of new ideas, and it has been obviously marked by a response by this government to a pandemic that has been less than welcomed by Albertans in the province. The Bill 35 that is under debate right now, Mr. Speaker, the Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020 was brought in in the hopes that it would be a means of promoting economic rejuvenation, and it was full of energy and hope that accelerating the corporate tax cut by doubling down on that jobs would be created. Yet what it did was certainly the opposite. It basically demonstrated the failure of the initial gesture. 50,000 jobs were lost, deficit was doubled, economy shrank. This is all pre-pandemic. Now, Mr. Speaker, doing things that you know probably from the past are not going to work, yet expecting a new result are emblematic of an individual by the name of Don that we've heard of before in history. Not that Don, Mr. Speaker. I speak of Don Quixote, a new Don, but an old Don. And of course, it's been a while since I've read that famous piece of literature, Mr. Speaker, so I've been revisiting it, and I know that the famous quotes are that Don Quixote was tilting at windmills passing, and the theme, of course, is that the individual Don Quixote is the man from La Mancha. His behavior led him to forswear the chivalric novels that he read so voraciously, and ultimately he ends up dying from a fever and forswears all the chivalric truths he followed so fervently. So I'm wondering, indeed, Mr. Speaker, if in the lessons of Don Quixote will be lost on this government if indeed when they look in the rearview mirror, which is seemingly what instrument of the vehicle they've been looking at for the last year and a half in order to keep the rubber on the road. If they look at the rearview mirror, they realize that the path that they've been on has been a worn-out trail for a long time. I note that the UCP government, Mr. Speaker, chased away investment in this province. They cut scientific research and experimental development credit. In the portfolio that I have as my critic portfolio in agriculture and forestry, they emasculated scientific research, cut 250 or so positions from within the ministry, basically eliminating the scientific capacity within that ministry. And now, with the Bill 35, the ministers cut the interactive digital media tax credits, cut the Alberta Investor Tax Credit, Alberta Capital Investment Tax Credit, and the results are clear. The tech firms pulled out of Alberta, jobs were lost, economy shrank. Once again, down the wrong path, down a beaten path that we've seen before, and with what we on this side of the House can see as an anticipated result, something we warned about, yet indeed that was to no avail. The government decided to push on with their accelerated tax cut and even admonishing companies for perhaps being irresponsible if they didn't move to Alberta as a result of these tax cuts. So I, Mr. Speaker, hesitate to see the wisdom of that admonishment, but it's a type of attitude that we've seen demonstrated by this government time and again, whether they be talking to Canadians across the country, whether they be talking to industry leaders throughout Canada or even internationally, whether they be speaking to Albertans from different regions of the country. We're looking at basically hearing these government members and this Premier admonish any individual who might dare to oppose their proposed fixes to the economy. And there are those that are targeted also, Mr. Speaker, by this government, and those individuals are many. The groups I could list for days, Mr. Speaker, who have been hurt by this government. I think in particular of public servants. And right now, Mr. Speaker, we've mentioned many times in this House about how there could be help available to individuals such as our frontline workers in this province who are wondering why this government has left $300 million on the table in matching money that could be made available and put into pockets of frontline workers right now to spend in this economy where it's desperately needed, where businesses that have been shut down once again, Mr. Speaker, unnecessarily, had the government taken steps to address the pandemic earlier by making sure that we didn't get to this infection rate that we're at. But that $300 million that's sitting on the table because this government, for what reason, I don't know, refuses to match 25% dollars, 25-cent dollars, $100 million from Alberta, $300 million from Ottawa. That money would flow, and it would be the top-up funds to frontline workers, which is money that is owed to these frontline workers. So I don't know if it's an ideological blockage that they've got. I don't know if it's some desire to teach the federal government a lesson by not taking the money that's offered. I don't know if it's something whereby they want to publicly penalize public servants. Those very public servants, Mr. Speaker, who are working right now in our hospitals and in our long-term care facilities where the worst of the pandemic is brutally facing them every day. Yet the response from this government is to say, hey, take another hit. This is how we respect you. We're going to keep in the federal kitty $300 million that otherwise would be in your pocket. And of course, from their pockets, it would be generating economic activity within this province right away, because believe me, Mr. Speaker, those individuals are behind the 8 ball like a lot of folks in this province, and they're going to be spending that money locally. So $300 million is a lot of money that is sitting in Ottawa, available for us to bring home to Alberta by simply matching 25-cent dollars to those $300 million and putting them in the pockets of frontline workers who deserve them, who deserve those dollars, who are entitled to them. And for some reason, this government decides they're not worthy of it, or are ideologically opposed to putting it in the pockets of frontline workers, perhaps because they're so ideologically opposed to union and public sector workers. Now, the money flows real fast and furious, Mr. Speaker, as we show in Bill 35, $4.7 billion tax cuts, but also an accelerated time frame on that reduction of the corporate tax rate. Money flows fast and furious when it's going into the pockets of very profitable corporations, yet $300 million for frontline workers, our brothers and sisters, our neighbors, our aunts and uncles, our cousins, our fellow Albertans are sitting there with empty pockets and mortgages that are in arrears, because this government fails to basically open the purse strings and match dollars that the federal government is willing to allow to flow. It makes no sense. And these are the kind of things, Mr. Speaker, that Albertans are totally upset about right now with this government. There's a whole raft of things, but it seems as though, just like Don Quixote, Mr. Speaker, this government really is looking in the rearview mirror and doesn't get what's really going on presently in this province. And it's unnecessary. I mean, the government members are fond of looking back and saying, oh, goodness, you should have listened to us and you might still be the government. Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker, Albertans are telling this government precisely that. You better be listening to us or you won't be the government. And that's something that any government in power fails to listen to at their peril. So far be it from me to instruct the political leadership of the UCP, but I dearly would love it if indeed the leadership would actually fine-tune their listening devices and take the earplugs out of their ears, and find in their hearts a way to determine their policy by listening to the demands of the most basic pleas from Albertans, and that is focus your attention here in the province on getting rid of this pandemic and not focusing yourself on corporate tax breaks that have been proven to be futile. The measures that have been taken recently by this government have been something that the province right across the board has been begging for, demanding, warning about for weeks and weeks. Yet we get to a point, Mr. Speaker, where now we're backs against the wall, and it's going to be even weeks and months yet before we can see a reduction in the infection rate. And measures like Bill 35's corporate tax rate acceleration had this government's focus rather than the actual requirement, the number one function, the number one responsibility of government to focus on the health and safety of the individual Albertans that they are elected to serve. That, Mr. Speaker, is your most fundamental responsibility. And I'm wondering how indeed this government forgot that. They prefer to talk about balance, yet it's an equation that it's a fraudulent trade-off, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I would suggest it's a moral question as well, where you're looking at doing such things as a corporate tax cut in the middle of a pandemic, when you are seeing the necessity of bringing forward measures that will perhaps temporarily hurt the economy, but will in the long term ensure that your population is healthy. And as has been demonstrated in other parts of the world, Mr. Speaker, those are the things that are going to get us through this frightful pandemic that is a global phenomenon. And these are lessons that the government has failed to learn from those who have been successful globally. There have been resurgences other places of the world, Mr. Speaker, and we've failed to learn the lessons that have been implemented in other places where they realized that the health of the economy relied upon a healthy population, and that population needed to limit severely its interactions with each other, to limit the spread of the virus, and that was what was done. And we saw the success of countries like New Zealand and Australia, where they had tighter restrictions, and now they're reaping the rewards of those restrictions. We failed to learn those lessons. We looked at trying to make this so-called balance between the economy and health, and certainly the decisions that were made were wrong in so many ways. And the Albertan people are demonstrating that they don't like what they see.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have to respond to a few of the thoughts that we've heard from the members opposite. I won't have time to deal with all of them. But, Mr. Speaker, what runs deep and consistent is the great dislike for job creators. It comes across in their tone, in every sentence, every statement. Mr. Speaker, the statement that tax cuts are immoral, we could spend an evening on that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I find immoral is reaching into taxpayer pockets and spending other people's money irresponsibly, Mr. Speaker. And the members opposite were masters at that discipline. That is why they fundamentally are repulsed by the fact that we are actually lowering taxes. It's not a handout, Mr. Speaker. We're simply taking less of somebody else's hard-earned money. Capital that was invested, where great effort was put forward, where great innovation was employed, and where a return was made, a return that employs hundreds of thousands of Albertans across the province, creates wealth for our healthcare system, for our education system, to pay our great public servants that deliver to Albertans every day. Mr. Speaker, I want to correct a myth that has circulated for far too long. This talk of billions of dollars of giveaway, nothing could be further from the truth. I do not sign a check to corporations, Mr. Speaker. We simply tax them less. It is their money, not ours. And Mr. Speaker, my department has estimated that our reduction in revenue will be approximately $250 million a year, Mr. Speaker. Nothing remotely close to the numbers the members opposite irresponsibly put out. And Mr. Speaker, $250 million a year is $100 million less than the support we provided for small and medium-sized businesses with their Workers' Compensation Board premium relief, and since then we've supported Albertans and small businesses to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars during this year in COVID relief. The $250 million that we will collect, that the $250 million less that we will collect as a result of the job creation tax cut pales in response to so many of our other programs. And Mr. Speaker, I heard from a member opposite that, taxes are only one part of it, and the member opposite was right on that statement, Mr. Speaker. I will agree. And that is why the job creation tax cut is one measure of many to ensure we have the most competitive business environment. That's why my colleague, the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction, has brought forward a bill that was passed by this House tonight. That is why every day of the week, every week of the month, every month of the year, that minister works with other ministries to reduce red tape and regulatory burden. Regulatory burden, Mr. Speaker, that the members opposite piled on and piled on. Mr. Speaker, we hear that tech firms pulled out of this province, and yet the facts are this. We are at a record year for venture capital investment in the province of Alberta, Mr. Speaker. We hear that our job creation tax cut only benefits the large evil corporations. Mr. Speaker, 75% of the businesses that benefit from the job creation tax cut file as small businesses under CRA rules, Mr. Speaker. These are entrepreneurs that have worked 16 hours a day, that have worked 7 days a week. They've worked as a family. They've risked it all, and they built a business. They've employed their neighbors and Albertans in their communities. They've generated wealth not only for their employees, but for the province as a whole. And the members opposite would want us to tax them more. Mr. Speaker, we hear about diversity. We hear about their attack on balance sheets. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but I'm out of time.
Wishing to speak to Bill 35. The Honourable Opposition House Leader has the call.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I can't let this go now that the minister has stood up and proposed his view on the bill, because I feel like I need to counter some of his arguments in this debate this evening. And, what I really appreciated, actually, just before I get into that, was the respect that was between the Minister of Labour and our critic when they were going back and forth on amendments, and how that respectful debate is nice. But I see that the government House Leader struggles with giving me the same respect. So, in saying that, Bill 35. The Honourable Minister just stood up and talked about corporate taxes, and how this is about decreasing the burden on job creators so that, there can be more revenue in the Treasury, so that we can look at spending money on things like healthcare and education and personal things, and how the opposition doesn't understand that this is Alberta's money and Albertans' money. And that is what we need to worry about, is Albertans paying for that. Well, let's start there. Over this session so far, what we have seen is personal income taxes have gone up because of the indexing being removed on personal income taxes for Albertans. What we've seen is insurance rates going up for average Albertans because of the insurance cap that has been taken off by this government during this session. What we have seen is toll bridges, and the idea of toll bridges being implemented on new infrastructure in this province. What we know about toll bridges is that corporations get to write off all of the fees that they are going to have to pay to go across tolls. So what does that mean? Just like the government opposition or the government House Leader indicated, that is a tax on Albertans. So I appreciate that the Minister of Finance will stand up and say that this is a good thing, and bringing down the cost for Albertans, and how the corporate taxes are going to create jobs and therefore it's going to make it better for Albertans. Well, I haven't seen a single thing done in any of these pieces of legislation that actually brings the cost down for the average Albertan. So again, the priorities are very clear and very different. The government side, corporations. Everything is about corporations. Everything is about capitalism. On this side, we care about Albertans. We care about the people. We want to make sure that life is more affordable for Albertans. What does that mean? We wouldn't have increased and taken off the index for personal income taxes. We put an insurance rate caps on. We wouldn't be implementing tolls so that Albertans have to pay to drive on their own roads and then ignore the secondary roads, and of course also have surveillance because their vehicles will have their pictures taken on those tolls. We wouldn't be looking at the fact that every single one of these things is giving corporations the ability to write off all of these costs on the budget. So although I appreciate the minister standing and saying that this is Alberta's money, Albertans' money, you're absolutely right. Corporate taxes get invested into the Treasury. The reality of it is that what has happened is that the corporate taxes that should be invested into the Treasury, that are no longer going to be invested in the Treasury, have now been downloaded onto the average Albertan to have to pay. So tolls, personal income tax, insurance rates, all of the other things that we have seen this government do that has made life more expensive. AISH has been cut. Has been capped out. We're seeing changes to WCB. We are changing the fact that we are looking at PDD and whether or not people are going to be eligible for those supports.
Rural policing.
Rural policing, that's a great one. Rural policing will now be downloaded onto municipalities. What does that mean? Costs of property taxes are going to go up. There are a variety of things that have happened in this session Oh, and let's, not forget that I'm sure the Minister of Environment and Parks will probably be looking at some way to make sure people have to pay. Oh, wait, if you want to cross-country ski now, you have to pay a fee. There are many fees that every single minister in this chamber has done that I'm sure I could go through the list and find out what they have charged Albertans for their jobs. So the reality of it is that although the government will like to say that we have a problem with corporations, it's not about corporations, it's about priorities. And the problem with the priorities of this government is downloading the costs onto Albertans at the expense, or helping corporations not have to pay their taxes at the expense of Albertans. Every single thing has gone up for the average Albertan. Property taxes, personal income taxes, insurance rates, toll bridges, one of the most favorite things that I really can't wait to keep talking about. Those things are costing the average Albertans, paying for cross-country skiing, tax holidays, not having police services, review after review after review on many other things. And the reality of it is that's what this bill is about. It is about a difference between how we approach things. The government is all about corporations and giving corporations the ability to not have to pay their taxes, and our side is saying that is not okay, because what is happening is all of that revenue that is not going into the Treasury will have to be found somewhere else. And so what this government has done is increased the cost of living for every single Albertan in this province. So that is the fundamental difference. That is why we don't support this bill, and that is why I encourage all of my colleagues not to support third reading. Thank you very much.
Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do realize that we are in a time allocation situation. I don't want to take away too much time from the official opposition, who have finally started to get to work on legislation in the House, which is excellent, Mr. Speaker. I do want to quickly, though, respond to the opposition House Leader's comments. I think the Finance Minister did a great job earlier of the broader issues in regards to the bill. But that honourable member, Mr. Speaker, was a senior member of the former government, Mr. Speaker, who brought in the largest tax increase in the history of the province with the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. Brought a tax in that was a tax on absolutely everything, Mr. Speaker, from the carrots that you buy in the grocery store, Mr. Speaker, because they never really actually understood this, and that's because carrots got to the grocery store by trucks, which took gas, and they put a tax onto that. Mr. Speaker, they taxed Albertans. That is absolutely their legacy, Mr. Speaker. I see they're very upset about it. They're very upset about getting pointed out that the course that they did not run, I should say, Mr. Speaker, on bringing in a carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, but they did bring in the carbon tax. And, at the point, Mr. Speaker, that happened, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition, when Albertans raised concerns about that. The official opposition House leader, she called them when she was then Premier Chicken Little, told Albertans to take a bus, Mr. Speaker, told my constituents and your constituents to take a bus if they had a problem, Mr. Speaker, because of the carbon tax, called Albertans embarrassing cousins, Mr. Speaker. The list goes on. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't want to spend too much time on this, but the government whip pointed it out. Told Albertans, maybe these are the corporations that they're talking about, told Albertans that were struggling to find jobs in this province that they should maybe move to BC for the time being, Mr. Speaker, while they were there. So lecturing the Finance Minister on bringing in measures to help job creators inside this province, Mr. Speaker, and to take less money from them, as he articulated very well, and then not being able to accept the fact that they brought in a carbon tax that made life more expensive for all of Albertans, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker, what happened there, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Finance Minister for this piece of legislation. I'll be proud to vote for it in a few short moments, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's very important that we focus on one thing, which the Finance Minister said very, very well. 75%, I believe, is a number that he referred to, of people, of corporations that benefit as a result of us taking less money as a result of this legislation from them are small businesses, Mr. Speaker. Those are small businesses inside my constituency who create jobs, who have put my constituents to work, Mr. Speaker, and have risked everything. And for the NDP to continue to say that taking less money from them is immoral. It shows the sharp contrast between the official opposition and this government, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate job creators inside our province, Mr. Speaker, and the NDP should take some time to maybe go and visit with some of them to understand how their policies that they put in place when they were in government have negatively impacted them. And I'm proud to be part of a government that's working tirelessly to make sure that we can take away some of those negative impacts that the NDP brought across the province.
Honourable members, a minute and 30 approximately is left in 29-2A. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Well, just a final comment, since, of course, this government has brought in closure on Bill 35, an absolute travesty to democracy in our province. Just a final comment that the Finance Minister opened up his comments on this legislation saying he would talk more, but it will fall on deaf ears. But I would just point out that this is a government who walked into this legislature and instead of listening to Albertans, put earplugs in. And this is the same government led by a Premier who currently has two headphones ignoring the debate that's happening in the legislature right now. And so while Albertans across this province are dying.
Order has been called. The Honourable Government House Leader.
HI&J, language to create disorder. Mr. Speaker, if that honourable member wants to start talking about what different members are doing in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, different times, that certainly will create disorder, Mr. Speaker. And let me be clear. I will start talking on the record about each and everything that they're doing, things that are on their computer monitors, things that they're doing on their phone, the fact that the Leader of the official opposition is doing her Christmas cards. That type of abuse of another member inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker, will certainly cause disorder. And I suggest if he continues to do it, you will see the disorder as a result of those comments, Mr. Speaker.
Order, order, order. Order. Not sure if anyone else wants to provide a submission or not. I'm prepared to rule if there's no others. Well, I do not believe that this was a point of order. I do think that all members should take stock of the words that they use in the way that they point out what members may or may not do. As I have certainly seen many members inside this assembly, perhaps working on projects while they're here or listening to things in earbuds, including members of the opposition. While I don't find a point of order this evening, I do think it's important that if we were to spend more time focusing our time and attention on the legislation and not on the actions of individuals inside the chamber, the decorum would increase. This is not a point of order. The honourable member has 37 seconds remaining.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to wrap up my comments, the fact is there are hundreds of Albertans who are dying across this province.
I hesitate to interrupt. However, Government Motion 54 requires that at 12:55 all questions to dispose of Bill 35 be put to the Assembly. The Honourable the President of Treasury Board and the Minister of Finance has moved third reading of Bill 35, the Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020 for third reading. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members.
Called on Bill 35. All those in favor, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny. The Honourable Mrs. Allard. Mr. Newdorf. Honourable Mr. Nixon. Honourable Mr. Taves. Honourable Minister LaGrange. Honourable Mr. Nicoletti. Honourable Mr. Madu. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Scow. Honourable Mrs. Savage. Honourable Mr. Copping. Honourable Mr. Hunter. Honourable Ms. Schultz. Honourable Mr. Nally. Mr. Turton. Mr. Rutherford. Ms. Isaac. Honourable Mr. Schweitzer. Honourable Mrs. Ahir. Ms. Goodrich. Mr. Nixon. Honourable Mr. Dreeshen. Honourable Mr. Luan. Honourable Mr. Wilson.
Opposed, please stand.
Ms. Notley. Mr. Sabir. Ms. Sweet. Mr. Dack. Member Irwin. Mr. Nielsen. Mr. Fian. Member Carson. Ms. Gray.
Madam Speaker, for the motion 25, against 9.
Members, that is carried.
Bill 35, Tax Statutes, Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2D is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for a third reading, Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020. Adjourn debate. Honourable Mr. Copping.
Any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be brief because, of course, there is very, very little time to address this bill, and I know that members of my caucus would also like to engage in it. It is, of course, hard to not mention, of course, that we are being forced to debate this 110-page bill in where we had 2 hours in Committee of the Whole and a mere 1 hour set aside for third reading. And before members opposite complained that we spent far too much time talking about it in second reading, let me just be clear. The amount of time that we took to speak about it in second reading essentially allowed for each member of our caucus to speak to it once, and then another member of the caucus to speak to it again.
Of order has been called. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Rise on 23 HI and J, just to point out that the Leader of the Opposition is mistaken, Mr. Speaker. It's not just for each member of her caucus to speak once. It was 10% of the entire debate time of this session.
If there's one thing I'm certain of, it's that that is not a point of order. And I would encourage the Government House Leader in the future to use the points of order for what they are intended and not to continue debate. The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that demonstration there is exactly the kind of game playing that we have, in fact, been seeing from this government in order to limit debate on this bill and to waste time and to have us debating other things instead of debating things that matter a lot to Albertans. So, and it's really unfortunate because here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. This 110-page bill fundamentally attacks critical measures that allow workers to keep themselves safe and protected in their workplaces. And then, after it removes the very rules that would keep them safe and protected in their workplaces, it then proceeds to go after the compensation that they should be eligible for because they were injured in their workplace, because their safety was undermined by this government, and it proceeds to reduce the compensation that these workers would receive. And who are these workers, Mr. Speaker? Well, many of them are among the tens of thousands of frontline workers in Alberta who have contracted COVID-19 in just the last few months. They are also the over 100,000 workers who work day in and day out in our healthcare system, working to keep Albertans safe, getting injured because they are lifting people, because they are lifting them to bathe them, to take them to the bathroom, to change them. Those create injuries. And because of the changes that have been made, they will have fewer rights to keep themselves safe from the injuries that are caused by that kind of work. And they will have less compensation as a result of those injuries. Now, those aren't the only workers, Mr. Speaker. The oil field worker, who these folks claim to care about, who earns $130,000 or $140,000 a year, who is either permanently or seriously injured for, let's say, 12 months, will now get 90% of a capped income as opposed to 90% of the income they actually earned. This is something that just tonight this government voted to ensure happened. So there are multiple ways in which this government is attacking workers. I can't obviously fit them all into the short period of time that I'm allowing myself to speak so that my colleagues can join in. However, I will just reinforce this. Yesterday, we learned that through leaked information that the Canadian Armed Forces are in the midst of training reservists to go into long-term care centres in Alberta. The minister across is laughing at that. I assume that the information was reported in the media based on accurate research. These folks have not denied it. One of the things that we learned that these reservists are being taught as they prepare to go into Alberta's long-term care centres is that they will likely be subjected to seeing unfortunate levels of suffering in these long-term care settings. And that one of the things that they need to understand could arise from that is PTSD. I've seen the documents. Those are the documents that the Canadian Armed Forces are using to train the hundreds of reservists who are about to go in to Alberta's continuing care centres. They understand that PTSD is a very likely outcome. Interestingly, we have tens of thousands of workers already in that situation, already doing that work, who until tonight would be eligible for compensation should they develop PTSD on a presumptive basis. Those workers are primarily women, and thanks to the acts of this government tonight at 2 o'clock in the morning, because they do not have the courage of their convictions to have this discussion in the light of day, those tens of thousands of women will lose their presumptive coverage to the very PTSD that the Canadian Armed Forces is currently telling hundreds of reservists they need to understand they will be subjected to as a result of having to go in to clean up the mess created by this government's negligence in dealing with the pandemic. And we are debating this at 2 o'clock in the morning because they are scared, cowardly, unwilling to have this conversation in the daytime. They should be ashamed of themselves. For this reason, we will not be voting for this bill, and for the hundreds of other reasons that my members of my caucus have already outlined, and for the very number of changes that should have been considered and adopted in a respectful way by being allowed to debate in committee of the whole for longer than 2 hours and perhaps during the daytime. All those reasons that were outlined and the many more that we didn't get a chance to get to are the reasons why we will not be voting for this bill.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to join in the debate? The Government House Leader has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those were some interesting comments from the member from Edmonton Strathcona. She made similar comments inside question period today, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the Canadian military. Mr. Speaker, I feel obligated again to inform the House, as I did during question period, to say that what was just said by the Leader of the Official Opposition is categorically false, Mr. Speaker. And it is extraordinarily shocking that that member would yet come again in this chamber after already being informed that those are not accurate statements, Mr. Speaker, and spread fear and misinformation inside this chamber yet again, Mr. Speaker. Albertans deserve significantly better from the official opposition, Mr. Speaker, rather than spending their time inside this House making up things about the military, Mr. Speaker. Alberta is facing an unprecedented pandemic, Mr. Speaker. At this time, Mr. Speaker, this House should be united. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we have passed motions that say we are united behind the government's plan that were supported, Mr. Speaker, I will point out, supported by the official opposition, saying that they were united behind this government's approach, Mr. Speaker, to work to be able to fight COVID-19. And instead, Mr. Speaker, that you now see the Leader of the Official Opposition twice today, Mr. Speaker, come into this House, Mr. Speaker, and spread misinformation when it comes to the Canadian military, Mr. Speaker. It is extraordinarily disappointing, Mr. Speaker, and I think Albertans deserve better from the official opposition. I will also respond briefly to the honourable member's comments in regards to debate time, that the government is scared. That's why we're working at about 2 o'clock in the morning inside the House, Mr. Speaker. This legislature is certainly not scared, Mr. Speaker. It is the busiest legislature inside the country, Mr. Speaker. It has passed more legislation during COVID than any other legislature in the country, Mr. Speaker. Its members, including members of both parties and the staff that serve this chamber, Mr. Speaker, have worked diligently every day inside this chamber under extraordinary circumstances to advance the agenda that Albertans sent us here to advance, Mr. Speaker. That is not fear. Mr. Speaker, this House sits regularly till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning on behalf of our constituents and Albertans, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do that. There was a question period today, Mr. Speaker, as there was every other day that we sat this week, where the official opposition asked questions, including about the issues that the leader of the official opposition raised today, Mr. Speaker. And last I checked, question period is in the middle of the day, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Premier of Alberta and the Health Minister and the Minister of Jobs and the Economy, Mr. Speaker, had a full and open press conference today, Mr. Speaker, to talk about this issue. This government is not hiding from anything. What is happening, Mr. Speaker, is that the official opposition continues to play games when it comes to legislation, and now they're disappointed because they spent 10% of their entire debate time, Mr. Speaker, over this entire sitting, focused on the second reading of a bill, Mr. Speaker, and it seems to me that they either were not prepared, Mr. Speaker, to move to committee of the whole, which is why they held it in second reading, and they weren't able to move forward with their amendments, Mr. Speaker, or they delayed the process so long they weren't able to move forward with their amendments. And if you are stakeholders of the official opposition, you should be extraordinarily disappointed in them, Mr. Speaker, because they did not advance your agenda in this place, Mr. Speaker, because they stalled it out in second reading or were unable to get it through committee of the whole, because either they forgot that's where they do their amendments, Mr. Speaker, or they just wanted to spend their time delaying it, Mr. Speaker. As they sit in there today with their computer monitors, Mr. Speaker, not focused on debate, Mr. Speaker, and instead coming into the House and fear-mongering over and over, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to them, they have about 15 minutes left. If they're actually serious about getting to work for Albertans, stand up in the House and start debating things, Mr. Speaker. Stop making things up.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or comment on Standing Order 29-2A. On the bill, is there anyone else? The Honourable Member for Edmund... Oh, on 29-2A, the Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to rise on 29-2A, partly in response to the hit-and-run comments of the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition in typically false and defamatory comments, gross, irresponsible, fear-mongering, categorically, completely, and utterly false, counterfactual, Mr. Speaker, I can assure this place, somebody who gets briefed on all COVID-related matters on a daily basis, there have been zero discussions with the Canadian Armed Forces about supplementary labor force in long-term care, in hospitals, in the healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, and if it were the case, we would know about it because we have, I think, 3 deputy ministers who are former senior officers in the Canadian Armed Forces, including, for example, the deputy minister who's leading our vaccine protocol. And, Mr. Speaker, the Premier of this government happens to be a former Minister of National Defence as well. I appointed the current Chief of Defence Staff. I have very close relations with the Ministry of Defence, the Canadian Armed Forces. This is a total irresponsible, fear-mongering fabrication. Now, perhaps, if the member opposite went on about some Canadian Armed Forces document about going into long-term care facilities and PTSD, perhaps what she's referring to is a document, I don't know, that dealt with the training of CAF members who did assist by the hundreds for several months in long-term care facilities in Quebec and Ontario. They did that, Mr. Speaker, and so there must have been training. They were staffed up to do that. I was on calls in the First Ministers' meetings and Council of the Federation, hearing the Premiers of Quebec and Ontario interface with the Prime Minister on that issue. So and it's not a secret, Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of public record. So my best to be generous to the Leader of the Opposition, to be extremely generous, she has perhaps been misled by some aberrant source of information into attributing training for Quebec long-term care facilities, which were, let's face it, in a total crisis this spring. Their deaths in long-term care facilities have been orders of magnitude higher than Albertans. We take no pride in that. It's a tragedy. It's unfortunate. It's a benefit that we have more modern housing stock, and we've had a more alert response without any call upon the Canadian Armed Forces. So, Mr. Speaker, I know the member is not in a position right now to retract. I hope the member will review the blues and will do so if that is an honourable member, Mr. Speaker.
Approximately 2 minutes remaining in Standing Order 29-2A, should anyone choose to use it. On 29-2A, are you rising? On 29-2A, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly on 29-2A, this government has gone from zero to put your fingers in your ears and scream la 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 and deny. What we found out through media reports is that Albertan reservists are being trained in the case they need to go into continuing care institutes. And the fact that this government isn't aware and that their only reaction is to call it fear-mongering is just a sign of la 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 la, fingers in the ear, is all I'm hearing from this government. There were no mistruths shared in this House. There are articles about this situation. Rather than screaming at the opposition, the government, who has full control of this situation and who should be showing leadership during this pandemic, should focus on leading, should be focusing on talking to Albertans about what's going on, and should possibly follow up with that Canadian military to find out more about the preparations that are being made in the case that things get worse here in our continuing care centres. Because certainly the stats and what's been happening have not been pretty. I believe it was 150 seniors died in November, 5 a day, in our facilities in this province, and the Albertan reservists are being trained in case they need to come in to help with that situation. This is reported in the media.
There's a division in the United States.
There have been conversations with these reservists, and the government will only call it fear-mongering. It doesn't make sense. It defies logic. We are here to have reasonable debates on important issues, and this government will only make insulting and derogatory comments towards the members of the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This essentially concludes the time allotted for 29-2A. There's 5 seconds remaining. I hope that we won't have a significant agreement over the 5 seconds. Are there others wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join in the debate at third reading on Bill 47, a bill that absolutely has been rammed through the legislature during a pandemic, with a number of comments being made about the opposition not doing their job. I would like to put on the record that in this session there have been 11 pieces of legislation, 37 stages, moved through in 24 days, significant amount of debate, especially on certain pieces, but when it came to Bill 47, only 2 hours in Committee of the Whole in order to work through amendments, suggestions, and bill debate. And that is incredibly disappointing. I'm very pleased I was able to table drafts of the amendments today after question period to get on the record the number of amendments that we had prepared to talk about that we were not able to. Now, in those 2 hours of Committee of the Whole, I felt like we had a lot of very productive debate. There was a lot of good information shared back and forth, some serious differences of opinions, and I'd like to talk about some of those differences, starting with passing legislation that weakens health and safety legislation and weakens benefits through workers' compensation in the middle of a pandemic. Having done a completely inadequate consultation in the middle of a pandemic. And now, going through the final stages of the bill at 2:20 a.m., in the middle of a pandemic, the government having just announced entirely new measures. Albertans are focused somewhere else right now. They are not able to focus in and think about occupational health and safety and the impacts that the changes to workers' compensation can and will have on their families. But I would really like to reiterate a point I made earlier in second reading, and that is these MLAs here in this chamber, all of us, are going to see the impacts of Bill 47 through the casework that is going to start coming through our offices. Because to those who were not elected prior to 2019, you would not have been familiar with the casework before. Improvements to workers' compensation, a very thorough review process was done in 2016, 2017. The Fair Practices Office was initiated and started helping Albertans when they struggled with workers' compensation. Fair Practices Office also has helped to identify systemic issues and support not only workers but also employers. What will happen following the passage of Bill 47 is there will now begin to be more and more Albertans, injured Albertans who cannot work, turning to their local MLA for support when the system is not there for them. And I'm not sure that the members of the government caucus have fully internalized that, because that's certainly an experience that I know I and many of my colleagues who were elected prior to 2019 had. The volume of casework in our offices changing significantly after improvements were put in place and after improved supports were available. Instead, what we see in Bill 47 is the removal of the Fair Practices Office, the way it works now. The fairness portion being devolved to a single individual. I will note that in the last annual report of the Fair Practices Office, and for anyone curious about what the Fair Practices Office does, I encourage you to go take a look at those annual reports because it does a very good summary of the work that that important group processes. When it came to fairness, they had 300 fairness complaints in a single year last year. So you can find this in the last annual report. 100, a third of the time, they found breaches to fairness. Now there's a range of options. And in some cases for those breaches, the remedy was that that person got a phone call and an apology from WCB. Maybe something wasn't handled in a timely way. But some of the breaches were more serious. The work of those managing that fairness office, the work of that fairness portion, is now being reduced to a single individual. All in the name of finding balance. Through debate, the minister referred in one particular place about the panel process for workers' compensation that was set up under the previous government. Because what we did was an incredibly detailed year-plus long engagement session that included talking to people out in different communities, specifically reaching out to workers, because workers are very hard to engage in these types of consultations, but yet their perspective is so important. I would note that the government's own consultation included only 20% of people who identified themselves as workers. But that panel process brought forward a series of important recommendations, system-changing, system-improving recommendations. And yet this government only talks about it when they talk about one particular one, which was a change around compensation amounts. But they're fully prepared to ignore everything else that the panel did and was working on. I am concerned about the impact Bill 47 will have on working Albertans. There are a number of issues raised through debate that did not get adequately answered for, in my opinion, during debate. We've spent a significant amount of time talking about presumptive coverage for psychological injuries. We've talked about through debate that there is a determination process that exists now even with that presumptive coverage. The big question that I have, that I still do not fully understand, is how the government estimated $230 million being saved. Because I can tell you right now, through presumptive PTSD coverage, workers accessing that coverage still needed to meet that definition of having a workplace trauma or workplace injury. And so are we specifically saying $230 million will be saved over 3 years by not supporting a worker who has been through workplace trauma? Because it's certainly not going to be saved by people being denied because they don't have PTSD. If they don't have PTSD, they're not going to get coverage now. So $230 million from workers who've experienced trauma in the workplace. Another $240 million being saved by revising the cost of living adjustment calculation. And I really want to ask questions about this because in conversations I understood that cost of living would continue to be adjusted going forward, that moving it out of the legislation, it would still happen elsewhere. Then why is there $240 million of savings booked against this item in the government's own fact sheets? This is a bill that is completely lopsided, that is going to hurt workers by weakening safety rights, the right to know. There are a number of different places where the right to know has been impacted. Everything from the names of the Joint Worksite Health and Safety Committee people will no longer be publicly posted. We're not going to tell you who you could talk to about workplace health and safety issues because posting those names was too much red tape potentially for this government. The right to know is being challenged in a number of other ways. We tried to put forward an amendment that would ensure that people would be aware of workplace hazards prior to work starting. Was not accepted by this government. The right to participate is significantly being harmed. The changes to joint worksite health and safety committees, a concept that was only brought into legislation in this province in 2017 through the changes implemented by the previous government, and now being significantly weakened and rolled back such that there will be fewer joint worksite health and safety committees, particularly in big construction sites or where there's multiple employers, specific exemptions written for those areas, because we all know nothing dangerous happens in construction. Significant changes to how the Joint Worksite Health and Safety Committee operates, what support it gets, who is a member on it. They are going to become, based off of the legislation that we are debating in this House, more likely employer-dominated, never-meet committees. That is not what is going to help keep Albertans safe. That is not what is going to help us reduce the number of Albertans who don't come home at the end of the day. Finally, the right to refuse unsafe work or the right to refuse dangerous work has been bogged down with additional steps in red tape, lack of clear language that we've tried to address with brief amendments that did not get the time of debate that they deserved. But that right to refuse unsafe work is the last line of defense between someone you love making it home and not. Because if a worker does not feel like they have the ability to refuse that work, they might do something they shouldn't. Why would someone not want to use this? Well, gosh, Bill 47 makes clear you might not get paid. If you refuse that and there isn't another job for you to do, you may just get sent home. When it comes to vulnerable workers, when it comes to workers who have very little power in the workplace, refusing a job, standing up to their employer, now you add in not only more complicated steps, confusing process, they have to do it alone now. Used to be that when a worker tried to refuse unsafe work, either the Joint Worksite Health and Safety Committee, a RAP, or another worker would join into that conversation so that the one reporting was not left alone to make their case. That's been removed. All the way through, we see harm. So in our occupational health and safety side of this bill, the 3 fundamental rights are being changed, as well as a number of changes around how often we're going to look into injuries, occupational diseases, the supports, the reporting that the minister will do, much less reporting coming from the minister. The right not to be disciplined has been muddled. I'm very concerned that workers will now, having filed a WCB claim or tried to refuse unsafe work, will now be subject to discriminatory action as they go through. I introduced an amendment during Committee of the Whole around that right to refuse unsafe work, particularly concerned that when you read through that section, it is not clear that if a worker A has refused a task, worker B should not be brought in to work on that task. And if they are, they need to be told. The safety concerns need to be mitigated. And that compensation during a refusal is incredibly important. So for a number of reasons, Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee's right to refuse, the other rights that exist, worker training and competency, employer responsibility. There's been a lot of changes around who is responsible for what, and not always in a very positive way. These changes will have an impact to working people, and I would like to repeat, not to be too boring for the members on the government side, we are in the middle of a pandemic. This is a bill that fundamentally changes health and safety and then workers' compensation should something go awry. And it is being passed at 2:30 a.m. in the middle of a pandemic. On the workers' compensation side, we've already talked about how much money the government's going to save because they're putting in a cap and they're taking away the cost of living adjustments. And I think I'm free to say they're taking away cost of living adjustments because they've booked a bunch of millions of dollars of savings against that. So that's money not going to workers. To be very, very clear, that's not magic savings. That's money that will not go into the bank account of an injured worker who needs it. The obligation to reinstate workers has been removed. When that process doesn't work, now instead of having a channel for those complaints to be heard through the workers' compensation system, someone will have to go to the Human Rights Commission. Because having two systems, that's red tape and duplication. Never mind the fact that a worker will now have to wait 2 years and incur the expenses of a lawyer to possibly have redress something that 94% of employers do appropriately. Removing health benefits. Health benefits that help support a worker in attempting to recover and help keep their family afloat when they cannot work. These are the types of things that this government is putting forward in Bill 47 during a pandemic. And for that and for so many more reasons that I have not had time to outline in detail, again, I'm glad that the amendments were able to be tabled. And I will have to think about how I might be able to put more information about each of those amendments out where the public can find it, because we did not have the chance to talk about each of them even briefly. But all of these will impact Albertans, and those Albertans will be coming to your constituency offices when the system does not work for them. And it will be incumbent upon you to explain to those workers why their benefits are not available, or why they were fired after they filed a claim.
Order 29.2A is available. I see the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I commend the passion that the Honourable Member has for this. But I want to state we have the passion too. On this side of the House, we have the passion for improved health and safety. And Mr. Speaker, I have to rise because a statement was made by the opposition leader that this bill, quote, fundamentally attacks critical measures to keep workers safe in their workplaces. And Mr. Speaker, I want to test the veracity of that statement. And I want to test the veracity of that statement using the same criteria that was raised by the Honourable Member over here. Because she's quite right. Fundamental protections in the workplace are the right to know, the right to participate, and the right to refuse. And so let's look at Bill 47 for a moment here. And we won't be able to go in a huge amount of detail, but let's talk a little bit about some of these items. So the right to know. In Section 3, subsection 4, every employer shall keep readily available information related to worksite hazards, controls, work practices and procedures, and provide that information to the Joint Health and Safety Committee, the workers, and the prime contractors if there is one. There is a right to know, and there's a requirement for the employer to provide that. And that's here in the Act. That's just one example. Let's move on to the right to participate. Section 13, Joint Health and Safety Committees. For the purposes of ensuring cooperation between the employer and workers in respect to health and safety, an employer shall, after consultation with any union that is a certified bargaining agent or has required bargaining rights, establish a Joint Health and Safety Committee. Mr. Speaker, this was not here prior to 2015. We have maintained it because we recognize the importance of the ability of workers to participate, but what we're doing here is reducing the level of restriction. That was mentioned earlier by the leader of the official opposition, that our changes to these committees is going to make it employer-sided. There wasn't even a provision in here to ensure that the committees are equal. Well, again, that's simply incorrect. Subsection 5, the number of persons on a joint health and safety committee who represent the employer shall not exceed the total number of worker representatives on the committee. Mr. Speaker, we have taken out the prescriptive elements, right, and including posting, but we're going to put that in the regulation. I've already made the commitment in this chamber that we are going to do the regulations, which actually it's the code, and we're going to consult on the code to make sure the key elements are there. But what we're doing here, Mr. Speaker, is listening to what the health and safety experts told us, reduce the prescriptive elements of this to make these effective, to actually improve health and safety measures. And let's talk last about the right to refuse. Section 17, the right to refuse dangerous work, it's still here. And there is 10 subsections that outline the ability to be able to exercise this. So when the leader of the official opposition says we fundamentally attacking, this is not a fundamental attack, Mr. Speaker. This is about improving health and safety outcomes because we care about the health and safety of Alberta workers. Employers care about the health and safety of their workers, and they also know that every worker that works for them, they want them to go home safe just as they want to go home safe at the end of the day. I'll touch on one more element very briefly, and this is workers' compensation. And the honourable member across the way said the casework will go through the MLA offices and will go through the roof because we're eliminating the Fair Practices Office. Mr. Speaker, yes, we're eliminating the office. We're eliminating the administration. We're eliminating multiple managers for a single process. But what we're doing here is we're taking the key elements, the supports for workers, the supports for employers, the advisors, and we're moving them to the Workers' Compensation Appeals Commission, another independent body. But we're doing this to make it better. We're doing this because there will be, and the organizational structure such that there will be one person. This is the chair of the Appeals Committee, one person who will be responsible for the entire process, because we know, Mr. Speaker, that justice needs to be served where there's a dispute, and it needs to be done quickly so that people can get better, they can get back to work. Mr. Speaker, that is better for Albertans, and the changes that we're making, the reductions in the red tape and the reductions in cost, will help keep Albertans working and get Albertans back to work and improve health and safety outcomes. Mr. Speaker, that is what this is about, and that's what this government is about. Thank you.
There's a few seconds left in 29-2A if anyone chooses to wish it or use it. Seeing none, appears the honourable member for Edmonton Decor would like to add to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity with the final 22 minutes we have with regards to speaking to this bill. I, of course, rise in opposition to Bill 47, a piece of legislation that, despite what the Minister of Immigration and Labour says, puts Albertan workers at a disadvantage. Plain and simple. You know, Minister, you were talking about earlier about all the legislation. I would have thought, Mr. Speaker, that over the course of the 30th legislature, that my harping and constant badgering about not only what the language says, but what it doesn't say. So you're talking about these health and safety committees. Oh, they're still going to be there. But yet, contained on page 61, Part 3, Dangerous Work and Disciplinary Action, Number 5, an employer who receives a report under subsection 4 shall, as soon as possible, inform the Joint Health and Safety Committee, here it is, wait for it, if there is one. You've now just opened the door for there not to be one. That's what the legislation doesn't say. Or the health and safety representative, if there is one. Because we've made changes so that a large corporation, and I'll go back to my old employer, Lucerne, they had an ice cream plant, a milk plant, a cheese plant, a juice plant, and I can tell you all of those operations are different. And there is no way that somebody could come from the cheese plant and tell me how to be safe in the work site at the ice cream plant. And so this duty to inform people of worksite hazards. What that means is an employer can go, there's a hazard. I've done my part. That's a lot different than saying, there's a hazard and here's how to avoid it. The language is watered down. And in your consultation, you know, the one that you received 95 submissions, 18% were from workers, 69 were representing employers. As I've said before, if you would have reached out to one of your largest private sector stakeholders, the largest private sector union in the province, who would have happily provided you with feedback. They even sent in a submission, and I can tell you, none of that submission is in here whatsoever. They definitely would not have suggested watering down right to refuse unsafe work in any way, shape, or form. And I know you haven't checked with them since then because I asked. And so here we have a piece of legislation that very clearly, based on the language, provides open doors for things to go sideways. I think about when I used to have to deal with an employer around a warehouse production system. And so this whole system was designed so that anybody between the age of 16 and 65 could do the job. And all you had to do was keep up, pick the orders the way it was supposed to go, and do it in the time allotted, and you wouldn't be disciplined. The problem is, from time to time during that shift, you would have two different employees. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't claim to be a young man anymore. I'm starting to get to the point where probably the things that I used to do at 30 are coming a little bit more difficult. But when I was 30, it was clear I was able to work a lot harder than I was now. And so you would have situations where a younger employee could go faster over the course of an 8-hour shift. And they'd maybe be able to pick this one order a little bit faster, this one order just a little bit faster, and they would have maybe 10 minutes at the end of their shift. Well, the employer doesn't want somebody sitting around for 10 minutes doing absolutely nothing, even though they've already completed everything that they needed to do for that employer in that 8-hour shift. They would say, no, you know what, we need to keep you busy. So then they would take another order from over here, and they'd look at it and go, well, this is a 7-minute order. Go do that. Here's the problem with that, Mr. Speaker. That 7-minute order was usually a lighter order, like a paper order or something like that, something that didn't require a lot of effort, a lot of strain, things like that. The warehouse system is designed so that you would pick some heavy orders and then maybe a couple of light orders. Pick a few heavy orders, pick a couple of light orders. But when they pull that out of the system and take that away from somebody, all of a sudden they now have 2, 3, 4, 5 can orders in one session. And the next thing you know, we have back injuries. Surprise, surprise. And because there was a lack of shop stewards over in these warehouses, from time to time I would have employees come to me at the ice cream plant to say, we've just had an employee get injured back. And sure enough, of course, the employer quickly did an investigation, didn't bother to include another employee, and they immediately said, oh, well, the employee was lifting wrong. Right up until I pressed them and found out, oh, wait, they happened to pull out that light order, that one that would give the employee a rest. And now you have an injured employee, and the language sets it up so that there might not be an employee representative there should there be an injury. And I'm sure the employer, once I pointed it out, said, oh, well, that was just a mistake on our part. We didn't realize that. Well, how many more times do I have to go through that before maybe they realize that pulling out this order wasn't such a good idea? And that is the thing that we're talking about. I'm never, ever worried about the many employers that are doing it right. I'm always worried about the one that doesn't. Because at what point do we say that one worker that gets hurt is too many? For me, it's one worker. One worker gets hurt, that's too many. We've certainly heard the minister talk about a system that's sustainable and efficient. Well, I've always said, you want a sustainable system? Work safer. It can be done. I've seen it, I've lived it. I remember sitting in on conversations with management. Oh, our WCB premiums are out of control. This is ridiculous. Well, maybe we should take safety seriously. When they finally made that decision, all of a sudden we've got all kinds of days consecutive accident-free. Surprise, surprise, the WCB premiums went down, which means there was less claims, which then means a sustainable system. So when I hear employers who say, well, my WCB premiums are too high, take your safety seriously. I guarantee you the WCB premiums will follow every single time. But to create legislation where we put people at a disadvantage. Now, I've always said, I will give credit where credit's due. The section about the Heroes Fund, great idea. I'm actually completely all for it. Now, it's too bad that if they don't get killed, they only get injured. Now they're going to start going through all kinds of rigmarole. But on the concept of the whole, I'm in favor of that. Absolutely. And I'd be actually remiss if I didn't take this moment, Mr. Speaker, and thank all of our frontline workers, not just our doctors and nurses doing an incredibly stressful and worrisome job. I'm also thinking about the people who clean the rooms so as not to put all the work that those doctors and nurses did at risk. I'm thinking about the kitchen staff that are trying to prepare food in a safe manner so as not to make those people sick. I'm thinking about the cashiers at a grocery store, the stock clerks stocking the shelves. I'm thinking about the retail workers, all those folks that are right there on the front line, who should be maybe getting some top-up pay because of the pandemic that we find ourselves in, and why this government is leaving that money on the table is unbelievable. But I guess it shouldn't surprise me, because this is the government that came up with half of a motion condemning a union for blocking workers from getting some money. But the last time I looked, I don't know of one single union anywhere in the planet, Mr. Speaker, that controls payroll. I would dare you to find one. And so hearing a statement like that, quite honestly, is completely ridiculous. So, Mr. Speaker, Bill 47 is a bad piece of legislation, with the exception of the Heroes Fund. Again, I will give you credit for that. We tried to, and some people will remember this phrase, make a bad piece of legislation less bad. And I want to thank the member for Edmonton Mill Woods for trying to do that. But no matter how you want to spin it, You have weak language that is allowing interesting interpretations potentially to be made. I could almost accept the argument that right now, here and now, you and I probably know what's going on. I'm not worried about us, Mr. Speaker. I'm worried about when we're not around possibly to explain this. And somebody just looking at this and saying, well, if there's a health and safety committee, oh, well, I guess that means I don't need one. I don't have to worry about that. Well, it only says I have to point out the hazard. I don't necessarily have to go into explaining it. This is the type of weak language that puts Albertans at risk, potentially will get Albertans killed. I can say that a forklift is dangerous. I need to show them why. That was my responsibility when I looked after that task. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support Bill 47 in its current form. Quite honestly, we heard the government House Leader talking about how we, don't seem to want to do our job over here. This piece of legislation is going to put my constituents at risk. This piece of legislation will put your constituents at risk. The hardworking Albertans, those frontline workers in the grocery stores, in the warehouses, in the retail stores, that are just trying hard to make ends meet. But if we put them in a situation where they're going to have to choose either health and safety or lose their job, we tend to see people take those decisions that aren't in their best interest. And the legislation provided for in terms of the language opens up those avenues that just simply will not serve Albertans. So my hope is that members of this Assembly will stop this bill in its tracks, take it back to the drawing board. I am happy to provide any kind of contacts whatsoever in order to make this bill better and even balanced, in your opinion.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here to rise this late hour on an important issue, and it's one that I've made clear in this House is something that has been a benchmark in my family's life when I've revealed the history of my father's workplace injuries and WCB claims that were allowed, and it resulted in him being involved with a rehabilitation program for 2 years at WCB while recovering from broken legs and a fused heel resulting from an injury at work, fall from scaffolding. And I can tell members of this House that back then, the WCB coverage certainly was not a benefit that allowed you to live in luxury. And we certainly don't want to be going backwards in our workplace safety and WCB coverage. But this is what this piece of legislation does, Mr. Speaker. Rather than moving forward in providing a safety net for workers and employers, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that workers who are part of a workplace injury or suffer an injury as a result of their time at work, they should be seeing benefits, Mr. Speaker, that are reflective of the needs of today, the families of today, the workers of today, and reflective of the type of new technologies that will allow workers to re-enter the workforce after a period of rehabilitation, but shouldn't be retrograde in their treatment of these workers, Mr. Speaker. Some of the measures in this Bill 47 is not cutting red tape, Mr. Speaker. It's judging and hurting the workers they are supposedly intended to serve. Some of the things that they do, removing the requirement for an employer to cooperate with the Joint Health and Safety Committee. How is that improving the plight of working people in this province, Mr. Speaker, who suffer an injury at the workplace? There's no balance involved in that. The struggle always has been historically with WCB, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that injured workers actually have the ability to be compensated for their losses through the WCB, but in a system which insists that employers respect indeed the reality of what's happened to this worker and respect the fact that there's a power imbalance between the workplace and the worker. Changes that do nothing to help that balance be a positive and constructive relationship between workers and the employer that are contained in Bill 47 take us backwards to an era where, my father was injured in the 60s. That's not the type of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that I heard anybody in this province asking for when we had our last election. Yet somehow this government sees fit to determine that working people and their rights to compensation after being injured on the job are simply a matter of red tape. Well, I can tell you for sure, Mr. Speaker, and I think every member of this House can, as the member for Edmonton Millwoods alluded to, that the caseload that we all endured from constituents coming into our offices with WCB complaints went down dramatically because of the legislation the previous government, the NDP government, introduced that indeed treated people like human beings, not red tape.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I can inquire as to how much time is left before we do run out.
A minute.
A minute and a half? Oh, okay. Well, I'll just basically get up here and respond to something the member from Edmonton Millwoods had said about tabling her amendments because she didn't get a chance to bring them in to the chamber. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's like submitting your term assignment late and asking for full marks. If the members opposite wanted to table those amendments, they could have done it in committee of the whole instead of wasting so much time in second reading. I think that might have been a wiser decision. Maybe got a little more traction with their base on that. But the reality is that this bill, I will be voting in favor of this bill for a number of reasons, not the least of which is the Heroes Fund. Living in Cardston-Siksika, or as I always say, God's country, we have a lot of volunteer firefighter divisions. They are covered under this, and these are men and women who have other jobs. And in their time when they're not working there, they are fighting fires, putting their lives on the line. And I am proud this government is putting money towards something as meaningful as protecting the livelihoods of these brave men and women who may not come home at the end of a shift. And so I'm grateful for that and voting for this bill.
Pursuant to Government Motion 58, I am required to put all questions to the Assembly for the disposal of third reading. The Honourable, the Minister of Labour and Immigration has moved third reading of Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020. All those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called on third reading of Bill 47. All those in favour, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Kenny. Honourable Mrs. Lard. Mr. Neudorf. Honourable Mr. Nixon. Honourable Mr. Taves. Honourable Minister LaGrange. Honourable Mr. Glubish. Honourable Mr. Nicolaides. Honourable Mr. Madu. Mr. Turton. Mr. Scow. Honourable Mrs. Savage. Honourable Mr. Copping. Honourable Mr. McIver. Honourable Ms. Schultz. Honourable Mr. Nally. Honourable Mr. Hunter. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Rutherford. Ms. Isaac. Honourable Mr. Schweitzer. Honourable Mrs. Zahir. Ms. Goodridge. Mr. Nixon. Honourable Mr. Dreeshen. Honourable Mr. Luan. Honourable Mr. Wilson.
All those opposed to third reading, please rise.
Mr. Sabir. Ms. Sweet. Mr. Dack. Member Irwin. Mr. Nielsen. Mr. Feehan. Member Carson. Ms. Gray.
Mr. Speaker, for the motion, 27, against 8.
Honourable members, that motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 47, Insurance Safety Act 2020 is now read a third time.
Honourable members, prior to recognizing the Honourable Government House Leader, not that I would ever presuppose a decision of the Assembly, but I am often familiar with what happens at this time, I would just like to say a very special thank you to our table officers, LASS, Hansert, Pages, and all who have had a hand in the second session of the 30th Legislature, which commenced on February 25th. Today marks the 78th sitting day of the session, including a rare sitting day in August. No other province or territory has sat as often. The next closest will be Quebec, which has not yet sat 60 days this session. The Assembly sat for over 560 hours. This breaks the record from 1994 of 434 hours under then Premier Klein and Speaker Schumacher. In addition, we have had a record-breaking 20 sittings past midnight. On April 27, 2020, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts conducted its first hybrid committee using Skype for Business video conferencing, and thus begun the more active adaptation of technologies in our parliamentary work. It's important to note the new Lieutenant Governor was installed on August 26th. She is the first Muslim Lieutenant Governor in Canadian history. As of today, there has been 62 bills introduced in the Legislative Assembly, and as was mentioned earlier this evening, in 2020, Hansard transcribed approximately 4.7 million words that have been spoken in the Legislative Assembly of Alberta. On behalf of your Speaker, let me thank each and every one of you for the hard work you do for your constituents, and on behalf of all members, we thank our staff teams, both in each of your respective caucuses, as well as all members of the Legislative Assembly team. From the very bottom of my heart, may you have a very Merry Christmas. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless Alberta. The Honourable, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Government Motion 50, it is my duty to inform the Assembly that the fall sitting of the 2020 sitting, let me try again, Mr. Speaker, of the 30th Legislature is now concluded.
Honourable members, pursuant to Government Motion 50, as agreed to on December the 2nd, 2020, the House stands adjourned until February 2021.